Item 5.
Item number 5 is an appeal of administrative determination, a request by Buc-ee's EPCO LLC to appeal the determination by the Planning and Community Development Department Executive Director that it is unclear if the proposed Buc-ee's use meets the definition of a convenience store as defined in Section 1.15 of the El Paso County Land Development Code, and whether it is sufficiently similar to allowed uses in the C1 zone district. File APP 26001. Megan Harrington, AICP Executive Director, Planning and Community Development.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. This morning I am here to brief you on the appeal of the administrative determination related to Buc-ee's. Specifically, the appeal is by Buc-ee's EPCO LLC for an administrative determination in which the director concluded that it was unclear whether the use of the proposed Buc-ee's meets the Land Development Code, the definition of convenience store, or if it is similar, sufficiently similar to other uses permitted in the C1 zone district. Section 5.3.6 of the Land Development Code outlines the purpose of the administrative determination process, general considerations, criteria for determining similar uses, and the process for the hearing today and moving forward. It also is the section that outlines the potential for appeal. This hearing today follows the quasi-judicial hearing process, which is our standard land use hearing process. What that hearing looks like today is a staff presentation and an applicant presentation. There is time for public input, rebuttal by the applicant, questions for staff, and then ultimately the Board of County Commissioners makes the decision based on the criteria in the Land Development Code, Section 5.3.6.
Yeah, so I'm just going to take an opportunity to remind everyone in the room that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, that we are considering a specific land use request that requires the board to evaluate the evidence against the criteria that staff will display on the screen. There were small booklets available if you picked one of those up to help you understand this hearing process. I've seen a lot of bad information circulating about what these proceedings are and are not, so I would encourage you to, even if you think you read something, if it didn't come from the county, please do look in this booklet so you understand the rules and how this hearing proceeds today. The applicant carries the burden of demonstrating that the application satisfies the applicable approval criteria and will present immediately following the staff presentation. Following that, we will move to that public input portion where you can provide evidence supporting or opposing the application based on the criteria that we are using to make the decision. And I'll have several more reminders for those of you who have not participated in these hearings to help you understand what we are able to consider as we move forward.
Great, thank you, Chair. While this determination is of a proposed use, the property that is connected with this specific request is a 30-plus acre piece of property. It is a parcel of property located at the southwest corner of I-25 and County Line Road and directly east of Beacon Light Road. And is that property there on your screen highlighted in red? This is the specific language, the criteria for approval from section 5.3.6C1, determination of similar uses. I'm not going to go over all of this specifically because I do have it on the next slide, but this is the language that talks about the determination of similar uses, what the use is, and how uses not specifically identified in the Land Development Code can be treated based on their function and compatibility with other uses. But to take that to another level based on the hearing here today, the decision that you're being asked to make is a two-step process. The first is determining whether the proposed use falls within an existing defined use category. Example, is the use a convenience store? If it's not specifically listed, determining whether it's sufficiently similar to other uses in the zone district. And that's where that code language comes in. The code specifically states an unlisted use may be considered an allowed use only when its function, performance, characteristics, and location requirements are consistent with the purpose and description of the zone district, and it is compatible with uses specifically allowed in the district and similar in characteristics such as traffic, parking generation, noise, glare, vibration, and dust. I know you're familiar with these, they are in your packet, but I wanted to make sure to read those criteria so they're on the record here today. And finally, the applicant does carry the burden of proof in demonstrating the proposed use satisfies the requirements. Since this is a question related to the C1 zone district, there is data in your written paper packet related to the C1 zone. The C1 zone is considered an obsolete zone district. The obsolete zone district is defined in the Land Development Code. It is a zone that remains applicable to land, but which has been determined by the BOCC to be outdated and which cannot be applied to any additional land in the county. The C1 zone district became obsolete in 1991. There was a major code update in 1991. And at that time, the C1 zone district was determined to be obsolete, but it has stayed in the Land Development Code since then. The current Land Development Code states that the purpose of the district is to provide for commercial activities, and Land Development Code Table 5-1 lists the uses that are permitted in all zone districts, but specific to C1. And that's where these uses come from. So on your screen is the entire list of allowed and special uses in the C1 zone district. So again, this is that table 5-1 converted, allowed uses and special uses. Now, special uses are uses that could be considered allowed in the zone district with an additional level of review and additional review criteria that are outlined in the Land Development Code. But this is the list of those specific uses. A majority of the uses that were on that list that I just showed you are defined in the Land Development Code, section 1.15. There are some that aren't, because I think those are uses that are maybe more common, and so not every single use on that list is defined. But I've listed here 2 definitions of convenience store and gas station, specifically because the applicant's administrative determination request states that they feel that the Buc-ee's use is a convenience store per this definition, and they give reasons for that, and they are also giving reasons within their letter request why they feel that it does not meet the definition of gas station. So when we're considering what those definitions are, these are the definitions from the Land Development Code that are on your screen. Throughout the day, I can certainly bring up any other definitions that you would like to look at. But a convenience store, per the Land Development Code, is defined as an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located such items as groceries, ready-to-eat food, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. A convenience store may include retail gasoline and other petroleum products. A gas station is a property where the retail sale of gasoline, diesel fuel, oil, or other fuel for vehicles, and which may include, as an incidental use, the retail sale and installation of vehicle accessories, minor repairs, servicing no more than 3 vehicles. So these are verbatim from the Land Development Code. A little more data for the C1 zoning. There are 43 other properties in unincorporated El Paso County that are zoned C1. And this table, which is also in your packet and is on the screen here this morning, is a list of where those properties are, what those properties are, and their acreage. A lot of these are vacant. They're smaller lots. Some could be considered remnant parcels. There are a few that are single-family residential. My assumption is legal nonconforming. There are several along Highway 105 that are recently or in the process of being annexed into the town of Palmer Lake, and then this is just showing the other uses. And this, again, is existing C1 zoned properties in unincorporated El Paso County and how they're currently being used. The map on your screen is just a general overall map of the county and where those C1 properties are located. There are quite a few in the Tri-Lakes area, several in Cimarron Hills, and then south along I-25. Statutory requirement, notification is not a statutory requirement for this request. However, staff did follow our standard notice procedure, and that included sending a mailed notice to 21 surrounding property owners, and the applicant also posted the property. Because it is not statutory, I did work with the applicant, and we agreed that they would check the poster every 4 days, because that was a good amount of time for checking the poster. Again, since it's not a statutory requirement that it's on the site every day, and I do not know the status of the poster, but I know that the applicant was checking that notification and coordinating with my staff. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and then I would bring up the applicant.
Okay, do we have questions from commissioners at this time? Okay, I see none, so I believe we are ready for the applicant.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. Nina Dossi with Vertex Consulting, representing the property owner, Buc-ee's EPCO, for the proposed Buc-ee's development in the C1 zone district. So just to provide you with some important dates for the record, we did submit a request on June 22nd for an administrative determination to the planning director, and that was pursuant to the Land Development Code, requesting that either the use is found to be a convenience store or it's a similar use under the code. On July 1st, the director provided a letter identifying that the use could not be determined at the director level and that it needed to be elevated to the Board of County Commissioners for the final decision on how the code should be interpreted. That's based upon the Land Development Code section 221H that provides the board with the ultimate authority in interpreting the Land Development Code. So we made that formal request on July 2nd to the Board of County Commissioners, and that's the reason for the hearing today. You have a lot of documentation in your packet today. So first off, thank you so much for reviewing everything. We do understand that it's a lot. Included within your packet today, you have the original administrative determination application. That included a detailed analysis of the two potential findings and the supporting evidence that goes along with that. Included within your packet as well were some of the elements for the site development plan. The purpose of submitting just some of the elements of the site development plan was to demonstrate that the proposed Buc-ee's is meeting all of the objective standards of the Land Development Code. More recently, you've also received a letter from the Buc-ee's attorney that summarizes the reasons for approval and why it should be supported. Just for the record, I wanted to state that this presentation is in no way intended to replace any of the documents that's been submitted to date. The presentation is just intended to summarize and to supplement what's already been submitted. So today, just to be clear, we are not asking for any type of site development plan approval, any approval of grading plans, drainage plans, signage, or so on. We know that that would come at a later stage if a use is determined today. What we are asking for is that the board either make a finding that the use meets the definition of a convenience store or it's a similar use under the Land Development Code. We're asking that the board make this decision based purely upon the written text of the Land Development Code, including the definitions and the applicable review criteria.
We have a question from Vice Chair Nelson.
Sure. I'm just a question for our clerk. Do we have a hard copy of the letter reference that came from the attorney? Or do I need to pull it up on my email? What was the name?
It's Brady McShane.
Sorry again.
Brady McShane.
Okay, I will pull it up in my email. Thank you.
Yeah. And I believe that it's in the packet somewhere. I don't know what page it might be on, but I'm sure that between Ms. Harrington and Ms. Allred, they could figure it out for you.
And you said it came last night?
No, it did not. It came, I believe, on Friday. It came on Friday.
Oh, okay, then I've seen it. Thank you. I thought it was a very more last minute thing.
No.
Thank you.
My apologies for the confusion. It was last Friday.
Okay, then I already read it. Thank you so much.
So first, I thought that we should cover the zoning history of the property. As you all know, the zoning is what determines the permitted uses within each and every zone district. So in this case, the property has been zoned C1 since 1958. So it's been zoned C1 for 68 years. That's a pretty long time. Now, since the initial zoning came to be in 1958, there has been development in the adjacent parcels. So many of the adjacent parcels have been developed or they've been rezoned because in 1958, the surrounding area was for the most part vacant. But what has not changed is the zoning of this property. So for 68 years, as that property has been purchased or sold, they have been making that investment based upon the knowledge that they could develop the property as any one or any few of the uses that are allowed within the C1 zone district. Within the commercial zone district, you can actually have more than one principal use. So it's not just one principal use, you could implement multiple uses within the C1 zone district. Now, similarly, as each one of those adjacent parcels were either developed or bought or sold, they also made that investment with the knowledge that this property was zoned to C1 and that they should expect it to be developed as a commercial use at some point in the future. So that's all that the property owner is asking for today, is to be able to develop it the same way as they've had the right to for 68 years. Before we get further into the analysis, I wanted to cover just 3 of the specific rules of construction and interpretation listed within the Land Development Code. Obviously, there are many more than this, but these are the 3 that I thought were most pertinent to the request today. So first is 161 language, and it reads, "The language of this code shall be read literally. The rules of construction, definitions of specific terms, and abbreviations applicable to the interpretation of this code are provided in this chapter." So this one's pretty simple. It's telling you, read the words for what they are. Read it literally. Nothing additional should be added. Next is section 147, definitions. These definitions are not intended to establish regulations, but are intended to define the limits of specific uses and other standards. So as you were reading through your staff packet and you looked at the definitions that Ms. Harrington just referred to, you probably noticed that some of the definitions include specific limitations. So specific limits on the size and scale of some of those uses, whereas some of them did not. What this section means is if the definition includes a limitation, then that limitation applies, but when there is none, you can't infer that there's some additional silent limitation included. And then the last one is classification of uses, and this is from 515. The specific use shall control. So similarly, as you were reading through those definitions, you probably saw that many of the uses are really comprised of multiple components of other uses. But if there's a defined term within the Land Development Code, that defined term rules. If you're not familiar with what a Buc-ee's is, a Buc-ee's does sell groceries, ready-to-eat foods, beverages, over-the-counter medicines, household sundries, and other convenience merchandise. They also sell gasoline and have vehicle charging stations. What Buc-ee's is not, they're not a restaurant. They don't have any kind of on-site seating. They don't do any kind of vehicle repair, oil changes, installation of accessories, or mechanical work. They don't have any vehicle washing facilities in this particular location, and they actually don't allow for 18-wheelers on site at all. So this is not a place where semi-trucks or larger vehicles can come. They also don't have any showers. They don't allow for overnight parking, and there's no accommodations either. So first, I'm going to cover specifically the convenience store use and how we meet the definition of a convenience store under the code. Ms. Harrington already covered this, but I'm going to do it again just for the record. So a convenience store is an establishment for the purposes of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it's located Such items as groceries, ready-to-eat foods, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. A convenience store may include retail sales of gasoline and other petroleum products. There's a lot in this definition, so I thought it would be easiest if we divided it into the required criteria versus the optional criteria. So the first required criteria is that you offer for sale to the neighborhood in which it's located. The second required criteria is that you're offering items such as groceries, ready-to-eat foods, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. And then the last one I've listed as optional because of the word may. So may include retail sales of gasoline. So I'm going to cover each one of those criteria individually. So first, Buc-ee sells convenience goods. This is probably the easiest one to cover. So as you can see from these three images, the Buc-ee's is off to the left-hand side. That's the interior of a Buc-ee's. You can tell just from that image alone that they do sell groceries, ready-to-eat foods, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. I thought it was important to compare it to other convenience stores within El Paso County that El Paso County has already determined to be a convenience store. So you can tell that this is no different than a Circle K, a Come and Go, or not depicted here, but even a Maverick.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please make sure we're not disrupting the applicant. Thank you.
So the items that are sold here are exactly the same. They're selling convenience store goods and convenience store items. So the next is Buc-ee's offers goods to the neighborhood. So it's important to take a look at the words within that definition. So what is required is that you are offering goods for sale to the neighborhood. The code does not require that you're only serving local residents as a primary customer. It doesn't require that those customers are coming from a specific distance. There are no percentage of neighborhood patrons either. And really there's no customer origin threshold other than you're offering for sale to the neighborhood. I can sit here and tell you right now, absolutely they're going to offer for sale to the neighborhood. This is not a membership only location. This is not a co-op or anything similar. So anybody can come and purchase goods at a Buc-ee's store. Now, I understand that we have to use the language within the Land Development Code, so I want to take that just one step further and take a look at the definition of neighborhood within the Land Development Code. So the definition reads, primarily residential areas unified by shared characteristics, functional connections, and spatial perceptions. Elements which define or reinforce a neighborhood orientation include common design themes, pedestrian and bicycle linkages, shared facilities and public spaces, and identifiable boundaries, edges, or gateways. So the authors of the Land Development Code realized that a neighborhood is much more than just where you lay your head at night. A neighborhood includes where you work, where you go to school, where you recreate, where you spend your money, and it also includes how those areas are connected and all of those stops along the way. This Buc-ee's is just one of those stops along the way within the neighborhood. So if you're looking at how El Paso County has interpreted this definition in the past and how they've interpreted the neighborhood definition in the past, you could look at prior approvals. So the prior approvals could be a guide and a baseline for determining how El Paso County has interpreted and determined the specific elements that make up a neighborhood. So I have several examples of other convenience stores that have been approved by the county in the past. On the left-hand side is the Loaf and Jug off of Space Village. So in this instance, the neighborhood consists of people that are coming to and from Peterson. So they work in Peterson, they live elsewhere, they're stopping here on their way to or from work. And it also includes a lot of the industrial uses that are along Space Village. So in this instance, the neighborhood is comprised primarily of commuters. The next one is the 7-Eleven off of Glen Eagle Gate View. In this instance, it also includes commuters. As we know, there are many, many people that use Northgate to get to and from work, getting on and off I-25, and then also if they work at the Air Force Academy, they would use Northgate. So it also includes the commuters, just like the first example. But in addition to the commuters, there are residents nearby. You can kind of see just above, there's some townhomes or apartments, so they may be able to walk over and go to this convenience store. But if you look at the larger area, this is included within an entertainment center within the city limits of Colorado Springs. So this neighborhood is also comprised of travelers coming to this area. They may be coming to or from the Ford Amphitheater, to or from Topgolf, or any one of the destinations in this location.
Wait, pause just a second. A question for Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, Ms. Dossi, on this one, you said it's included in the city of Colorado Springs. I would like to point out when it was approved, it was El Paso County.
Oh, I apologize. So this particular, every single example of the convenience stores that I'm going to provide are within unincorporated El Paso County.
Okay.
The elements that are within the city of Colorado Springs are the destinations. So the destination of Ford Amphitheater. Thank you for that question and giving me an opportunity to clarify.
Well, I know the city now owns all of Northgate Boulevard, so part of your statement was correct, but I just wanted to point out the El Paso County code is different from the city code. So I didn't want to I wanted to make sure that distinction was made. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next example is the Circle K off of Highway 24. This one is very, very similar to the first two examples. So primarily commuter traffic on Highway 24, in addition to the residents that are off of Swing Line to the south. The last one is different though. So the very last example that you see here is off of Highway 85-87. There are probably even fewer residents in the area. There's a mobile home park that's adjacent, but the rest of what makes up this neighborhood is commuter traffic coming to and from work, or possibly to and from the city of Colorado Springs or Fountain. So the most recent example of a board action regarding a convenience store is the Fuel Bees, which is located off of Highway 94. Now, the board approved a rezone, and with that rezone included within the staff packet, as well as the agenda, it stated that they were rezoning the property for the purposes of expanding and legalizing a convenience store and a gas station. Now, this was in 2022, so Madam Chair and Commissioner Williams, I don't know if you guys remember this, you were sitting at the board at the time, but this convenience store represents almost entirely commuter traffic, and even more so, travelers likely from out of El Paso County. This is even further east than the base. There's very few residents in this area, so in this instance, El Paso County and the Board of County Commissioners recognize that a neighborhood also includes travelers from elsewhere. So as you can see through the interpretations that El Paso County and the board have provided in the past, a neighborhood could be either very small, just a few blocks, or it could be, you know, hundreds of miles potentially based on this last example. So you could.
I think we have a question from Commissioner Weissel.
Thank you. You mentioned that this piece of property back in 22 was rezoned. What was it and what did it end up being rezoned to?
Sure, let me grab that real quick. Okay, so I've got the packet, the staff packet here actually. So it was being rezoned from A35 to the CS zone district, and it specifically identifies within the staff packet and on the agenda that the purpose for that rezone was to allow for a convenience store and a gas station. So the zoning district is actually irrelevant because what we're talking about is the use categorization.
And obviously it was after the C1 was obsoleted. So when you mentioned rezone, I just wanted to know what it was. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as you can see off to the right-hand side, the proposed Buc-ee's is situated similar to all of these other approvals. This is no different than any of the other approvals that either El Paso County on a staff level or at the board level have issued. The neighborhood in this instance will be comprised of really all of the elements that we've already talked about. It's going to include residents that are directly in the area. It will include commuters, either, somebody from Woodmore. They might live in Woodmore, they work over in Palmer Lake, or, coming up and down I-25. And then it also may include those travelers. So this is not unlike anything else that the county has approved in the past. I know the neighborhood, that was a lot of talking on my part. Are there any questions about the neighborhood aspect before I move on? Okay, thank you. So one of the other questions that I would anticipate to come up would be the size. The Land Development Code doesn't include any limitation within the definition of a convenience store regarding the size of the structure. There's no building size limitation. There's no limitation on the number of fuel dispensers that you can have. There's no customer volume limitation either. Instead, the way that the uses within the C1 zone district are limited are through objective standards only. So during the site development plan review, staff looks at, does this proposed development meet the setback requirements, the height requirements, the landscaping, drainage, and so on, and that's how they determine really the size. So on a single piece of property, you could reasonably fit, if it's a 1 acre property, you probably could reasonably fit a much smaller store than on a larger parcel like what we're talking about today. Additionally, when you're going through the site development plan review, you have to demonstrate that you can mitigate all of your potential impacts. So if you're not able to mitigate your potential impacts, then that may be a reason for you to scale back on what your proposed use is. But if there's no limitation included specifically within the definition, then the board cannot arbitrarily add limitations to the size of structures. Now you can feel good that that's the case, because wherever the Land Development Code does intend to provide such limits, it does so very, very specifically. And there's 3 different ways that the Land Development Code imposes similar types of limitations. It could be within the definitions. So for example, a gas station, you can't have any more than 3 service bays. So what this does is that really limits the scale and intensity of a gas station. Next could be through the principal uses footnotes. So for example, a greenhouse can't be any more than 1 acre. So that's the size limitation on the actual structure. And then lastly, it could be limited through the use-specific standards of the code. So for example, agri-tainment, you can't have any more than 50 vehicles on site. That's limiting the traffic. Or an accessory living quarters can't exceed 1,500 square feet. That's a limitation on the size of the structure as well. So in this case, there is no limitation included within the definition. There's no footnotes that apply here, and there's no use-specific standards. So the size of the structure is irrelevant. So Buc-ee's also includes fuel sales, which fuel sales are expressly permitted within the definition of a convenience store. Buc-ee's is not a gas station. I'll read this definition for you. So the definition of a gas station is a property where the retail sale of gasoline, diesel fuel, oil, or other fuel for vehicles, and which may include as an incidental use the retail sale and installation of vehicle accessories, the making of minor repairs, and facilities for washing and servicing of not more than 3 vehicles completely enclosed in a structure. So I already told you when I was discussing what Buc-ee's is not, that Buc-ee's doesn't do any of these other things. So there's no vehicle repair, no parts for sale, no washing stations or anything similar to that. And it's important to compare these two definitions. So convenience store, the convenience store definition, when you read it, it is purely customer oriented. When you read the definition of a gas station, it is vehicle oriented. So convenience stores, it's intended to be convenient location to purchase your goods. A gas station is intended to be a place that you may fill up, but you're also repairing your vehicle. So those are two very, very different things. And also the potential impacts are very, very different within the two uses as well, which is why they're allowed in different zone districts. Buc-ee's is not a truck stop, so a truck stop reads as an establishment that provides maintenance, repair, storage, and other services to commercial vehicles and their drivers, which may include, but are not limited to, fuel, accessories or parts, overnight accommodations, restaurant facilities, or any combination thereof. So again, I already mentioned 18-wheelers are not allowed here. You can't stay overnight here. There won't be any overnight accommodations. You can't stay in your car overnight, and there's no kind of repair allowed. Similar to the gas station and how the definitions are different, the truck stop is clearly oriented towards truckers. These are people that are coming here, and what it's designed for is truckers. So they need a place to stay overnight. They need a place to shower, and this is the place that they go for that. They don't go to a Buc-ee's. So Buc-ee's meets the code definition of a convenience store. When you read the definition, and you read it literally, it's convenience sales that are being offered for sale to the neighborhood, and it includes fuel sales. The use complies completely with all applicable zoning requirements. So the property's longstanding C1 zoning grants the right to develop permitted uses within the district. Because the proposed Buc-ee's meets the code definition of a convenience store, a permitted use by right, the requested determination should be approved. So commissioners, before I move on to similar use, I want to ask if there are any questions about the convenience store analysis.
Questions from Commissioner Weissong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see numbers on your slide, but if you want to go back to slide 17.
I'll probably just see if I can exit. That'll be an easier way to do it. Sure.
In your definition of a neighborhood, you talk about common design themes, pedestrian and bicycle linkage. From what I saw in the packet and some of the detail that you've submitted, I don't see any kind of access for pedestrian or bicycle crossing Beacon Light Road, being that the only inbound traffic is going to be on Beacon Light Road. And remind me again, how many vehicles per day are you estimating?
So Commissioner, the specific site plan review and the review by staff to determine if pedestrian connections are required is an aspect of the site development plan. It's not something that's really intended for today. So I won't respond as to the actual...
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please adhere to our rules of decorum and do not interrupt the applicant. Thank you.
So I won't respond to the actual design because that'll be reviewed at the site development plan stage. But Commissioner, El Paso County is actually currently upgrading Beacon Light Road to meet the county's standard. And so if that were required, that may be a part of their project today, but that's somewhat outside of the scope of today's hearing. And then what was the second part to your question?
Well, that was the key question because that is a fundamental definition of neighborhoods. That's why I was asking
Sure.
that you're looking at pedestrian and bicycle linkage. Next question I have.
Commissioner, let me respond to that one really quickly
Okay.
before you ask the next one. So I wanted to just point to the examples that I covered. Some of these examples include pedestrian connections of, sidewalks and linkages and things like that. But the most recent example, the fuel bees, doesn't include any kind of pedestrian linkage. So when the board has interpreted both the convenience store definition and the neighborhood definition in the past and in the most recent instance, that was not a required element.
All right, well, we'll save that one, obviously. Slide 21, please. From a standpoint of, on the right-hand side, you're saying that site development plan review, but that is not what we're doing today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I was just curious why that was on the slide. Then slide 25. As you had stressed earlier, that in May is a qualifier. So when you say gas station, it's a property where retail sale of gasoline, diesel fuel oil, and other fuel for vehicles. That's basically the primary. And then it says and may include. And you've listed here that what Buc-ee's is not. So I just wanted to clarify that you're saying that earlier that it may include, and then you're detailing below that what you're not doing, but that's really immaterial because it's after the may include.
Sure, Commissioner. That's a good question, and I can clarify that. So Buc-ee's is not primarily a gas station. That is not their primary use. That's if you look at their data on their customers, not everybody that goes there even fills up with gas. What everybody does go there for, though, is the convenience goods. So that's another reason why they're not a gas station. I also think that the definition should be read holistically as well to explain what the other elements that you might expect at a gas station are. And I believe that these two definitions read very, very differently.
Then we've got a debate of literally, which you had specified earlier. So we've got to make sure that we're reading this the same. So if it's literal, it's written down. So I just wanted to clarify. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yeah, and a Buc-ee's doesn't meet any aspect of this definition because they're not primarily for gasoline sales, and they don't include any of the mays either. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to go over that again.
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I have one question, and I don't know if this would be addressed in your traffic study presentation or if we're doing that today, actually. When you talk about the neighborhood definition in the Buc-ee's data, do you find that the neighborhood also includes, are you going to be getting a lot of high school students from Palmer Ridge attending this to grab lunch? Because your neighborhood right now doesn't go that far out. And so that might be more for your traffic study person.
So the neighborhood certainly could go that far out. So the neighborhood, as El Paso County has historically interpreted, a neighborhood includes all of the linkages. So the neighborhood includes where you go to school, where you live, where you spend your money, and so on. So the neighborhood absolutely does include that school. So you could go to school stop at a Buc-ee's to grab a drink and then go home or go for a hike, for example. So that is an aspect of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before the applicant proceeds? Ready to continue.
Okay, thank you. So next I'll cover the similar use analysis. So within the Land Development Code, there are very specific criteria for the board to make a similar use determination. So the first one is the function, performance, characteristics, and location requirements of the unlisted use shall be consistent with the purpose and description of the zoning district where it's proposed. The second, the unlisted use is compatible with the uses specifically allowed in the district and similar in characteristics such as traffic and parking generation, noise, glare, vibration, and dust. So similar to the analysis on convenience store, I wanted to break these up into specific parts because there's a lot here. So first is 1A, the function and performance characteristics are consistent with the purpose and description of C1. 1B, the location requirements are consistent with the purpose and description of C1. 2A, the use is compatible with the uses specifically allowed in C1. And 2B, the use is similar in characteristics such as traffic and parking generation, noise, glare, vibration, dust, to the uses allowed in the C1. Now, before I get into the analysis, I wanted to point out that this is a different analysis entirely. So this is not saying, is this a convenience store? We're saying, is it a similar use to all of the uses within the C1 zone district? Not a single specific use, all of the uses. So finding 1A, the function and performance characteristics are consistent with the purpose and description of C1. The purpose statement of C1 is the district is established for the purpose of providing for commercial activities. This is general commercial. There's no additional descriptors regarding the nature or type of commercial within this zone district. So if you look at general commercial and the functional characteristics of a general commercial activity, it would be providing goods and services to the public, supporting retail, office, service, entertainment, or other commercial activities, and serving customers, clients, or businesses in a commercial setting. So absolutely, the proposed Buc-ee's provides goods to the public. It supports retail, and it serves both customers as well as businesses. Next, taking a look at the performance characteristics, you would anticipate the performance characteristics to include traffic generation, parking, lighting, deliveries and loading activities, as well as signage. If you've read the packet or taken a look at the proposed site plan, you can see that it is traffic generating. Parking will be on site. There will be lighting. There'll be loading areas as well as signage. So it perfectly matches both the function and performance characteristics within the C1 zone district. Finding 1B, the location requirements are consistent with the purpose and description of C1. So if you're looking at the location requirements for a commercial property, they need to have access to major public roads. They should be visible from major public streets. They should have traffic circulation and access. And then lastly, and probably most importantly, the site should be situated in an area intended for commercial development. So this property is adjacent to Interstate 25, so they're right along a major roadway. Additionally, they're adjacent to Palmer Divide and Beacon Light, so they have access. They have traffic and circulation accounted for on site as well. And as I said before, this property has been zoned C1 for 68 years, so it's always been intended to be utilized for commercial purposes. Finding 2A, the use is compatible with the uses specifically allowed in the C1 zone district. So on this screen here, I have all of the permitted uses within the C1 zone district. Down below, you'll see that I've got the definition from the Land Development Code of compatibility. So the definition reads, the characteristics of different uses, activities, or designs which allow them to be located near or adjacent to another in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures. Other important characteristics that affect compatibility are landscaping, lighting, noise, odor, and architecture. Compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, compatibility refers to the sensitivity of the proposed use, activity, or design in maintaining the character of existing development within the vicinity. So what we're talking about is that this proposed use is compatible with the big, huge list that you see on the screen there. If we look specifically at some of the elements that determine compatibility, the first one is height. Well, all of these uses have to meet the same height requirement of the zone district, so you're actually the same as there. If you look at scale, mass, and bulk, many of the uses that are included are traditionally large-scale structures. Indoor amusement center, so Sky Zone, Avasa, they're large structures. If you look at commercial or retail as part of an overall shopping center, so Falcon Marketplace or Polaris Point, that is also large structures. A hotel is a large structure. And then additionally, any kind of general retail sales usually includes a large structure as well. The other characteristics include landscaping, lighting, noise, odor, and architecture. All of these uses have to comply with the land development codes, landscaping, lighting, and noise aspects. So they are absolutely compatible because in this instance, they're the same as. If you look at the architectural components, what's being proposed here is very similar to any of the architecture that you might expect in many of these uses as well. So the proposed use is absolutely compatible with the other uses within the zone district. 2B, the use is similar in characteristic to uses specifically allowed, and then it provides such as traffic and parking generation, noise, glare, vibration, and dust. So, you know, we could go into a deep dive on almost all of these uses, but I'm sure that you guys probably don't want to sit through all of that today. So I'm going to just choose to cover a few of them. So that's going to include commercial or retail as part of an overall shopping center, a restaurant, general retail sales, or theater. So a restaurant may include uses like a Chick-fil-A, Dutch Brothers, Texas Roadhouse. The Land Development Code doesn't separate out fast food versus a sit-down restaurant. And then for general retail sales, it may include a Target, Costco, Bass Pro Shop, or even IKEA. And then lastly is theater. So that could include something similar to a Broadmoor World Arena or Pikes Peak Center. So first, I will cover similar in characteristic to traffic and parking generation. So included within your packet, we have a few conceptual site plans for this similar use analysis. We thought that it was important to kind of go this extra step to demonstrate that these are reasonable similar uses that we're providing. So we did that in looking at the Land Development Code's requirements, making sure that what we put together would meet all of the setback requirements. We would have accounted for drainage and utilities on site, and that the parking that's depicted also is in compliance with what the Land Development Code requires. To go along with that is the trip generation memo. And so that trip generation memo was based upon the ITE as well, which is the accepted standard. So Buc-ee's will actually generate similar or even lesser than the few comparables that we chose to dive deeper into. More specifically is during that PM peak hour trip. The PM peak hour trip is really what determines the roadway classification, and it's also what's utilized when determining if roadway improvements are required. Another reason why the PM peak hour is an important measure of comparable is because that PM peak hour includes not only the commuter traffic, but it also includes recreational traffic. So that represents, worst case scenario, really. Buc-ee's requires similar to or lesser parking than any of the examples provided within the concept plans. Additionally, I wanted to point out that a parking lot is actually a permitted use within the C1 zoning district. So if we're talking about similar in characteristics to other uses specifically allowed, and we're talking about parking generation, you could actually develop this entire site as a parking lot and be in compliance with the C1 zone district. So clearly, we're similar in characteristic as far as parking is considered. So this is what came out of that trip generation memo. Over on the right-hand side, you can see at the very bottom is the Buc-ee's total PM peak hour, which is 1,679 trips. Right above that is the Super Center, which is at 1,763. So a little bit above, but pretty darn close to what Buc-ee's is anticipating. And then next is general retail, and that is at 2,872, so a little bit more than 1,000 trips per day over, so significantly higher. And then lastly is that theater or concert venue, and that's listed as 3,268 trips, so just about double. So if you look at the traffic and if you look to see, are we similar in characteristic to the traffic that's allowed within other uses in the C1 zone district, we are similar and even lesser than. So next is the uses similar in characteristics to uses specifically allowed, and specifically noise, glare, vibration, and dust. So for noise, the noise is going to be exactly the same as what is anticipated for any of the uses that will result in the need for parking. The use will have to comply with the board's adopted noise ordinance, and this property is located on I-25. The noise anticipated for a use, any use along I-25, any commercial use along I-25 will be similar. We all know the interstate is pretty loud. So for glare, there are no glare standards within the Land Development Code, so our analysis was based upon the lighting standards instead of glare specifically, because that's not in the code. So for the lighting characteristics, again, it's going to be similar to any of the uses allowed within the C1 zone district that would result in the need for parking. The proposed use will comply with all aspects of the Land Development Code's lighting standards, including the maximum foot candles on site, foot candles at the property boundary, all lighting being shielded and downcast. And then the last one is vibration and dust. This is a customer-oriented use. This is not a industrial type use, so vibration and dust really are not a defining characteristic of this use. It's going to be a fully improved commercial site, so it'll be similar in characteristic because it's not going to generate any additional vibration or dust. Within the Land Development Code, under the similar use determination, there is this specific section that's on the screen before you. I won't read this whole section of the code. Essentially what it says is if you receive approval of a similar use under the Land Development Code, you have to meet all other aspects of the Land Development Code. And so the development will comply with all other aspects of the Land Development Code. So just to conclude and summarize, you have two options before you today. For the reasons identified in the presentation and further identified in ADM 264 and APP 261, the Board of County Commissioners should approve the appeal and issue a use determination confirming that the proposed Buc-ee's constitutes a permitted convenience store in the C1 zone district, or alternatively and independently, the proposed Buc-ee's qualifies as a similar permitted commercial use within the C1 zone district because it's consistent with the district's purpose, it's compatible with other permitted uses, and is similar in operational characteristics to a broad range of commercial uses allowed in the C1 zone district. Are there any questions on either the similar use or convenience store?
Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could go back to your traffic slide 35.
Sure.
You're looking at general retail, you put an aggregate down.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You put an aggregate of 35,000 and you made reference to that. And you're looking at, Buc-ee's is at 22,000. Just with, you've got a single entity. I'm just trying to understand how you came to some of your numbers. You're including all of those. Is that something that literally is doable on the acreage that you've mapped out?
Yeah, that's a great question. So included within your packet are the conceptual site plans, and those conceptual site plans demonstrate that you can fit exactly what's shown in this table on that property while meeting all of the standards of the C1 zone district, including the number of parking spaces, the landscaping requirements, as well as drainage.
Okay. Question being is that you now reference back to site plan again, and you said that's not to be interpreted. So I'm
Sure.
kind of getting confused here.
Sure, I understand the confusion. So there are two different things. So similar use requires you to look at other similar uses that could be developed on this particular property. So Commissioner, instead of just telling you, believe us, we can fit all of this on the property, we chose to put together a site plan to further demonstrate that you can fit what's being shown on the screen on the property while meeting the dimensional standards of the C1.
Okay.
So they're not the same. We're not trying to say that you are approving a site plan today or you should look at the site plan today. This is only intended to be utilized for the similar use so that we could further demonstrate that this is a fair assessment. We're not just coming up with numbers and trying to make it work in our favor.
Okay, I may need to come back to that. Thank you.
Commissioner Applegate.
Thank you. Do you have rough, foot traffic numbers, like how many people from the area or from a neighborhood would use, say, like a Buc-ee's on daily or weekly or annual basis?
We don't have that within the analysis because traditionally when you're submitting to a jurisdiction, they really only care about the traffic and how that's going to impact the surrounding roadway network. So that's not something that I have available.
Okay, thank you.
I think, Commissioner, as I'm thinking more about your question, is your question geared towards the neighborhood aspect or is it geared towards similar use where you?
The neighborhood aspect, like the people that live nearby, near that location.
Yeah, okay. So let me just go back to these examples. So in all of these examples here, you can see that some of them would include foot traffic, whereas others clearly are not going to include much foot traffic, if any foot traffic. Most people coming to the Loaf and Jug on Space Village are going to drive there. They're not going to walk there. You may see a few people from the 7-Eleven, maybe a few people from 24, very, very few from Highway 85, 87. And the board's most recent action regarding a convenience store, the Fuel Bees,
Right.
would include pretty much none.
Right, but I'm saying like if somebody lives, say, within like a mile or two of the location, or they're within city limits of like a municipality that's nearby, like what numbers do you see there based on that? So even if they had to drive a couple miles, but
Oh,
then
you're
then they
saying
go in
from-
within that, what, who in the neighborhood percentage-wise is like
Sure.
using, say, this location?
Sure. So you're saying
Like the percentage of
For this
locals basically
location,
using the location,
who
yeah.
could walk there today?
No, I'm saying like who in the area would come there, would you drive, whether they drive or whether they walk or whatever, but who would use that? That's nearby, that's within, say, a surrounding, say like a 5-mile radius.
Okay. That's not something that I can answer.
Okay, you don't have, okay.
I don't know if they even have that kind of data available at their other stores. That's not, I guess that's not something that you usually look at. Usually you just look at the traffic.
Okay, all righty.
Commissioner Weisong.
Going back to 34, oh, actually going forward for you. You help me understand your middle, if the Buc-ee's generate similar or fewer PM peak hours, if it kind of fits into that neighborhood convenience store, aren't a lot of the people going on the way home from work, stopping by to get, that jug of milk or loaf of bread or whatever it is? And wouldn't that actually increase your traffic load?
It doesn't. It doesn't increase it from what's allowed within the C1 zone district, because the code is asking you to look at all of the uses that are allowed within the C1 zone district. And is it similar and characteristic to those uses allowed within the C1 zone district? So the Buc-ee's traffic study identifies that it's 1,679 trips in the PM peak, versus if you look at the other scenarios that we've chose to do a deeper dive into, they're either similar to, so the supercenter is similar to, or greater than. And this is based upon the Buc-ee's traffic study, which the Buc-ee's traffic study is based on, many, many stores that they have throughout America at this point. So they're familiar with their traffic and their trip generation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions at this time? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so it appears that the applicants concluded their presentation.
I'm sorry, let me just verify. Brady, did you have anything to add before we conclude? Okay, yes, we are done. I almost forgot. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so I think this is a good time to take about a 15-minute break. Just as a reminder to everyone on where we are at in this process. The public input portion of this meeting will begin when we return. So I want to remind you to pay attention to where you are in the queue if you are choosing to speak. If you have questions about that during the break, please make sure that you do find a staff member, get your questions answered, and we will come back in 15 minutes. So that puts us at 10:35. Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. I know we went a bit longer than intended. We have a lot of coordination going on, so I apologize for the delay and appreciate your patience. We are going to move into the public input portion of this hearing. Before we begin, I first want to say thank you all for your cooperation as we are trying very diligently to make sure that we have as good of organization as we can in this process for the benefit of everyone to run an orderly meeting here. The first thing is, obviously you all have a red lanyard. I would ask that you make sure that you are wearing that lanyard and it's visible for our security team because we are at capacity of the building and we do want to make sure that we are adhering to safety limits. If you somehow manage to sneak in, this is not an R-rated video, movie, and you're not 17. So if you manage to sneak in and didn't get a red badge, I would ask that you voluntarily follow the rules and remove yourself so that security does not have to do so. Hopefully we didn't have any of those, but just wanted to remind you all. So we are going to start the public input portion of the hearing. So there are a few things I want to go over to just make sure you all understand and we move through sufficiently. I'm going to point to this again. If you have not looked at this booklet, please do look at our rules of decorum and understand how we're going to proceed through. This is a good guide for you. The list of speakers and speaker order is online. It is linked to the same website that you use to sign up to speak. And the list is divided into those who are signed up to testify in favor and those who signed up to testify against. All of the speakers signed up to provide evidence in favor are going to speak first, followed by all those who signed up to provide evidence against. Because of the large number of people here today, we have created a process to queue speakers up in order. The first thing to note is the queuing area. That queuing area is upstairs in the lobby. It's the set of chairs that you passed when you were coming into the auditorium. You will need to report to that queuing area at the appropriate time, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. If you are watching this online, because the auditorium is at fire code capacity, you can access the queuing area via the front entrance to Centennial Hall off Cascade Avenue. There are staff out front that will direct you to the queuing area. It's important that you don't arrive too early or too late to the queuing area when it's your time to speak. I would ask that you please pay close attention to the online list of speakers as well as any notifications you receive. If you did not enter any contact information when you signed up, it's especially important for you to watch the published list of speakers online and head to the speaker queuing area when there are about 36 people in front of you on the list. We should be able to get through, I believe, a pro panel and possibly 2 opposition panels before it is time for us to break for lunch for planning purposes. I'm doing the best I can to set expectations, but no, things are in flux, so we're gonna try to make that work. If you entered your cell phone number when you registered to provide testimony in person, you will receive a text message during the hearing when you need to report to the queuing area. However, please also watch the list of speakers. We can't be held accountable for any technical errors that might occur if you've got one of those messaging systems that doesn't allow you to receive unknown messages or things like that, so please do not rely on that solely. Okay, so behind me and on the screens, you will see a list of names. If your name shows up on that list, please move very quickly and expeditiously to the queuing area upstairs. Please follow the directions of staff once you get to the designated speaking, or to the queuing area to stay in the designated speaking order. Then staff will escort you back into this room and up to these microphones. You'll be lined up behind one of the 3 microphones here. We have 1, 2, and 3. The first person at the microphone will speak, followed by the first person at microphone 1 will speak, followed by the first person at microphone 2, then on to 3, and then we'll return and recognize the next person at microphone 1. So we will go through that for each panel. So 1, 2, 3. I think we can all at least count to 3. Your time will begin once I recognize you to speak at your microphone. Based on the number of people here today, I have decided that we will do 1.5 minutes per speaker. We had considerably less than we thought might attend, and so I think that that is the most appropriate to keep our meeting orderly today. That speaking time will be strictly enforced. So once your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. Please adhere to those and be respectful of the next people in line so that they are not obscured while they have their time to speak. Okay, so important things, you'll need to state your name before you begin providing your evidence. And please remember that the number of people that are testifying for or against a project will not outweigh evidence that the project meets the legal criteria for approval. This is very important. It's also important to keep your comments focused on the item being considered and the criteria that is required. Comments that are not related to those criteria cannot be considered by the board. Also, please avoid repeating the same points that have already been made and instead share new or different information that you would like the board to consider that is related to the criteria. So I'm going to ask you all for your cooperation. You've been a great group so far this morning to adhere to that. And remember, it doesn't matter how many. That I know some people have said that might be true. That's not how it works here. Legally, the number of people for or against is not how we can make our decision. It is based on that criteria. So if you are repeating something, please make it brief or don't do it at all. If you've already heard a speaker who has said what you think needs to be said, it's okay for you to choose not to speak. If you have already heard a speaker who talked about a specific issue and you want to say ditto to what that person said, that's okay too. It is very important that we consider the criteria for the fairness of this hearing, so I just ask for all of your cooperation with that today. Once you have finished, you can return to your seat if you have a red badge. If you do not have a red badge, which means that you were not able to get in before we hit that fire code capacity, when you get finished speaking, you're going to need to exit the room because we cannot exceed the fire code capacity. So just please keep that in mind. Again, you guys have been a great group so far this morning. Let's keep that up. Let's all follow the rules and make this an orderly meeting. Okay, with that, I believe we are ready to move into the public input portion, beginning with those speakers who are here to speak in favor of this application or of the appeal.
Ready? All right. Chris Jube, Monument, resident for 26 years, business owner, 2 properties, very much in support of this development. I actually have a personal connection with this because before I owned 2 properties, I did walk this property and considered it. Knew full well it was C1 zoning and jurisdiction there, and I understood that something big was going on there. When I was walking the property with my son, who's watching from Oklahoma, but when we were walking the properties, I literally said, "This looks like a good place for a Target, not what I wanted to build." So we walked away from that property and went to on the other side of town and everything. But that's the idea. Our site development codes are there for a reason to help guide landowners on how they want to develop it. And we got to stick to that code. We can't be a county that doesn't like something and then finds a way to interpret the code to not like it or to push it out. And I mean, I saw that presentation. I was watching from outside. And frankly, I cannot read the definition of a convenience store any differently than a Buc-ee's. And so I stand in total 100% favor of this development. I hope you decide in that favor.
Thank you. We'll move on to microphone 2.
Good morning, Commissioners. And yes, it is still morning. Matt Dunstan. I was born in El Paso County 58 years ago. My family and I live and work in the Tri-Lakes area. I've been involved in a lot of construction development. I've been involved with D38 school, helping and volunteering. We provided the site for Monument Academy East Campus, and we just like to really be involved in this community. When we first moved in, there was no Safeway, there was nothing in the I-25, no Jackson Creek, nothing. And we watched the growth occur over time, and there has been opposition. As you can, and the opposition has a tendency to grow and get more, the more people, you end up getting more opposition. But this particular site makes a lot of sense. It is a convenience store, no matter how large it may be, for all intents and purposes. It meets the standard of a convenience store. And the other thing I would add is along the I-25 corridor that there are big box stuff, and that's what the code talks about, is big box stuff along the I-25 corridor. The only other thing I'm going to add, I'm going to try to be fast, is there's 4 people signed up to speak. It's hard to muster the courage. Of the 4 people that mustered the courage to sign up and speak, 2 of them showed up, and that's Mr. Jube and myself. This is tough. At Palmer Lake, we got shouted down, couldn't even speak. Thank you guys for having the willingness to conduct a good meeting that's professional. Thank you very much. I would say that bravery.
Your time's expired. Thank you. All righty. I believe that concludes the speakers that are here for the 4 panel, and we can proceed with the next panel of speakers and those who are against. Okay, we'll proceed with speaker 1.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Quander, and I represent nearby landowners who oppose Buc-ee's appeal. Simply put, Buc-ee's is not a convenience store as defined in your code. First, it does not primarily serve the neighborhood in which it is located. Buc-ee's chose this location to capture interstate travelers on I-25, not to serve local residents. Second, it's 74,000 square feet. It sells a much broader range of goods than your code lists out for a convenience store. And third, gas sales are not incidental to this use, which is what your code requires. With 120 fuel pumps and 790 parking spaces, fuel service is a defining feature of this project, much like the gas stations and truck stops that are expressly prohibited in C1. These impacts, including significant traffic, parking, bright lights, noise, signage, and water demands, are fundamentally different from the neighborhood-serving uses permitted in the C1 zone. A facility of this scale is a regional travel center, as Buc-ee's repeatedly calls itself in its own application materials. It is not a convenience store. I submitted a letter into the record dated August 24th, explaining in greater detail why Buc-ee's is not a convenience store and is not comparable in scale, characteristics, or impact to any other permitted use in the C1 zone district. Please deny Buc-ee's appeal, follow the letter and intent of your code, and require Buc-ee's to rezone to a district more compatible with their proposed use. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
My name is Virginia Monroe. The evidence presented today describes a facility built to serve interstate travelers passing through, not a neighborhood buying groceries and sundries. By Buc-ee's own numbers, it does not. An engineering report prepared for the town of Palmer Lake water system, addressing an entirely unregulatory question, independently found that, quote, Buc-ee's travel center serves a high volume of non-local customers, unquote. On that basis, the report determined that an on-site Buc-ee's water system would constitute a, quote, transient non-community water system, unquote, under Colorado's primary drinking water regulations. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Good morning. Ian Griffiths. I raised my family and founded my real estate investment business here 41 years ago. I'm versed in property rights and land use. You've been sent a legal opinion detailing why Buc-ee's does not fit the definition of convenience store. Please read this before making a decision. The National Association of Convenience Stores states that the average size of a convenience store is 3,041 square feet. The Buc-ee's big box is 75,000 square feet with 120 gas pumps and a 100-foot, 24-hour lighted sign at the grand entry of El Paso County and adjacent to and at the high point of our state's most significant open space project near the largest wildlife crossing in North America. A convenience store serves a neighborhood and obviously does not draw outsiders from a 500-mile radius. The Tri-Lakes community has been through 2 years of meetings, petitions, and election, all of which have demonstrated overwhelming opposition to this project. It has caused much division and stress in our community. Many of us have wasted our time and incurred much expense. Please do your duty, represent your constituents, and follow normal procedures for a zoning request. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
I'm John Suthers, a lifetime resident of El Paso County, and while my law firm represents landowners in the vicinity of the proposed Buc-ee's who oppose the project, I appear today on my own volition. As one who believes that the Greenland Ranch is the best open space project in the history of Colorado, one that preserves 21,000 acres of scenic prairie-to-peak vistas from dense urbanization. It would be one thing if what was proposed was truly a convenience store with a small square footage imprint that catered to local residents seeking necessities like milk and bread. But by its own description, Buc-ee's is a travel center, a combination restaurant, department store, and huge gas station with 120 pumps, catering to the 80,000 vehicles per day that pass by on I-25. That means a very large facility that will, among other things, cast light pollution far into the adjacent open space and significantly degrade its intended tranquility. Commissioners, common sense tells us this is not a convenience store. I know it, and you know it. The rule of law requires that the proposed project undergoes the rezoning process your code requires. Please ensure that happens. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
My name is Robbie Larson. In their August 3rd, 26 letter, the Monument Town Council urged the commissioners to uphold the determination and deny the applicant's request for administrative approval of the proposed development as a convenience store use within the existing C1 commercial zoning district. The Town Council is concerned that increased traffic volumes may affect emergency response times and place additional operational demands on public safety agencies serving the region. These impacts should be fully evaluated through an appropriate public review process, rather than assumed to be consistent with those impacts associated with a conventional convenience store. Along with the Monument Town Council, I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 26 determination undisturbed. I live on Doewood. It would be right in my backyard. Please say no to this. I would not visit it anyway. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Steve Draper, Colorado Estates Monument. Buc-ee's asks for a literal reading, then read it, quote, for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it's located. They read the following part about groceries. They skip the first part about serving the neighborhood. Your code says a neighborhood is primarily residential areas. There are neighborhood houses directly across the road and a church. Buc-ee says what connects this site to that neighborhood is Interstate 25. Their own study puts 93% of the trips to and from Interstate 25. That doesn't serve the neighborhood. It turns Beacon Light Road from a local classification into a minor arterial. 9,600 cars a day for Buc-ee's. Today, it's 436 cars. All supporting a 74,000 square foot structure with fuel storage their own engineer calls a fuel tank farm. 800 parking spaces, it never closes. Do not let them go through the back door, please. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Hi, Matthew Grubesic. I think we're splitting hairs here. This is the convenience store. It is a gas station, and involved in the code doesn't allow for a gas station on this site. So when El Paso County wrote the code, they thought about this exact situation. They defined gas station and they defined convenience store. They knew a convenience store might sell gas, so they said so. And then because a property could look like both, they wrote the tiebreaker, section 5.1.5. One sentence, the specific use shall control the general use. They also wrote that a listing to use one distinct excludes where it isn't listed, and that interpretation may waive a code standard. This isn't a gap, this is the code working for us. The federal government reached the same place. Since 2007, every Buc-ee's filing, the Patent Office, OSHA, in 5 states, the Federal Highway Administration, lands in the gas station category. Everyone has figured this out except this application. So I suggest you look in regards to this as being a gas station, and it shouldn't go in this parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Good morning. I am Warren Dean. I've lived in El Paso County for 50 years. Got extensive experience with commercial development and land use issues very specifically. We've heard plenty of details regarding the whether Buc-ee's is a convenience store, gas station, or whatever. It's clearly not either of those. In terms of this 80,000 square foot size, 120 gas pumps, the incompatibility, which is key, the incompatibility with the surrounding uses, and clearly it should be excluded from the C1 zone. It's not to scale, it's not consistent with existing uses, and it's not compatible. And those are important considerations with a rezone. Please keep in mind an alternative perspective. They're asking you to basically stretch the C1 use category outlined in the LDC. Well, Palmer Lake has spoken. Monument City Council has spoken. The community has gathered signatures to have a public referendum. Those are now on hold. They're in front of you all now for a reason. They were going to lose that, and they are changing a different angle, and you guys are sort of the stooge to get around the local community's desires. Given that, it's a community of rural character, large lots, and you need to deny the zoning change or the expanded zoning change that you're considering.
Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I'm Scott Bryan, and I'm a commercial builder and developer, and I believe strongly in private property rights, but also reasonable development. The real question before you today is simple. Does a 120 pump, 74,000 square foot facility generating approximately 22,000 vehicle trips a day meet the definition and intent of a convenience store under the existing C1 zoning? It clearly does not. Buc-ee's business model is not based primarily on serving the surrounding neighborhood. It is intentionally designed, marketed, and located to become a regional destination and pull enormous volumes of traffic off the interstate. You don't see billboards advertising your neighborhood 7-Eleven more than 100 miles away. You do for Buc-ee's. There's one at the New Mexico border. The very success of this project depends on drawing thousands and thousands of people who otherwise would not be coming to this location. A use of this scale and intensity deserves the scrutiny of a zoning change. Property rights do not mean bypassing the appropriate zoning process. The reasonable thing to do is to require the applicant to go through a formal zoning change and allow the planning department and the community to fully evaluate the proposed.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Microphone 1.
Susan Griffiths here. Many of you may remember back in the 70s that there was a powerful national anti-littering campaign with a TV commercial featuring a Native American shedding a tear. It struck a chord, it worked. At least we became aware of our recklessness as to the impact of our land and our communities. This proposed Buc-ee's site is exactly this in 2026. So I say, don't litter by allowing the devastation of the perimeter of an iconic open space. Don't litter by putting a major light and human waste polluter so close to our community and a well-planned and well-supported wildlife crossing. Don't litter by discounting this wasteful, devastating use of our precious resource of water. Buc-ee's is not pro-El Paso County or Colorado community. It is a supersized box store selling cheap, useless Chinese-made merch, more waste for our overflowing landfills. Don't leave it to Beaver was a slogan the late, great Dolly Parton used when she fought in triumph to keep this intrusive invader out of her Tennessee community. Be better, El Paso County. Resist littering up your pristine spaces. We want better stewardship from you, commissioners, for thoughtful care and planning of our future generations. This Texas tastelessness and oversized greed has no place on the picturesque highest north-south divide east of the Rocky Mountains Continental Divide. We want to sustain our quality of life and thrive in this quintessential mountain community, and we need your help, and we ask for your consent.
Microphone 2, please.
Terry Christensen, 43-year resident of El Paso County. The board is hearing Buc-ee's appeal of Administrative Determination ADM 264. That determination turns on whether a 31-acre, 74,000 square foot travel center with 120 fueling positions meets the definition of convenience store under Section 1.15 of the El Paso County Land Development Code. We are asking the board to uphold the planning director's determination. In June 2026, Buc-ee's asked the planning director for that classification. A convenience store is allowed by right in C1. The director determined the staff could not make that classification, and Buc-ee's appealed on July 2nd. Under the county's published procedure, the applicant carries the burden of proof and presents how the proposal meets the specific criteria.
Microphone 3.
Evan Johnson, the director wrote that because it is unclear whether the use meets the definition of convenience store, staff cannot determine whether it is sufficiently similar to allowed uses in C1. She identified the language in the definition that made the classification unclear, which is to the neighborhood in which it is located. Applying that language requires identifying the neighborhood. That is the purpose of this presentation. We read the definition, we identify the neighborhood, and we apply the first criterion under Section 5.3.6 C1. Thank you.
Okay, while we are getting the second panel ready here, I want to just reiterate again, please stick to the criteria. It's very specific. We've got a lot of commentary happening. I'm going to ask you for your cooperation. Microphone 1.
Brian Scow. Section 1.15 defines a convenience store as follows: an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located such items as groceries, ready-to-eat food, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. A convenience store may include retail sale of gasoline and other petroleum products. Director Harrington noted that the sentence permitting retail sale of gasoline and other petroleum products was added in the 2007 code update. She also noted the phrase, "for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located." She wrote that the 2007 edition and the neighborhood phrase made the use classification difficult to determine. She also found no previous convenience store approvals within the C1 zoning district on record.
Microphone 2.
Arrowwood 3. The definition begins with the establishment's purpose, offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it's located. It then gives examples of the goods that may be sold: groceries, ready-to-eat food, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. The final sentence permits retail sale of gasoline and other petroleum products. Section 1.6.3 provides that lists using the terms such as give examples only and are not to be construed as exhaustive. The goods list gives examples of what a convenience store sells, but it does not tell you what a convenience store is. The purpose clause does that for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located.
The examples identify goods that may be sold, while the permission allows gasoline sales. Only the purpose clause identifies the establishment's intended customer. Buc-ee seeks classification as a principal use in C1. Section 1.15 defines a principal use as an activity or combination of activities of chief importance on the lot or parcel and the main purposes for which the land is intended, designed, or ordinarily used. For this to be a convenience store offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located has to be of chief importance on this parcel. That is why this presentation defines the neighborhood.
On December 3rd, 2024, Buc-ee's held a community meeting at Palmer Lake Elementary School. Speaking for the company, Stan Beard, talking about the roughly 80,000 vehicles a day on Interstate 25 beside this site. He said, and I quote, "Our purpose to get them off and back on that freeway system as easily and comfortably as possible," unquote. He also said, quote, "Our customers, like I said, come from miles away. We are stopping the car that is already on the freeway," unquote. At the same meeting, Mr. Beard described the company this way, quote, "Back in the day, we were just a little convenience store, neighborhood convenience store. We are now in 7 or 8 states. We have 32 travel centers," unquote.
Fisher? At the December 3rd meeting, Stan Beard also said 90% of our customers are visiting us from well outside of El Paso County. More than 70% of them are coming from outside of the state. The applicant's traffic study projects where this project's traffic will come from and where it will go. More than 93% of it is assigned to Interstate 25. Under 70% is assigned to local roads. Thank you.
3. Morning, Melissa May. There are 3 places where the applicant's filing describes who the project will serve. Page 1 says residents, employees, and others in the surrounding area. Page 3 says people living, working, and traveling within the surrounding area. Page 4 says nearby residents, employees, and others already traveling in the surrounding area. Kimberly Horn, the applicant's traffic engineer, acknowledged that more than 85% of customers at existing Buc-ee stores are not local. The definition requires that an establishment exists for the purpose of selling to the neighborhood in which it is located. Thank you.
1.
The applicant asked the board to read this code literally, citing section 1.6.1, and adds that restrictions should not be implied where none are stated. Section 1.6.1 does say the language of this code shall be read literally. It does not say anything about implying restrictions. On page 2, the applicant quotes the definition of convenience store in full, including the phrase, "for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located." Yet, in the sentence concluding that the project satisfies that definition, the purpose clause is gone, both parts of it, for the purpose of and to the neighborhood in which it is located. We accept 1.6.1 as the standard. Everything that follows reads the code as it is written.
2.
Hi, my name is Tammy Maxwell.
In 1991, this county defined a convenience store as a food service establishment contained within a building, offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located, such items as groceries and sundries. That definition said it would not include the sale of motor vehicle fuel. In 2007, the county expanded the goods list and removed the fuel prohibition. It also added permission for retail sale of gasoline and other petroleum products.
3. Nancy Fritchie. The 2007 update expanded the goods list and permitted fuel sales. One clause stayed exactly as it was, offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. The county also added a purpose statement in front of that clause, for the purpose of. The code changed what a convenience store may sell. It did not change whom the store is for. A convenience store is an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. Applying that language requires identifying the neighborhood. 1.
James Morse. Section 1.15 defines a neighborhood, primarily residential areas unified by shared characteristics, functional connections, and spatial perceptions. The residential areas are the neighborhood. Shared characteristics, functional connections, and spatial perceptions are what hold them together. On page 3, the applicant quotes that definition and then writes that the relevant neighborhood include hereby residential and commercial areas together with the transportation corridors that connect them, and it names these connectors as Interstate 25, County Line Road, and Beacon Light Road. Although the definition makes roads something that unifies the neighborhood, the applicant's reading makes a road part of a neighborhood.
2.
Kazumi Morris. On page 4, the applicant describes its conclusion as consistent with the text of the code and with what it is called its function-based definition of neighborhood. The code defines a neighborhood as primarily residential areas. Interstate 25 is not a residential area. The board cannot apply the phrase the neighborhood in which it is located without identifying the neighborhood.
3.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Gustafson. The county has described this place in 2 different documents. The 2021, your El Paso Master Plan calls Tri-Lakes the northern gateway into the county along Interstate 25 and Highway 83. It says this key area supports commercial needs of many of the residents in northern El Paso County. The master plan says future development should align with the existing character and strengthen opportunities in the adjacent communities in Monument, Palmer Lake, and Woodmore. The older document is the Tri-Lakes Comprehensive Plan adopted in October 1999 and superseded by the 2021 Master Plan. Both plans are advisory, and the board retains discretion in applying them. We offer them as evidence of what this place is, not as the authority binding the board. That concludes the first half of our presentation. We will pick up with the second half of the presentation. And before I leave, I'd just like to make a personal note that I'm asking you, please do not.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Okay. Appreciate everyone moving through that smoothly. We are going to go ahead and break for lunch for about 1 hour. As a reminder for those of you who are signed up to speak, please do watch the website. We've tried to make it as easy as possible for you to see where you are in the process. Please do monitor your text as we suggested, and remember to report to those queuing areas. Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting very loud and I'm still speaking. If we could minimize the noise until we adjourn the meeting, that'd be fantastic. Man, it's like a high school classroom in here. I used to teach high school and that's what the kids would do before I could dismiss class. So again, monitor those, make sure that you're reporting to the appropriate queuing area. Remember, your red badge needs to remain visible so that security knows that you are within our fire code numbers. So please make sure that you don't forget that, leave it off somewhere during lunch, and then it does remain visible as you come back into the building. And with that, I will say we will adjourn for lunch for approximately 1 hour. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. And we are going to jump right in. So I know we're kind of getting back into the swing of things here, but I'm going to go ahead and ask staff to get folks lined up. And I'm just going to remind us while they're doing that, again, for anyone who might just be joining us, please remember that you will need to introduce your name at the beginning of your testimony and then proceed with your comments. And then also we ask you to please only speak to the criteria which we are legally able to consider. And also please do not just repeat other things. It doesn't matter, we can't count votes for and against or anything like that. So it doesn't matter the number of people. If someone has already said what you have said, that's sufficient for the record. We can consider that information. So please be aware of that and do your best to not repeat the same thing from others so that we can get through this hearing expeditiously. And with that, we'll go to speaker one.
My name is Michael Cinderella. 27 years ago, the county drew a sub area around the intersection of County Line Road and Interstate 25, approximately 1,560 acres, and they named it Elephant Rock. It is bordered on the north by the El Paso and Douglas County line, on the east by Interstate 25, on the south by the town of Monument, and the west by the town of Palmer Lake. This site sits at the northeast corner. A map prepared by El Paso County Planning Department and printed July 26, 1999, names the places inside the boundary: Mears, Beacon Heights, Varner, Colorado Estates, Wakanda Hills. The applicant's filing using the word neighborhood throughout and names none of them.
Two.
Hi, my name is Kelly Curry, and I'm an El Paso County lifer, career retired teacher, public school teacher, and very proud Palmer Laker. Thank you for having us. The applicant has defined the neighborhood by 3 roads: Interstate 25, County Line Road, and Beacon Light Road. 2 of these 3 connect the community. The interstate does not. These communities sit together on the Palmer Divide, the ridge that separates the Arkansas and Platte River, drainages and creates severe weather. The added moisture is why this part of the county is forested. Palmer Lake lies west against the Rampart Range and the Pike National Forest. Woodmore lies east in Ponderosa Pine. Monument's town limits reach both sides of the interstate around a historic downtown on the west. Interstate 25 climbs over the divide, running north and south. Interstate I-25 is not a neighborhood.
Mike 3.
Hi, I'm Karen McVeigh, and I am part of the neighborhood for almost 2 decades. Interstate 25 takes people from here to Denver, Colorado Springs, and the airport, and it brings them home again. It does not tie this community together. County Line Road does. It is the daily connector linking families and neighborhoods across the Tri-Lakes, east and west, across the interstate that cuts through it. It takes them to school, to work, the trailhead, dinner, and a neighbor's driveway. County Line is the road home. A church sits at County Line Road in Beacon Light. It has full access today. Under the applicant's plans, drivers leaving the church would be limited to a right turn, sending them south on Beacon Light, away from County Line Road. To reach the road that ties the community together, they have to take the long way around.
Back to Mike 1.
Hi, my name is Tamara Pusateri. The applicant projects 22,150 daily trips onto County Line Road. Each visit counts twice, arriving and leaving. That is 11,075 visits a day. The The applicant's own study assigns more than 93% of that traffic to Interstate 25. A convenience store is an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. This traffic does not come from the neighborhood. Thank you.
Mike 2.
Good afternoon, Casey Gilbert. Nice to see you all again. This property is zoned C1, as you know. Section 4.4.1A establishes for the purpose of providing for commercial activities. Section 4.4.2 establishes C2 for the purpose of providing for large commercial activities. One word separates those two sentences. One word, large. The requirements that the county wrote into C1 still apply to this property. Buc-ee's is a gas station.
Mike 3.
Hi, my name is Paul Pusateri, and I have what I think is a very interesting perspective for all of you. Section 3.2.5 says the commercial community district accommodates establishments that primarily serve adjoining neighborhoods and that commercial services serves the general public. The code divides commercial designations by intensity and by whom they serve. The code permits a convenience store in C1 to include real estate gasoline sales. Table 5.5, footnote 1 sets pump and cannabis setbacks in C1 and in the other commercial districts. What a convenience store may sell and where its pumps are located do not answer whether this is a convenience store. A convenience store is an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. Thank you.
Back to Mike 1.
My name's Karen Houston. The code also uses the term convenience store in Table 5.2. Table 5.2 lists accessory uses, which Section 1.15 defines as subordinate to the principal use on the same lot. Convenience store appears there in two districts, and both are mobile home park districts. Both are residential districts. Section 4.2.2 says the mobile home park district is intended to promote acceptable living environment for its occupants. Where this code allows a convenience store to be subordinate to something else, that something else is people's homes. Thank you.
Mike 2.
Deb Fiala, El Paso resident of 38 years. Section 5.3.6C1 asks whether the location requirements of a use are consistent with the purpose and description of the zoning district. On May 28, 2025, the applicant's engineers wrote to the Federal Highway Administration about a minor interchange modification request for this interchange. The site plan labels a 500,000 gallon water storage tank, a well, a booster pump station, a chlorination building, and a sewer lift station. A rebuilt interstate interchange, a water system, and a sewer lift station are the location requirements of this project. They are not the location requirements of an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located.
Mike 3.
Chris Roberts, Monument resident. The filing lists a 24-hour backup generator, allowing the site to serve as a temporary refuge and an on-site emergency staging area for the fire district. It also lists fire water upgrades providing excess capacity to surrounding properties, a community bicycle plaza, and an on-site EV charging. Section 1.15 lists shared facilities and public spaces among the things that define or reinforce a neighborhood. On page 4, the applicant writes that these amenities constitute shared facilities and public spaces, and that providing them integrates the project into the surrounding neighborhood. The code describes what is within a neighborhood. The applicant reads the code as a list of things to build. The definition the applicant must satisfy is the definition of a convenience store, not the definition of a neighborhood. Thank you.
One.
Kathy Braga. The 2007 amendment removed the prohibition on fuel sales. The same amendment kept one clause word for word and added a purpose statement in front of it. The clause now reads, an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. The definition does not measure a convenience store by square footage or by fueling position. It measures it by what the establishment is for. Section 1.15 defines a principal use by what is of chief importance on the lot or parcel. Thank you.
Two.
Earl Scow. The applicant carries the burden of showing that this project is a convenience store, an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. The neighborhood in which it is located is Mears, Beacon Heights, Varner, Colorado Estates, and Wakanda Hills, and the communities of Monument, Palmer Lake, and Woodmore. They sit together on the Palmer Divide, tied together by County Line Road. This project does not exist to sell to this neighborhood. It exists to sell to people traveling on Interstate 25, and Interstate 25 is not a neighborhood. It requires a rebuilt interstate interchange, a water system, and a sewer lift station. Those are not consistent with the purpose and description of the C1 district. We ask the board to uphold administrative determination ADM 264.
Three.
Herbert Presslier. I wanted to talk about the neighborhood. The young lady pointed out charts that had to do with the neighborhood, and I want to point out these people here are the neighborhood, every one of them. And this argument is about a convenience store. We all agree it's a store. So the argument is over one word, convenience. The definition of convenience is anything that makes your life easier, saves you time, or cuts down on hard work. In Stafford, Virginia, they said as many as 20,000 cars could come a day. If they come during peak periods, that's 12,000 cars over 6 hours. 2,000 cars an hour trying to get into a 750 spot parking lot. Where do you think those cars are going to go? The average convenience store, 3 or 4 minutes for people earned it. Buc-ee's 45 minutes or more. Homeowners are really trapped in their homes by a bunch of Texans cutting through their neighborhood. 18-wheelers going to and from way stations with cars backed up on the interstate. Make no mistake, this will scissor the interstate between El Paso County and Denver. If we're gonna, convenience is a 6th grade vocabulary term, and I have to ask, commissioners, are you smarter than a 6th grader?
Microphone one. Sir, microphone one.
Good afternoon. I am Frank Cotton, resident of Monument and Woodmore, living just 2 miles from the proposed site of the Buc-ee's. The proponent of Buc-ee's this morning provided information regarding why Buc-ee's fits a C1 zoning and that it should not generate traffic or light pollution. However, if you visit the Johnstown location, you find a very different situation. Light at night is visible over 2 miles away from that location. Weekends, backups over a quarter of a mile on the shoulders to the access roads to trying to get off to that Buc-ee's. It also that's a dangerous situation. It also took 3 years to get the overpass on County Line Road over I-25 improved. It is not designed for the amount of traffic that we're expecting to come with this particular proposal. Please follow the strict C1 zoning criteria and disapprove this proposal. Thank you.
Mike 2.
Steve King, I serve on the Monument Town Council, but I speak only for myself. My written evidence is on the record, dozens of pages explaining why this is not a neighborhood convenience store. Land use decisions are difficult, but the public process exists so major development decisions are made openly with meaningful public participation. 10 acres were added by a boundary line adjustment. Grading is happening under a temporary stockpiling agreement, which is clearly a future commercial site. It's not temporary. And instead of zoning, we are here deciding whether this 74,000 square foot travel center can fit through an administrative definition which avoids future public hearings. The project should follow the process. The process should not have to chase the project. If a development of this scale belongs here, let them prove it through the full public process. The burden of proof is on the applicant. Granting this appeal will permit any size retailer who sells fuel as an allowed use without limitations. Please deny this appeal.
Mike 3.
My name is Carol Donahue. I live in Monument. Applicant argues that because the facility will offer groceries, prepared food, beverages, over-the-counter items, and sundries, it necessarily falls within the convenience store definition. That argument mistakes a necessary characteristic for a sufficient one. Selling those items is consistent with being a convenience store, but it does not follow that every establishment selling them is one. Supermarkets, pharmacies, warehouse stores, and truck stops sell the same categories of goods without thereby becoming convenience stores. They remain distinct land uses because their overall function, market area, traffic generation, and location requirements differ. Just as the sale of food inside a stadium does not make the stadium a restaurant. The Land Development Code's convenience store definition must be read as a whole, as a description of an establishment serving the neighborhood in which it is located, not merely an inventory of merchandise. And on that full reading, the proposed facility does not qualify. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. As a resident of Monument and somebody who lives within 1.7 miles of the 7-Eleven convenience store, I can tell you there is no glare from that store. Coming up on Johnstown for my first time, seeing Buc-ee's, we thought it was an airport. It was that bright at 5 miles.
Mike 1.
Abraham A.B. Tejas, veteran, small business, minority owner in Monument, Colorado. Measured against the county's own approval history for convenience store and gas station adjacent uses countywide, no such use has ever exceeded 18 fueling positions, and none of the county's 26 identified approvals occurred within a C1 itself. The proposed 120 position fueling operation is not merely an included feature of the retail use, but it is a central component of the facility's design, intensity, and market draw, corroborating the conclusion that the project's characteristic purpose is not neighborhood service. Applicant's own revenue disclosure reinforces this conclusion. The appeal states that more than 60% of projected revenue is expected to derive from in-store retail and food sales rather than fuel sales, meaning by applicant's own figures, up to approximately 40% of revenue is attributable to fuel sales. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mike 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Chip Schmidt, 30-year resident, and consistent with one of Commissioner Weissong's earlier questions today, applicant's trip generation memorandum does not compare the proposed facility to actual convenience stores or fuel-related facilities previously approved by the county. Instead, it compares Buc-ee's to a set of hypothetical build-outs, a 9,000-seat theater concert venue, 130,000 square foot shopping plaza, 120,000 square foot supermarket, a 200,000 square foot discount superstore, and a host of several other restaurant scenarios. Applicant argues that because Buc-ee's produces fewer peak hour trips than some of these hypothetical combinations, it has comparable or lesser traffic impacts. If a large hypothetical collection of individually permitted uses could validate any unlisted use so long as the hypothetical traffic number exceeded the proposals, Section 5.3.6 would impose no meaningful limit at all. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Mike 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Maggie Suter, and I live in Monument, but we moved here recently from Texas, my family of 6. And being from Texas, I'm all too familiar with Buc-ee's and what it is and what it isn't. We've got 37 of them in Texas. If you ask anyone in Texas what Buc-ee's is, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who would say it's a convenience store. I want to talk about NACS, the leading national trade association for the convenience and fuel retailing industry. When they reported on the Buc-ee's opening in Sevierville, Tennessee, the 74,000 square foot facility, it was under the headline, "Buc-ee's opens the world's largest gas station in Tennessee." NACS's terminology does not control the interpretation of the Land Development Code, but it is relevant evidence of ordinary usage within the very industry at issue. And it refutes any suggestion that a facility lacking repair bays or vehicle serving functions cannot reasonably be described as a gas station. Buc-ee's is seen as an integrated gas station convenience store travel center model. That characterization appears from the federal court's description expressly citing Arch Applin's sworn testimony, the applicant's most recent.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Mike 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Susanna Peters. The scale of public infrastructure improvements identified in the traffic and interchange analysis is itself evidence of the proposed uses, intensity, and location requirements under LDC 5.3.6. Traffic engineering analysis for the I-25 County Line Road interchange, including applicant's own Exhibit D submission, identifies the need for conversion of both I-25 ramp terminal intersections from stop control to signal control. A 5th travel lane added to the interchange bridge itself, reconfiguration of the northbound and southbound off-ramps with additional approach and spill baggage storage lanes, realignment of County Line Road, Beacon Light Road intersection requiring full signalization or roundabout control, and a separate minor interchange modification request process with the Federal Highway Administration evaluating multiple full interchange reconfiguration alternatives. That is a scale of public infrastructure impact difficult to reconcile with a neighborhood-oriented convenience use. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Mike 2.
Hi, I'm Kim Wire. The narrow question before the board is why we are here today. The board is deciding one classification question, whether the proposed 74,000 square foot, 120 fueling position facility, which is on commercial and obsolete zone of C1 property, qualifies as a convenience store under LDC section 1.15, or is sufficiently similar to an allowed C1 use under section 1.6.7 and 5.3.6.C.1. This hearing does not approve or deny construction of Buc-ee's, and it is not a referendum on the project's economic merits. Colorado law limits the board's discretion here. Colorado courts are clear that a board's deference to interpret its own zoning code cannot extend to allowing those officials to amend the ordinance in guise of interpreting it. Whatever economic benefits this project might bring, the board is not free to stretch convenience store definition to reach them. It must apply the code's actual text. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mike 3.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your public service. My name's Sean Sawyer, and I'm the president of Tri-Lakes Preservation Incorporated. Just one of many concerned citizens and organizations here to set the facts straight on this travel center. If I could turn your attention to slide 1, submitted for record out of 5 slides, titled Debunking Selective Myths by the Applicant. We have citizens representing all districts here today, and I will set the tone for this next 60 slides. Our job is to debunk selective myths presented by the applicant and their representatives through the course of this process. This falls into 3 primary categories. 1, complete code context. The applicant has presented a cherry-picked narrative, isolating single phrases while ignoring all foundational land development code definitions. 2, countering misleading analogies. The applicant should not be legally justified by comparing it to concert halls or regional shopping centers, uses that are prohibited in C1 zones. And 3, restoring statutory intent. If approved, this sets a dangerous precedent in El Paso County. Our next presentations examine the full intent, purpose statement, and explicit boundaries of C1 commercial zoning to protect community integrity. In summary, the applicant struggles to identify as a convenience store because it's not a convenience store. Denying this appeal gives them adequate opportunity to address this appropriately through other means. Thank you.
Back to mic 1.
I'm Jen Wild, and the speakers who follow me will draw your attention to different relevant portions of the document as we set the record straight on the current zoning and how this applicant attempted to identify unsuccessfully as a convenience store. First, we will define Land Development Code 1.15 to show you how the applicant themselves has stated their market is from outside the neighborhood. Not only outside the neighborhood, but outside the county. Next, we'll demonstrate the multiple areas the applicant lacks the retail argument for the definition of a convenience store. Thirdly, we'll demonstrate just how incompatible the applicant is with C1 zoning goals and rural infrastructure. We'll compare the daily trips far exceeding any allowed in a C1 neighborhood use. And lastly, we will prove without the shadow of a doubt why LDC 1.6.1 and 5.3.6 mandate this board make a formal denial of the applicant's request. Thank you for your
Mic 2.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Zamiti, Woodmore resident. Please turn to slide 3. If I could call your attention to the spreadsheet on the document presented before you. We've provided a clear and concise breakdown of the defined terms and the applicant's misrepresentation of those terms. The current C1 zone clearly spells out it is designed for selling goods primarily to local residents. C1 also states low intensity. Can a reasonable person think 11,000 to 22,000 cars is low intensity? Additionally, the applicant grossly failed to demonstrate similar use. The loosest cases presented by the applicant were sports stadiums, malls, and concert venues. These were the only means for presenting similar use. Lastly, the primary customer base does not support local residents, but rather clients outside the county and state. Fact, the applicant of the travel center has stated 80 to 90% of their customers are out of county. This demonstrates the applicant themselves do not support their own argument. As a member of the neighborhood, C1 indicates this establishment is supposed to serve, and as a mother raising 2 sons in the neighborhood, I ask you to take from the lessons of the Lorax from Theodore Geisel. As Buc-ee's focuses alone on biggering and biggering and biggering, unless someone like you does a whole awful lot, nothing's going to get better. It's not.
Mic 3.
Hello, my name's Mary Scott. If you could please turn to slide 4 in your packet. The applicant and its representatives have presented a factually inaccurate narrative through cherry-picking text and skewing the narrative. The applicant isolated fuel cells while ignoring neighborhood market context in the C1 definition. Restaurants, retail, and fuel centers are separate uses requiring distinct zoning. The applicant baselined traffic arguments using a 9,000-seat stadium rather than address the C1 uses. The reality is this fails compatibility through scale and intensity of 22,150 daily trips and 240,000 gallons of fuel storage. This in itself violates the current C1 zone. These comparisons question the applicant's rationale and extreme reach for justification under this zone, given size, scale, complexity, and compatibility. Thank you.
Okay, we're back at mic 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Braun. I'm here to sum up our opening comments. Our presentation provides factual, zone-specific roadmaps showing that the applicant is a regional travel center, nowhere near a neighborhood convenience store. The code strictly forbids the determination of it in C1. Lastly, this community has presented these with 3 distinct points to remember. Every metric presented, from 80% of out-of-county customer rate, over 22,000 trips per day, is sourced directly from the applicant's own official filings and public testimony. Our analytics adhere strictly to the standard rules of statutory construction under LDC 1.6.1, preventing the unauthorized expansion of C1 zoning. Because Buc-ee's fails to both criteria of LDC 5.3.6, similar use test, the Board of County Commissioners has a clear statutory duty to deny the determination. Thank you for your service.
Mic 2.
Hi, my name is Alicia Coscella. As the county's own July 1st, 2026 determination letter states, staff finds it difficult to classify the proposed use because it is unclear whether the use meets the LDC definition of a convenience store. Staff cannot determine whether it is sufficiently similar to allow uses within the C1 zoning district to qualify as an allowed use. That is the task presented on this appeal. As the county's own public update on this matter confirms, the board will decide one question: whether the proposed Buc-ee's use qualifies as an allowed use in the C1 zoning district under the Land Development Code, and the hearing does not approve or deny construction of the Buc-ee's. This proceeding is quasi-judicial in character. The board is not adopting a rule of general application. It is applying the Land Development Code already established criteria to a specific application, parcel, and proposed use through a noticed hearing process, as which evidence and testimony may be considered. See LDC 5.3.6. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mic 3.
My name is Rachel Bauer. The board faces 3 logical possibilities, and the record does not support any of the 3 paths to approval. If Buc-ee's is literally a convenience store, the board must find that neighborhood service is the facility's characteristic purpose, a finding that the applicant's own customer origin data, operational design, and public characterization of its business contradicts. If Buc-ee's is instead an unlisted integrated travel center use, it cannot become allowed C1 use through the similar use provision unless it satisfies LDC 1.6.7 and 5.3.6.C1. And if Buc-ee's is materially a gas station, that use is excluded from C1 by the Land Development Code's own structure and cannot be imported through interpretation. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Mic 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Carney-Smith. I'm a resident of Monument. My husband and I are both small business owners in Monument. I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the handout. It's the applicant's request document. This handout goes through the applicant's document point by point to correct inaccuracies and to demonstrate that the applicant has not supported a single valid claim in the request. The next several speakers will refer to this document. Starting off in the request section of their document, the applicant asks the county classify the travel center as a convenience store as, quote, permitted in the existing C1 commercial zoning district, unquote, or similar to one. However, note that the existing C1 zone is obsolete. In May 2024, county staff told the applicant to rezone the property. Therefore, this request appears to circumvent the county's process and avoid a full evaluation of the project. By not following the regular process, the applicant also appears to be attempting to circumvent the county's 300-year water rule, meaning if this appeal is approved, the largest project in El Paso County would not be subject to the 300-year water rule or review by the Planning Commission.
Mike 2.
My name is Karen Bishop. Under the use description, the applicant argues in paragraph 1 that the proposal consists of a convenience store offering convenience-oriented items. However, Buc-ee's also sells a large array of retail items that are not convenience-oriented, including sporting goods, home goods, and entire clothing selections. In paragraph 2, the applicant states that the project will meet code. However, this is irrelevant as all projects must meet code. In paragraph 3, the applicant states that Buc-ee's will serve residents, employees, and others. The term others brushes off the fact that their business model is to serve highway travelers, not local residents or employees. In paragraph 4, the applicant says that fuel sales are only for passenger vehicles and not 18-wheelers. However, Buc-ee's does sell diesel fuel to commercial vehicles such as box trucks, utility trucks, and others. Thank you.
Mike 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Annenson. Under the background section of the handbook, the applicant states that Table 5-1, Principal Uses, expressly lists convenience stores as an allowable use for this zone. However, the proposed project does not meet the definition of a convenience store as provided in the LDC. The convenience store definition requires the establishment to be for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. The convenience store definition also does not include food preparation services typical of a restaurant. The applicant states that all relevant definitions are provided in their document. However, the applicant leaves out the definition of a truck stop, even though it is relevant, and the applicant mentions truck stops in their document. Whether the proposed project meets the definition of a convenience store is discussed further in the following sections. Thank you.
Mike 1.
My name is Bill Annenson. In the convenience store use analysis section 1, the applicant states that Buc-ee's offers goods commonly associated with convenience stores, including groceries, ready-to-eat foods, beverages, over-the-counter medicines, household sundries, and general retail merchandise. Then, in paragraphs 2 and 3, the applicant argues that the sale of these items falls under the definition of a convenience store. However, the phrase general retail merchandise is not part of the definition. The applicant has added this. If simply selling some convenience items makes an establishment a convenience store, well, by this logic, Costco and Walmart are also convenience stores. The applicant omits information about their expansive retail and restaurant functions that show the ways in which the proposed use would far exceed the sale of the convenience-oriented items. In addition, the applicant ignores the plain reading of the for the purpose of selling to the neighborhood part of the definition.
Mike 2.
My name is Dan Willemans, Woodmore. In section 2, the applicant argues the travel center will serve the neighborhood. They provide the county's definition of neighborhood and then interpret that definition to include nearby transportation corridors, including I-25. This convoluted interpretation is not a literal reading of the code. I-25 is not a functional neighborhood connection. On the contrary, I-25 cuts through the neighborhoods separating the east and west sides of the Tri-Lakes community. By definition, it connects states, not neighborhoods. In paragraph 4, they state that by being physically connected to roads, they are therefore serving the neighborhood. By necessity, all developments are connected to roads. This has no bearing on the question. In paragraph 5, the applicant argues that because convenience stores are located near transportation corridors, that is a fundamental characteristic of them serving neighborhoods. This is a false equivalency. Simply being located adjacent to I-25 does not make Buc-ee's a convenience store. However, it does indicate a purpose of serving interstate travelers. Thank you.
Mike 3.
My name is Mike Stern. I'm 1.3 miles away from the proposed site. In Section 2, Paragraph 6, the applicant argues the proposed improvements reinforce the neighborhood servicing function. However, as noted previously, many of these amenities are mitigation measures of the detrimental effects on the surrounding area. Furthermore, local residents use Buc-ee's does not mean the primary purpose is to serve them. The primary purpose is clearly to serve interstate travelers. In Section 3 of the use analysis, the applicant argues that because the definition of a convenience store does not provide quantitative size limits, no size limits are therefore intended. They continue in paragraph 2 to argue that because the other sections of code provide quantitative size limits, the lack of specific size limits for convenience stores means one does not exist. This is incorrect. The definition does provide a size limit, a qualitative one. By limiting the size to what a neighborhood population can support, the absence of a quantitative limit does not mean that function limits do not apply. Thank you.
Mike 1.
My name is Frederick Darling. In Section 4, Paragraph 3 of the convenience store use analysis, the applicant argues that the travel center does not meet the definition of a truck stop because it will not serve 18-wheel trucks and does not provide overnight accommodations. However, the code's definition of a truck stop, which the applicant omitted from their report, does not mention 18-wheel trucks, nor does it require overnight accommodations. The lack of these elements does not mean it does not fit the county's definition of a truck stop. In paragraph 4, the applicant argues that 92% of the developed site is dedicated to convenience retail use. However, this claim assumes that none of the underground fuel storage area, the ingress, egress, or site circulation applies to the fueling operation. In addition, this assumes the entire 74,000 square foot building is convenience retail, which is untrue. The building includes an expansive amount of general retail and food services that are beyond the scope of a convenience store. Thank you.
Mike 2.
My name is Arlene Kinger. In Section 5 of the convenience store use analysis, the applicant concludes that the establishment will be a single principal use convenience store with retail and fuel sales as integral uses. Note that the applicant omits their other principal use of restaurant and food services. While the proposal does appear to be a single principal use, the large-scale fuel sales, large-scale retail, and large-scale restaurant uses exceed the definition of a convenience store. Commonly, the single use that includes these functions is known as a travel center. However, a travel center is not defined in code, and the applicant has not made the case that a travel center is similar to a convenience store. Thank you.
3.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Dawson. I'm a resident of Monument, and my bedroom window faces that lot. So under Section 1 of the similar use analysis, the applicant argues that the proposed development also meets the criteria to be a similar use in a C1 zone. In paragraph 1, the applicant says that the C1 zone puts no limitations on use, type, scale, or customer base. This is untrue. Looking at the definition of C2 zones, one can see the purpose of being for larger commercial activities. Why have a large commercial zone if the intent of C1 was to not limit size? In paragraph 2, the applicant acknowledges that the current commercial zones provide qualitative limitations by explicitly identifying a customer base. Importantly, the applicant recognizes that the term neighborhood in the definition of CC zones establishes a customer base and distinguishes it from zones that serve the region or general public. This is the same term and language construct that applies to the definition of a convenience store that the applicant misinterprets earlier in the document, but correctly applies here when they think it helps their case. Thank you.
Mike 1. Mike 1, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Baumert. In Section 1, Paragraph 3 of the similar use analysis,
The applicant argues that the basic commercial development features such as parking, lighting, and utilities are core function on operational characteristics. These items are not core functions or operational characteristics. Rather, functions such as high-intensity sales of fuel, retail, and food services should be mentioned, along with the 24/7 operations, high traffic volumes, and high levels of light. These characteristics are not typical of anything else allowed in the C1. In paragraph 5, the applicant states that the location near I-25 is consistent with commercial development. Proximity to a highway has nothing to do with the purpose of a zone. Rather, the county's master plan says that for this site, a few commercial uses may be appropriate, and those must be small scale. Paragraph 6 states that the project must meet applicable codes. Again, all projects are required to meet codes. This is not the type of information similar use analysis requires, and has no bearing on whether the travel center is similar to a C1 zone. And one final thought, I think it's incredibly convenient that Buc-ee's now wants to be thought of as a convenience store when in 2024, when coming before El Paso County on public record in their application, they called themselves a travel center. The county told them they needed to rezone. They didn't like that answer. They went back to Palmer Lake, and now they're back here trying to convince you that they're not.
Mike 2.
My name is Jackie Burhans from Woodmore. Under Section 2 of the similar use analysis, the applicant argues that the proposal is compatible with other uses in the C1 zone, but provides no analysis to support this statement. In paragraph 2, the applicant lists all of the allowable C1 uses, highlighting what they perceive to be higher intensity uses. However, the applicant mischaracterizes the high intensity uses. Shopping centers are expressly not allowed in C1 per table 5-1. C1 also has a 30-foot height limit, meaning a Great Wolf Lodge or a Broadmoor World Arena would not be allowed, as these are much taller than 30 feet. In paragraphs 4 and 5, the applicant argues that allowed uses in C1 can generate traffic equal or greater than the proposal. However, the applicant's traffic data does not support this claim. In fact, their traffic data shows the opposite, that traffic volumes are not consistent with actual C1 uses. Furthermore, the data shows that traffic volumes are more consistent with large-scale commercial or specialty functions that are only allowed in other zone types. Thank you.
Mike 3.
My name is Kathleen Letner. Continuing in paragraph 6, the applicant states that traffic impacts can be fully mitigated. However, the traffic study is limited. It does not address traffic outside the immediate project area or evaluate traffic impacts under actual peak conditions, such as holiday travel or the frequent closure of I-25. In paragraphs 7 and 8, the applicant claims that the project will generate ordinary passenger vehicle noise and not add to the existing highway noise. However, they provide no actual analysis verifying this. Logic would indicate that if a project generates more traffic, it will cause more noise. In addition, the 32-foot high, 1,200-foot long retaining wall proposed for the site is likely to reflect a significant amount of interstate traffic noise back towards Woodmore. Thank you.
Mike 1.
My name is Karen Maves. In paragraph 9, the applicant argues that there will be no impact in terms of hazardous processes, fumes, vibrations, etc. Yet, the applicant provides no analysis showing that 120 fueling pump positions with idling vehicles, delivery trucks, and underground fuel tanks will not generate fumes, spills, fires, or environmental health, safety, and water quality impacts. Apparently, we should just take their word for it. Paragraph 10 says that lighting will comply with code requirements. Well, even under strict dark sky ordinances, safety and security exceptions are made for fueling canopies and drive lanes. This huge 24/7 travel center will result in much greater light levels than other allowed uses. The applicant concludes that their proposal satisfies the definition of a convenience store and similar use requirements. However, none of their arguments withstand basic scrutiny. I live 1.2 miles from this site. Mr. Applegate, to answer your earlier question, I can tell you that I will never visit this inconvenience store, and I think there are 160 of my actual neighbors here today who feel the same way that I do. Thank you.
Mike 2.
My name is Maureen Mackesy Downland. On August 3rd, 2026, the Monument Town Council unanimously adopted and transmitted to the director a letter opposing classification of the proposed facility as a convenience store, observing that the practical effect of the requested classification, quote, raises concerns similar to those commonly associated with spot zoning, unquote, because it could, quote, effectively provide a special entitlement unavailable to similarly suited properties, unquote, without the public process ordinarily required for a land use decision of this kind. The Town Council letter separately identifies traffic, public safety, and emergency response impacts specific to the surrounding community, including the potential for the proposed facility to divert regional traffic through Monument's historic downtown core. These concerns, raised independently by an adjacent municipal's elected body, corroborate the conclusion reached by the masses that the proposed facility's character and impacts extend well beyond what a convenience store classification or an administrative determination process was designed to accommodate. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mic 3.
Hi there, my name is Janice McKinley. There are those who will point to the jobs, sales tax revenue, infrastructure contributions, and other claimed community benefits the project could bring to the county, and to argue that these benefits support approval. While these may be legitimate considerations somewhere in the county's land use process, it's not here. As the county itself has confirmed, this appeal is limited to a single narrow legal question, whether the proposed use is an allowed use in the C1 zoning. Approving a 74,000 square foot facility under a neighborhood commercial label sets a troubling standard that renders the definition meaningless for future development. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Mic 1.
My name is Jean Nelms. Live in Monument, about a mile away from this site. The county-owned land developers code already contains a mechanism designed to evaluate developments of unusual mix, scale, and complexity. Planned unit development. LDC 4.2.6 describes PUD as a flexible zoning mechanism intended to accommodate innovative development, combinations of commercial and other uses, customized dimensional standards, developmental intensity, infrastructure considerations, and coordinated land use controls. A PUD specifically establishes the permitted mix and intensity of uses, including maximum non-residential square footage, building heights, and other development standards tailored to the actual project proposed. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mic 2.
My name is Bill Parker. Even Wally's, the Midwestern chain most frequently compared to Buc-ee's and marketed as a large format travel center under the tagline, home of the great American road trip, has materially fewer fuel pumps than the proposed facility. Industry trade reporting likewise describes Applicant as an outlier among high volume operators, stating that its per location fuel volumes exceed those of its competitors by far, because its pump counts approach triple digits. Buc-ee's extraordinary fueling scale with 120 positions places the operation well beyond the characteristics of ordinary convenience retail, and according to the industry reporting, at the extreme end of high volume fuel and convenience operations. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mic 3.
My name is Richard Robinette. Applicant's appeal argues that the facility cannot be a gas station because it will not offer repairs, oil changes, accessory installation, or car washing. That argument, as Commissioner Weissong pointed out, reads an optional clause as a mandatory element. The definition of gas station identifies the principal characteristic as property where the retail sale of vehicle fuel occurs, and only then provides that the use may include certain incidental automotive services. The absence of those optional services cannot by itself establish that the proposed facility falls outside the gas station definition. Indeed, applicant's own request for administrative determination quotes this may include language, and then only a few sentences later recasts the definition as one requiring the use to include servicing of motor vehicles, a limitation the text itself does not contain. This is a mischaracterization that applicant repeats on appeal, and one that they tried to sneak past you this morning. Let's be frank. If it looks like a gas station and smells like a gas station and sells more gas than a gas station, it's a gas station. I respectfully request you deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Mike 1.
Hello, my name is Lise Blakemore, Woodmore resident. This is the same project proposed to Palmer Lake and now to El Paso County. Applicant's own terminology for the identical project used consistently in its prior Palmer Lake application materials confirms that the facility is a single integrated principal use rather than a convenience store with an accessory fueling component. Applicant described the project as the Buc-ee's Travel Center, the Family Travel Center, and a 74,000 square foot retail travel center. And the town's staff own review memorandum characterized the proposal as comprising one planning area, one primary use, no phases, and one owner. A developer's own consistent characterization of this project is not controlling, but it is strong evidence of the project's actual integrated function, which is not a convenience store with minor accessory extras. They are components of one interstate travel center use. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Mike 2.
My name is Heather Colhase. A 120-position fueling operation is a central component of the proposed use, not merely an included feature of neighborhood convenience retail. The convenience store definition states only that gasoline sales are something the use may include. That permissive language establishes that fuel sales can be part of a convenience store use, but it does not establish that a fueling operation of any scale remains within that classification, regardless of its effect on the establishment's overall purpose, character, intensity, function, customer orientation, and location requirements. The relevant question is therefore not whether fuel sales are literally prohibited or required to be incidental, but whether this 120-position fueling operation remains consistent with an establishment whose characteristic purpose is neighborhood convenience retail, or whether it has become a central component of a materially different, integrated, regional use. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the director's July 1 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Mike 3.
Hello, my name is David Moon. The applicant's own representatives has also expressly connected the extraordinary physical scale and volume and intensity of the customer base the facility is designed to accommodate. On December 3rd at the Buc-ee's community meeting at Palmer Lake Elementary School, Stan Beard acknowledged, "So we're a big footprint. There's no doubt about it," when he was describing 74,000 square feet of retail space, 120 fueling positions, and lots of parking. His explanation why is that, quote, "The point of the size of our sites, the size of our stores, is the amount of visitors we have. The amount of customers we have dictates how large the store is. The applicant's own explanation therefore confirms that the proposal scale is a functional consequence of its anticipated customer volume, making the scale directly relevant to the code's intensity, traffic, parking, performance characteristics inquiry. Referring to Buc-ee's as a convenience store is analogous to stating the Great Wall of China is just a backyard privacy fence. A Texas businessman recently stated, "Life's too short to try and build in places that people don't appreciate what you're bringing." If only he would come to that realization here. When a person's actions match their words, you have an honest person. When they don't, you don't.
Okay, back to mic 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana O'Toole, and the following set of speakers will be presenting from this presentation book provided to you, I believe, right now, it looks like. And I would like you to please turn to page 1 when you get it. It's imperative to follow along as the book provides supplementary materials. The question before you today is whether the proposed Buc-ee's meets the definition of a travel center or is substantially similar to one for the purpose of being allowed in a C1 zone. Section 1.15 supplies the definition of a convenience store. If the proposal does not fit that definition, Section 5.3.6 of the code establishes a process for determining whether it is substantially similar to an allowed use. In this case, the applicant requests to be considered similar to a convenience store, and this process requires 2 criteria. First, you must determine whether the proposed travel center is consistent with the C1 zone. Second, you must determine whether the proposed travel center has characteristics similar to an allowed use in a C1 zone. The presentation book you have right now presents evidence on all of these criteria. As you will hear from the next speakers, the proposed travel center does not meet the requirements to be classified as a convenience store, and I too request that you deny the appeal.
Mic 2.
Hello, my name is Linda Drummond. Please turn to page 2 of the booklet. Section 1.15 of the county's code defines a convenience store. You can see the definition in its entirety on page 2. The first key part of the definition is the phrase, "for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located." The neighborhood is a critical component of the definition. We'll discuss this part of the definition first. This phrase establishes the neighborhood population as the primary customer base for a convenience store, and it establishes a qualitative size limit, meaning convenience stores are to be sized appropriately to serve the neighborhood. The county's master plan provides additional context by describing appropriate commercial uses at the site as small-scale standalone businesses serving a neighborhood population. The applicant's own consultant, Vertex, has stated that our county's master plan provides specific land uses and recommendations, that it is not just a policy-level document, but goes down to the ground level to say the types of uses expected. Thank you.
Mic 3.
Hi, my name is Julian Drummond, a Wakanda Hills neighborhood resident. Please turn to page 3. Section 1.15 requires that the purpose of a convenience store is to serve the neighborhood. However, Buc-ee's is built to serve out-of-town interstate travelers. As page 3 shows, Buc-ee's representatives have made numerous statements about how their travel centers service the interstate travelers. Stan Beard said that 90% of the customers will be well from outside El Paso County, and more than 70% will be from outside the state of Colorado. Kimberly Horn, the applicant's traffic engineer, reports that 85% of customers at existing Buc-ee's locations are not local. At this site, the traffic model assumes that 93% of trips will be to and from Interstate 25. The company's general counsel Buc-ee's long-distance billboard marketing strategies also reveals their customer base. The company's general counsel has said that they believe customers will appreciate getting notifications 400 to 500 miles in advance that Buc-ee's is ahead on their trip. Cheers.
Mic 1.
Commissioners, my name is Karen Stuth, a 25-year resident of Palmer Lake. Please turn to page 4 in your presentation booklets. In addition to identifying the neighborhood as the primary customer base served by a convenience store, the definition establishes a qualitative size limit, that of the store being neighborhood scale. The proposed travel center is not sized to serve a neighborhood population or to fit into the overall scale of development in the neighborhood. The image you're looking at shows the site plan of the proposed travel center compared to an existing Circle K in El Paso County in the same graphic scale for accurate comparison. The Circle K is the little bitty gray rectangle on the right. The entire site of the Circle K is 1.74 acres. It is 4,480 square feet and has 14 fuel position pumps. In contrast, the Travel Center is an expansive 31-acre complex. It includes 74,000 square feet of building and 120 fuel pump positions. Commissioners, you were elected to represent the citizens of El Paso County. Many are here in this room today. We ask you to make the right decision and deny Buc-ee's application that is the subject of this hearing. Please don't sell us down the river to some Texans.
Okay, your time has expired. Please, mic 2.
My name is Debbie Rush. I'm a resident for 48 years in El Paso County. Please turn to page 5. The conceptual drawing on the top of page 5 shows the proposed travel center in context within the proposed location. As shown, the expansive size of that travel center necessitates constructing a 1,200-foot-long retaining wall up to 32 feet high. This is needed to build up the sloped site in order to provide 31-acre commercial pad. In contrast, the image on the bottom of the page shows the typical convenience store, what it would look like at the proposed location. As shown, the travel center stands out with a massive scale, unlike anything in the surrounding area or neighborhood. On the other hand, a typical size convenience store would blend into the landscape and the neighborhood. The convenience store would also not require a massive retaining wall. The proposed travel center is clearly not sized to serve the neighborhood or to fit the design of the existing neighborhood. I urge you to vote no.
Mic 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Greer, and I have lived in the Tri-Lakes area for 43 years, 10 of which I served as a firefighter. Please turn to page 6. The second part of the definition of a convenience store pertains to the types of products and services offered. The definition lists groceries, ready-to-eat food, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries, as well as the optional sale of fuels. The definition uses the language "such items as" to give a general sense of the allowable items. The list is not exhaustive, but is instructive and limiting in the general scope and scale of items that would be considered allowable for a convenience store. The code has separate uses classified for retail or food services beyond the scope of a convenience store. For example, restaurants, retail bakeries, general retail sales, gas stations, and truck stops are all separate use classifications in the code. As the next speakers will discuss, the offerings of the proposed travel center exceed the definition of a convenience store and are not neighborhood. Thank you.
Mike 1.
Hello, my name is Martin Freilich. Please turn to page 7. Page 7 shows the approved floor plan of the Johnstown Buc-ee's. Plan shows the various uses inside the travel center. The area within the building were labeled by Buc-ee's in their plans. We've color-coded them here to clearly show how much space is dedicated to the various uses within the building. Despite the applicant's claims that the travel center's primary function will be selling convenience items, the floor plan reveals that only 16% of that space is for that use. The largest category is for general retail sales, which make up about 25,500 square feet, or 35% of the building. The second largest category is for kitchen and restaurant spaces, which make up over 15,000 square feet, or about 20% of the building. Buc-ee's own plans show that convenience sales are not the primary use within the building. Since I have a couple of seconds, from their presentation this morning, the Buc-ee's rep basically defined neighborhood as anywhere on earth. You might feel at home at Buc-ee's, but you ain't from the neighborhood.
Please remember that we need to follow the rules of decorum. There's no shouting, clapping, etc. Thank you. Mike 2.
Hi, my name is Jeremy McIntyre. Please turn to page 8. The applicant omitted information about the extensive nature of its retail and food services from its request to be classified as a convenience store. However, in other documents, the company touts these features as critical and integral parts of its business. In its legal filing against Beaver's Mini Mart, Buc-ee's claims its travel centers are, quote, best known for its massive locations, extensive food and retail offerings, end quote. There are separate clothing sections for women, children, and men, including accessories such as purses, wallets, hats, and jewelry, as well as a separate shoe section. There's a sporting goods section with camping, fishing, and hunting gear. There's also a home goods section and outdoor living items such as outdoor cookers, full-size smokers, and fire pits. In addition, Buc-ee's includes an expansive amount of other general retail merchandise, such as shelves of books, toys, puzzles, backpacks, lunch totes, pet supplies, and holiday merchandise.
3.
My name is Jamie Murphy. Please turn to page 9. Separate from the ready-to-eat foods in the convenience sales section, Buc-ee's includes 4 different food service areas and a large kitchen space. The Texas Roundup restaurant prepares and serves brisket and other meats made into a variety of sandwiches and tacos. It also prepares fresh salads and a variety of other hot and cold food. The Sweet Street Confectionery sells fudge made on site and a variety of other sweets. The burrito and deli counter serves a variety of hot and cold food. Lastly, Buc-ee's contains a retail bakery serving fresh baked cinnamon rolls and biscuits along with other baked goods. It is worth noting that a typical fast food restaurant is about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. So the 4 restaurants inside Buc-ee's, totaling 15,000 square feet, aligns with the typical size of fast food restaurants if each of the 4 Buc-ee's food service areas were considered as a separate use.
1.
Hi, my name is Milt Murphy. Please turn to page 10. And I guess while we're saying where we're from, my wife and I have been designated, I guess, the trash pickers-uppers of anything that comes from Buc-ee's because we are the downhill stream on the west side, and there's no way uphill. They are definitely not neighbors that are welcome. But onto the topic. Outside the store is the largest use of the travel center complex aside from parking. It is the world's largest gas station. Simply ask Google. For this project, Buc-ee proposes 120 fueling pump positions, tying the number of pumps with another Buc-ee's location that is currently the world record holder with the title World's Largest Gas Station. It will offer gasoline and diesel fuel to both passenger vehicle drivers and many, but not all, commercial drivers. The applicant's own engineers described this project in a letter to the Federal Highway Administration as a 120 fueling position Buc-ee's gas station. These mega-sized gas stations require aerial photography to fully capture the size in pictures. This is not consistent with the neighborhood scale established for convenience stores. The only thing convenient about this is Buc-ee's attempt to bypass the public process. Thank you.
Mike 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Welch-Stevens. I am a 38-year resident of the county and a 28-year resident of North Woodmore. Please turn to page 11. The applicant's documents submitted for both the administrative determination and the appeal do not present relevant or compelling arguments that Buc-ee's fits within the definition of a convenience store. The applicant incorrectly asserts that the neighborhood includes the interstate, so that serving interstate travelers means Buc-ee's would serve the neighborhood. This is a faulty argument and does not adhere to the county's, your definition of a neighborhood or a convenience store. Out-of-state travelers simply passing through are not part of our neighborhood. The applicant's assertions would also reinterpret the language of the code to change its meaning. Specifically, the applicant's argument is essentially that the general public should be the customer base for a convenience store, despite the contrary being clearly stated in the code's definition. The applicant also repeatedly mischaracterizes the retail and food offerings of the travel center by omitting both the scope and the expansiveness of them. Thank you.
3.
Hello, my name is Kelly Kapazinski. Please turn to page 12. Section 1.6.1 requires a literal reading of the code and establishes the neighborhood as the intended population served, as well as neighborhood scale size limit. Section 1.14.7 says that the definitions are intended to define the limits of specific uses. Neighborhood scale places limits on the scope of what can be considered convenience store versus another classification. While the list of allowable goods and services for a convenience store is not exhaustive, the definition gives limits to the use. Code defines restaurants, bakeries, general retail, and large-scale fueling operations and other uses in the code. The definitions exist to establish the boundaries between the various use types. The scope of Buc-ee's retail, food, and fuel offerings far exceed what is typical of a normal convenience store. Buc-ee's has entire sections of large retail items and the equivalent of 2 restaurants, a bakery, and a confectionery, along with 120 fuel pumps. If that doesn't exceed the limit of a convenience store, what does?
Hi, my name is Debbie Hall, continuing on page 12. Section 1.6.6 prohibits excluded uses. A retail bakery is not allowed use in C1 zone. Simply putting it inside a larger building with other uses doesn't change that restriction. Similarly, gas stations are not allowed in C1. Combining a large gas station with other uses doesn't change that restriction. Section 1.67 instructs that similar uses shall fall within the same category of the use of character, descriptor, and intensity. A convenience store is low intensity in neighborhood scale, offering a limited scope of food and retail items. On the other hand, Buc-ee's is a 31-acre travel complex with general retail sales, large-scale food service, 120 fuel pumps. It's a high-intensity 24/7 use serving tens of thousands of interstate travelers daily. These other code sections support the interpretation that Buc-ee's is not a convenience store. In case you haven't heard, the owner of Buc-ee's, Arch Alpin, said he did not want to go where they were not wanted. Life was too short. That's a quote from the Alabama speech. I hope he keeps his word because we don't want it on Monument Hill. It's the wrong location.
Mic 2.
Hello, my name is Andrea Hlasek. I live off of County Line Road, 1 mile from the proposed Buc-ee's. My husband and I are both retired from the Air Force, and we invested our savings into our home specifically because of the nature and character of that neighborhood. The proposed Buc-ee site would be neither convenient for us nor a part of that neighborhood. If you'll reference page 13, it summarizes the ways in which the proposed travel center fails to meet the definition of a convenience store. The applicant has not provided evidence that would warrant overturning the PCD director's decision. The applicant has mischaracterized their project and the county's code. The population served and neighborhood scale size limit of a convenience store does not fit with the interstate traveler served nor the 31-acre size of the Buc-ee's. The floor plan shows that only 16% of the building area is for convenience sales. The larger share of the building is for general retail and food service functions. The permissive neighborhood scale fuel of a convenience store does not come close to fitting with a 120 fuel pump gas station.
3.
My name is John Nelson. Please turn to page 14. The applicant has requested that if you do not find that they meet the definition of a convenience store, that you consider whether Buc-ee's is similar to one under the 5.3.6 similar use determination process. The first criteria for similar use determination is listed on page 14. It is a requirement that the proposed project be consistent with the proposed zoning district. This criteria requires that the function, performance characteristics, and location requirements of the project be specified, then compared to the purpose and description of the zoning district, in this case, the obsolete C1 zone. That comparison must evaluate whether the aspects of the project are consistent with the zoning.
Mic 1.
My name is Wayne Rice. Please turn to page 15. Code describes C1 as an obsolete commercial zone with a maximum allowed building height of 30 feet. the lowest height limit of any of the commercial zones. While it is obsolete, C1 fits into the scheme of the code alongside its obsolete companion zone, C2. Code says the purpose of the C2 zone is large commercial. C2 allows all the same uses as C1, but also has additional larger scale allowed uses. When C1 is properly considered in the scheme of the code, it is clear that C1 is not for large commercial use. The sale of fuel was added to the definition of a convenience store years after the C1 zone was made obsolete. However, this only allows for neighborhood scale fueling. This means the C1 zone is for non-large commercial uses with only limited fuel sales.
My name is Catherine Lamond. I'm a Woodmore resident. I live off the county line in Doewood, half a mile from this Buc-ee's site. Please turn to page 16. Buc-ee's is a large travel center that integrates multiple functions into a single use. These core functions are large-scale fuel sales with 120 fuel pump positions, and extensive general retail sales along with food services inside a 74,000 square foot building. Large-scale fueling is integral to Buc-ee's travel centers. The performance characteristics of Buc-ee's centers heavily around the high traffic and customer volumes. The applicant estimates 22,150 daily trips to the travel center if built at this location, amounting to potentially tens of thousands of customers each day. The question under section 5.3.6 is whether these characteristics are consistent with the purpose and description of the C1 zone. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Stump. Please turn to page 17. The location requirements include a large site, large commercial or custom zoning district, high-capacity transportation infrastructure, and central water and sewer service. The Johnstown location gives real-world insight into these requirements. As the map shows, the area surrounding the Johnstown Buc-ee's is primarily commercial. There are no residential areas adjacent to the travel center. The transportation infrastructure is high capacity. The location is zoned PUD and is on municipal water and sewer services. The location on Monument Hill is notably different. The area is primarily rural residential. Beacon Light Road is a rural connector with driveways entering and exiting the road. The area also does not have central water services, and project will be on wells tapped into the non-renewable aquifers. The applicant's own consultant previously told this board regarding a different project that a commercial use such as Lowe's or Home Depot would not be appropriate in a residential area because of the traffic and hours of operation. Thank you.
My name is Colleen Tarkett. Section 5.3.6C2 specifically ties the code's exclusion requirement to similar use determinations. Large-scale fuel sales are allowed in other zones through truck stop or gas station uses. These uses are not allowed in a C1 zone. Therefore, large-scale fueling should be excluded from consideration as a similar use. Section 5.3.4B1 states that board shall not frustrate the scheme or intent of the code. In this case, the scheme of the code includes the two obsolete commercial codes taken together in context. Section 1.6.7 again requires looking at character, descriptor, and intensity. The non-large C1 zone cited in an otherwise residential neighborhood does not support the character, descriptor, or intensity of the proposed travel center.
My name is Nancy Dawkins. I'm a 38-year North Woodmore resident. Please turn to page 19. The applicant fails the zone consistency test. One of the core functions of Buc-ee's is large-scale fuel sales. Gas stations and truck stops, the county's two uses that could allow for large-scale fuel sales, are prohibited in a C1 zone. Their performance characteristics are high traffic, high customer volumes, and 24/7 operations, creating high-intensity use. These characteristics do not fit in a C1 zone when the zone is correctly viewed within the scheme of the code. For their locations, Buc-ee requires a large commercial zoning district or custom zoning district with high-capacity transportation infrastructure and central water service. Because this C1 zone site is in a rural residential area and not intended for large-scale, high-capacity commercial uses, the site lacks high-capacity transportation infrastructure and access to central water.
My name is Kane Cotton, fourth-generation resident of Monument Hill. Please turn to page 20. The second part of Section 5, Spot 3, Spot 6, Spot C1 requires the unlisted use to be compatible with the uses specifically allowed in the district and similar in characteristics, such as traffic, parking generation, and noise. Section 1, Spot 6, Spot 7 adds character, descriptor, and intensity to the classification analysis. This requires comparison of actual allowed C1 uses and actual characteristics of Buc-ee's. The applicant, therefore, must do more than identify generic features common to all commercial development, such as parking, lighting, customer access, and utilities. The code requires a meaningful similarity analysis of the characteristics that distinguish the proposed use. The next pages examine the applicant's own comparator evidence.
My name is Steve DeSev. Please turn to page 21. The applicant's analysis under 5.3.6 is seriously flawed. While the applicant is asking to be considered similar to a convenience store, they fail to compare the travel center to a convenience store at all in this section of their analysis. In fact, in their list of allowed uses in C1 zone, the applicant leaves convenience store off the list, despite claiming the list is complete. This list attempts to show that some C1 uses could be higher intensity. However, the applicant mischaracterizes the allowed uses by adding examples that would not actually be in a C1 zone. For example, the applicant uses the Great Wolf Lodge as an example of an allowed use, but the hotel would not be allowed under C1's 30-foot building height limit.
My name is Jean Duggan, 44-year resident of Northern El Paso County. Please turn to page 22. Rather than compare the travel center to a convenience store, the applicant compares it to 3 hypothetical development scenarios, none of which appear to be permitted in the C1 zone. The applicant's first 2 scenarios are hypothetical, large-scale shopping centers featuring hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial space and numerous stores and restaurants. However, Table 5-1 clearly shows that shopping centers are not an allowed use in the C1 zone. Instead, code allows for commercial or retail in C1 only as part of a shopping center. The applicant's third scenario is a hypothetical concert venue, which the applicant compares to the Ford Amphitheater or the Broadmoor World Arena. However, the C1 zone has a 30-foot height limit, the lowest of all the commercial zones, and a large concert venue would not fit within that limit. For example, the Broadmoor World Arena is over 50 feet tall.
My name is Tracy John. Please turn to page 23. The applicant's analysis does not establish substantial similarity. For purpose of determining function, the applicant wishes to be similar to a convenience store in order to allow fuel sales. When looking at traffic characteristics, the applicant compares to a range of other uses unrelated to the convenience store.
the applicant compares the travel center to a hypothetical concert venue with half the amount of traffic as a Buc-ee's and 2 large shopping centers that could have equivalent traffic. However, these scenarios would not be permitted a C1 zone. Furthermore, these scenarios are not the comparator the applicant is asking to be classified as. The applicant makes no attempt to link these comparisons back to the question of whether Buc-ee's is substantially similar to a convenience store. The only thing that these scenarios show is how far outside the concept of a convenience store and the C1 zone the applicant must reach to find developments that would have traffic of a similar scale to a Buc-ee's. Thank you.
Back to Mike 1.
Hi, my name is Connie Schmidt, going on 42 years in the Tri-Lakes area. Please turn to page 24. The applicant mischaracterizes their project in the description of the use and fails to provide any meaningful description or evaluation of the project's characteristics in its similar use analysis. These characteristics include a 31-acre travel center complex, a 120 pump gas station, sizable general retail function, and the equivalent of 4 fast food restaurants or bakeries. The PCD director reviewed the applicant's materials and concluded that the proposed Buc-ee's included a combination of characteristics, impacts, and design elements that are mixed and uncommon within unincorporated El Paso County.
My name is Betty Roush. Please turn to page 25. Traffic is a key characteristic of a Buc-ee's. The travel centers are known for high traffic volumes requiring high-capacity transportation infrastructure. The applicant's own traffic data shows the extreme traffic characteristics of a Buc-ee's. As the chart shows, Buc-ee's would generate nearly 7 times the number of trips as a convenience store. The scale of traffic is even more stark when compared to a fast casual restaurant or even an entire strip mall. Even a 200,000 square foot supercenter store would have less than half the traffic of a Buc-ee's. For example, or for scale, 200,000 square feet is larger than most Costco's or Walmart's. Thank you.
3.
My name is Denise Olson. I live in Woodmore. Please turn to page 26. The applicant fails to study any characteristics beyond the limited traffic study. The applicant makes a few unstopped assertions that noise levels will be similar to what is allowed in a C1 zone. The applicant fails to address a question of noise impacts that this board asked them about over a year ago. The other unstudied characteristics include impact to emergency egress, traffic safety near homes, schools, parks, and nearby connectors, transportation structure needs during peak travel times such as holiday weekends, transportation impacts on the broader network, especially during closures of I-25, water quality impacts of 120 fuel pumps, and thousands of gallons of underground fuel storage, the impact on the usage of wildlife crossing, and the potential to increase wildlife collisions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Olson, a Woodmore resident. Please turn to page 27. In terms of criteria 2, the analysis shows the proposed travel center and characteristics unlike a convenience store or anything allowed in C1 zone. Section 5.3.6.e limits similar use determination to an unlisted use that is substantially similar to an allowed use. Yet the applicant leaves conveniently the convenience store out of their similar use analysis. Section 1.6.7 requires similar use to have the same character, descriptor, and intensity. Buc-ee's does not align with the character, descriptor, or intensity of convenience store or any other use in C1 zone. Section 5.3.6.c.2 prohibits similar use determination from allowing a use that is already prohibited from the zone. Large-scale fueling is a function reserved for gas stations and truck stops, and those not allowed in C1 zone, so they cannot be allowed as a similar use. Thank you.
Mike 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Homan, and I live on a rural residential 5-acre on Bricker Road, a quarter mile with only one rural residential plot between me and Buc-ee's. The most reasonable conclusion, if you please turn to page 28, is that the applicant's proposed travel center fails to meet criteria number 2. The applicant fails to compare the travel center to a convenience store despite asserting this is the use they are most similar to. The applicant's own data shows that Buc-ee's would be a high-intensity use, unlike a convenience or other allowed uses in the C1 zone. The applicant also fails to evaluate all the relevant characteristics of the proposed project. The PCD director's own review found that these characteristics to not be uncommon for only in convenience stores or the C1 zone, but the county as a whole. I can tell you what this neighborhood is. I think I can just demonstrate this with a text from a neighbor. Paul, your neighbor here from around the corner on Beacon Light. A heads up, we are dog sitting our daughter's golden retriever again, the same one you returned a few years ago. He answers to Nash or Nashy. We took a walk over to your place a few minutes ago to see if anyone was home and get him refamiliarized with your dog Sticks. So if you see him around, send him back to us. I'd like to know if our neighbors, if I'll have their phone number, if I can return any lost dogs from the neighbors that will be visiting our neighborhood.
Mike 3.
My name is Jessica Peters. Please turn to page 29. In conclusion, the applicant fails to meet any and all of the criteria for determining whether Buc-ee's is a convenience store or similar to one for the purpose of being allowed in a C1 zone. The PCD director's determination should be upheld and the appeal denied. Buc-ee's fails to meet the definition of a convenience store or substantially similar to one in numerous ways, most notably the neighborhood serving requirements. Buc-ee's does not fit in a C1 zone because the zone is not for large-scale commercial uses. C1 zone has the lowest height limit of any of the commercial zones, obsolete or current, providing evidence for the limits on the scale and comparison with the other zones. Lastly, the characteristics are unlike anything in unincorporated El Paso County. Your own planning director could find nothing similar within the county. We ask that you deny the appeal and leave the director's determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Sebesta. Nothing in the El Paso County Land Development Code, the applicable El Paso County Master Plan, the Town of Monuments Comprehensive Plan, 3-mile plan, or future land use map or corresponding planning framework of the town of Palmer Lake suggests that a regional commercial use of this scale and intensity was contemplated at this location. The surrounding land use context reinforces that conclusion. Immediately north of County Line Road in Douglas County lies approximately 36,000 acres of permanently protective conservation easement and open space. While the planning documents governing the areas to the south and west likewise do not identify this location for an interstate-oriented commercial use approaching the intensity of the proposed 74,000 square foot, 120 fueling position travel center. Taken together, these adopted planning frameworks provide consistent evidence that this site was not envisioned for a regional destination use of this magnitude. The proposal is fundamentally out of character with the surrounding land use framework. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 2026 determination undisturbed.
My name is Tom Tijerina. The following is offered as corroborating evidence of applicant's own self-understanding of its business, which is not neighborhood serving. Stan Beard has repeatedly justified new locations be referenced to regional and interstate traffic volumes rather than neighborhood demand. Announcing the proposed Palmer Lake area site, Beard cited its exposure to 80,000 cars zooming back and forth in front of it as the site's principal advantage. Discussing the company's first Arizona store, Beard explained that the location was chosen because of its perfectly placed for our road trippers headed out to California or coming in for the destination-rich Phoenix area. And in announcing a Mississippi Gulf Coast location, Beard emphasized that the site was selected because of its perfectly situated along I-10 between our Texas and Alabama stores. These statements are consistent with what Vertex stated earlier today. They have no data of neighborhood visits. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Number 3.
My name is Lori Vanderway. I live in Colorado Estates neighborhood, which is directly to the west of the Buc-ee's property. The Land Development Code's own definition of neighborhood does not support the applicant's reading. LDC 1.15 defines neighborhood as a primary residential areas unified by shared characteristics, functional connections, and spatial perceptions. Elements which define or reinforce a neighborhood's orientation include common design themes, pedestrian and bicycle linkages, shared facilities and public spaces, and identifiable boundaries, edges, or gateways. Read in full rather than selectively the code's own definition of neighborhood. Provides little support for treating a predominantly non-local, interstate-oriented destination as an establishment whose purpose is to offer goods to the neighborhood in which it is located. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Back to Mike 1.
My name is Ken Kay. The Land Development Code itself supplies the standard the board must apply, and it does so in 2 steps. First, LDC Section 1.15 defines convenience stores as an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located specific goods. That definition comes as an express limitation that the establishment must be for the purpose of offering goods to the neighborhood. The board may interpret that language but cannot simply disregard it in order to classify a materially different regional use as a convenience store. Second, if the facility is not literally a convenience store, LDC Section 5.3.6.C.1 governs whether it may nonetheless be treated as an allowed C1 use, stating no use not specifically identified as an allowed use, special use, temporary use, or accessory use shall be allowed unless the PCD director determines use is similar to an expressly allowed use, special use, temporary use, or an accessory use. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Earlier you saw what goods a convenience store supposedly carried. These same goods are also carried by Walmart.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
My name is George Castro. Applicant tells the board that this facility is operationally similar to the ordinary C1 commercial uses, while its own traffic engineer tells the Federal Highway Administration that the recognized national trip generation category for the relevant convenience store gas station use is so unlike this project that it could not be used to model it. Both those positions cannot be correct, and the record, not the applicant's characteristics, should control. None of this requires the board to find the 74,000 square feet is inherently too large as an abstract matter. It requires only that the board apply the comparison the code it directs: character, descriptor, intensity, function, performance characteristics, location requirements, traffic, and parking, rather than the generic feature or the hypothetical build-out comparison. Applicants offer in their place Applying that comparison, the record does not establish that the proposed facility is substantially similar to the use allowed in C1. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Mike 3.
My name is Patricia Castro, Woodmore resident. The applicant's own representative, Stan Beard, speaking on applicant's behalf at a public meeting in Palmer Lake on December 3rd, 2024, told the audience that 90% of our customers are visiting us from well outside of El Paso County. More than 70% of them are coming from outside of the state. At the same Buc-ee-sponsored community meeting, Beard described the site's freeway-oriented purpose in terms that directly bear on the code's neighborhood service limitation. Referring to the approximately 80,000 vehicles traveling I-25 adjacent to the site, Beard stated, "Our purpose is to get them off and back on that freeway system as easily and comfortably as possible." Later, he explained, "Our customers, like I said, come from miles away. We are stopping the car that is already on the freeway." These customers are not our neighbors, and Buc-ee's should not be considered a neighborhood convenience store. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Back to 1. Sir?
Oh, excuse me. My name's Gerald Hadfield, a 32-year resident of Tri-Lakes. Applicant's own appeal confirms that scale cannot simultaneously be legally irrelevant and legally relevant. Applicant argues correctly that the convenience store definition contains no numerical cap. But when the applicant turns to its alternative similar use argument, it spends pages attempting to show that the facility's traffic parking intensity is comparable to other permitted C1 uses. Applicant cannot have it both ways. Scale cannot be dismissed as legally irrelevant to the convenience store definition and simultaneously treated as central evidence for similar use classification under section 5.3.6. The correct and consistent formulation is this: scale alone is not an independent numerical disqualifier under the convenience store definition, but scale is directly relevant evidence. I respectfully request the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 2026 determination undisturbed.
2.
My name is Ellen Kay. The applicant's own comparison table contains the one figure that actually answers the similar use classification question in section 5.3.6, and it does not help the applicant. Buried within the applicant's hypothetical build-out table is a conventional ITE land use code 945 entry stating convenience store gas station, 5,000 square feet, 16 fueling positions, generating approximately 3,212 daily trips. That is the applicant's own selected industry benchmark for the actual use category at issue in this appeal. The comparison is stark. A building size roughly 14.8 times larger, fueling positions 7.5 times more numerous, and daily trips approximately 6.9 times greater than the applicant's own conventional convenience store gas station comparator. Applicant's own traffic consultant separately confirms why. Due to the total number of fueling positions for this development, ITE data was not used for project trip generation estimates because the average number of fueling positions for the applicable use with ITE trip generation is 14 fueling positions. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination under.
3.
My name's Kathleen Clark. No convenience store of any kind has ever been approved with C1. As the director's own determination letter states, notably, there are no previous convenience store approvals with C1 zoning district on record. I repeat that. No previous convenience store approvals within the C1 zoning district are on record. The county's complete identified approval history and 26 approvals reviewed by staff across all ED, ARP, and county assessor's records. This supplies evidence of the character and intensity the county has historically associated with convenience store and fuel retail uses, and the applicant's proposal lies far outside the range. There is no administrative precedent for extending C1 convenience store treatment to a fuel retail facility remotely approaching this intensity. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
One.
Mike Loxner, 23-year resident of Woodmore. This appeal should be denied because of Buc-ee's own words and data confirming that Buc-ee's fails the Land Development Code similar use test. Convenience store is the only C1 use that authorizes fuel sales. The other C1 users applicant cites as comparators such as hotels, restaurants, shopping centers do not. No fuel retail use of any kind has ever been approved in C1 anywhere in the county. The county's largest fuel pump approval countywide in any zone is 18 positions. This proposal is 120 positions. Applicant's own traffic engineers stated that standard industry data averaging 14 fueling positions should not even be used as a model of this project size. The logical conclusion is that a 24/7, 365-day, 74,000 square foot travel center is not a convenience store. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's determination undisturbed.
2.
My name is Benji Peters. Madam Chair, in 2024, you made a promise that all projects you approve would have to provide you with proof and evidence that they have 300 years worth of water. Buc-ee's has not given any evidence that they have 300 years of water. And if you approve them as a convenience store today, they won't ever have to. They are not following the rules. You made a promise. My parents have taught me that it is important to keep our promises. I'm counting on you to do the right thing. Keep your promises and make Buc-ee's follow all the rules just like everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep order in the chamber. Thank you. Mike 3, please. Come on, guys. We just talked about following the rules, really. Mike 3.
Tough act to follow. My name is Todd Metzger. I live 1 mile from the proposed site. Buc-ee's own recent experience elsewhere in the country confirms the amount of public draw a single Buc-ee's location generates. A complaint filed by Buc-ee's Limited on July 28, 2026, alleges that the April 6, 2026 opening of its Huber Heights, Ohio location reportedly broke records and caused nearby hotels to sell out, and describes its stores generally as highway oases that are, and I quote, more than a typical gas station for many who treat it as a destination when on road trips. An opening reportedly associated with nearby hotels selling out is further evidence of a destination-scale regional draw, rather than an ordinary neighborhood-serving retail facility. This is consistent with a regional center destination, not a suburban residential supporting use. I respectfully request the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you so much.
1.
My name is Shelley Warner. I'm a resident of Woodmore/Monument. The applicant says they are not a restaurant because they do not have site seating. However, having on-site seating is not a requirement to be classified as a restaurant. Many restaurants in El Paso County do not have on-site seating. The applicant has 15,000 square feet of their building, which is 20% of their total floor plan, dedicated to food prep usage. This is equivalent to 4 fast food restaurants. The applicant says that they should not be considered as a gas station because they do not have certain features. However, these features are optional and not required to be defined as a gas station. Gas stations have a primary function of selling fuel, which is what Buc-ee's does. While this Buc-ee's does not have a car wash, a use defined in the code as part of the gas station, many Buc-ee's across the nations do. My adult son had a baseball tournament up northern part up by Johnstown. He went up there. He had to stop in and get some gum. He said it took him over 20 minutes to find the gum, be able to check out, and get out. He said that basically Buc-ee's was a maze of confusion. It's designed to keep people there as long as possible, to spend their money on Buc-ee's merch, which makes it very inconvenient establishment and not a convenient one.
2.
My name is Cindy Landsberg. I have been a resident of northern El Paso County since 1971 and am a former El Paso County public health nurse. The applicant has said that they are not a truck stop because they do not serve 18-wheelers or large vehicles. However, this is untrue, as Buc-ee's serves large vehicles such as charter buses and other varieties of commercial large vehicles. The applicant has said that all parking is on site, but acknowledges that 18-wheelers are not allowed on site and would be forced to use street parking. This happens. For example, at the Johnstown Buc-ee's, multiple 18-wheeler trucks were observed parked on the street with their drivers walking into the store. Not allowing 18-wheelers does not preclude Buc-ee's from being evaluated as a part of the truck stop definition. The record includes multiple pictures of large commercial vehicles at the Buc-ee's location in Johnstown. Thank you.
3.
My name is Pamela Sassang. The applicant showed pictures of multiple other convenience stores in El Paso County. However, none of these resemble the size or scale of the proposed Buc-ee's. Even the small 3,500 square foot Fuel B convenience store had to be rezoned to a CS zone, which is for large commercial purposes. The applicant acknowledges the area surrounding these other convenience stores are primarily commercial or industrial, with very few residences within walking distance. In contrast, the Buc-ee's here would be surrounded by a residential neighborhood, but is not planned to be served by sidewalks or bike paths, definitely highlighting that it has no plans to serve the immediate neighborhood. Furthermore, the applicant's limited traffic study does not include traffic to or from Monument Hill Road, where Palmer Ridge High School is located. If the applicant was primarily for the neighborhood, they would include traffic from these immediate areas. Thank you.
1.
My name is Nolene Metzger. The applicant is saying that this site has been zoned C1 for 68 years, and they should have the right to develop it as such. However, the C1 zone does not give the right for a 120 fuel pump gas station. For 33 of those 68 years, fuel sales were prohibited entirely, and for the last 35 years, they have only been included as a neighborhood function. A year and a half before purchasing the property, the applicant was told they would need to rezone for this project. The applicant purchased this land fully aware of the restrictions on use and that their project would require a rezone. The surrounding residential property owners also purchased their properties with the expectations that zoning and planning would be consistently maintained in accordance with the similar characteristics of the area, which would not allow a 120 fuel pump travel center. The applicant was fully aware of these restrictions and has no right to demand a backdoor action. Thank you.
2. Ann Johnson, North Woodmore, and lover of starry skies and the Colorado outdoor spaces, trails, and wildlife. The LDC already provides an available mechanism for a development of this scale and complexity: planned unit development. A PUD or rezoning process addresses a materially broader set of site-specific questions concerning intensity, compatibility, infrastructure, dimensional standards, and master plan conformance than the classification question presented here today. That process requires a full public hearing, a complete evidentiary record, addressing dimensional standards, infrastructure, and master plan conformance, and detailed criteria-specific findings. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed.
3.
My name is Ayla Culver. The proposed facility, a 74,000 square foot retail and food service building, 120 fueling positions, approximately 790 parking spaces, 24-hour operation, interstate-oriented signage and lighting, and substantially associated transportation infrastructure is precisely the type of unusually large and integrated commercial development for which the Land Development Code's PUD mechanism exists. There is no need to expand the meaning of an obsolete C1 convenience store classification beyond its ordinary neighborhood serving character in order to accommodate this project or any project. The code already provides a process through which the county can evaluate the development as a whole, establish appropriate intensity and dimensional standards, assess compatibility with the master plan, and provide for the public review that a project of this particular magnitude warrants. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take an opportunity to take a quick comfort break. So we'll take about 10 or 15 minutes and we will come back with this next panel and proceed through the public input portion. So we are in recess. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and we are going to give our speakers just a few minutes to queue up at the microphones here. Just as a reminder, again, to everybody, while we're waiting for that, thank you for your cooperation and continuing to follow the rules of decorum in the auditorium as we have speakers coming up. I'm going to remind you again, please remember that you do need to speak to the criteria. Some of you have done a really good job of that. Please also remember, if you are repeating things, we don't have to have repetition. We can take all of that into account, and having more people is not something we can take into consideration here. It's all about that criteria, so keep your comments focused. If you're still waiting to comment and you've already heard someone give the same comments as you, you can just say ditto, you can decide not to speak, all of those things. Just remember, hearing the same thing more than once does not give it more weight. Okay, we'll move to microphone 1.
Okay. My name is Angela Fike. I came here a few months ago, and you encouraged me to get involved and learn about the process. So I did. And when I saw it was broken, I'm now the Director of Community Outreach for Tri-Lakes Preservation. Please turn to slide 1 of your summation presentation. Today, you have heard a great deal of information to factor into your decision on whether Buc-ee's meets the definition of, or is similar to, a convenience store. We know that, as commissioners, you must base this decision on facts, not emotions. You must base it on a detailed review of the definitions, rules for interpretation, and all parts of the Land Development Code, as well as the county's master plan. You must base it on the findings of the county PCD director and staff. And most importantly, you must make it based on common sense. We, the citizens of Tri-Lakes, have given you everything you need to make the determination that Buc-ee's is not a convenience store. And I would like to add, I too was a teacher, retired 30 years. And what I taught my children in my classroom is to make good choices. And if you can't make a good choice, you have to live with the consequence that comes with it. We are asking for you to deny this. This is our home. This is our place that we worship and our children play. We don't want strangers in our neighborhood, and we hope that you too will make the right decision. Thank you.
2.
My name is Grace Foy. Please turn to page 2 of the summation presentation. None of us would actually have to be here today if the applicant had simply followed the direction already provided by the county's PCD department as a part of the Early Assistance Program in May of 2024. That direction was simple: rezone the land and comply with the 300-year water rule, period. This simple direction was apparently so problematic to the applicant that they instead embarked on a 21-month flagpole annexation process with Palmer Lake that was filled with controversy and which ultimately failed. Now the applicant has initiated a series of piecemeal, segmented actions in an attempt to circumvent the requirements originally specified by the county's PCD department. Do not let them do this. Please deny this appeal and require the applicant to go through the required and appropriate land use process and not through a backdoor loophole. Thank you.
3.
My name is Caitlin Beverly. I'm a recent graduate of Palmer Ridge High School, and I consider the Tri-Lakes area my home. Please take the time to turn to page 3 of the summation presentation. Do not forget the LDC definition of a convenience store includes an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located. This definition describes a neighborhood market whose purpose is serving the surrounding community. Not only has the applicant failed to show the purpose of the proposed facility is to serve the neighborhood in which it is located, their own words prove just the opposite. Please turn to page 4 of the summation presentation. Mr. Stan Beard, the Director of Real Estate and Development for Buc-ee's, made several very clear statements during the December 3rd, 2024 Palmer Lake Community Meeting about who Buc-ee's target customers really are. Thank you.
Act 1.
My name is Christy Beverly. Mr. Beard's first statement at that December meeting at 17 minutes and 30 seconds said, quote, "We locate adjacent to major freeways for a reason. 90% of our customers are visiting us from well outside of El Paso County in this instance. More than 70% of them are coming from outside the state, end quote. His statement number 2 at 24 minutes and 35 seconds says, quote, "The point of our stores is if you are on a road trip, you can pretty much get whatever you need for that road trip in the store," end quote. Another statement at 26 minutes and 7 seconds says, quote, "So our customers, like I said, come from miles away. We are stopping a car that is already on the freeway," end quote. And Mr. Beard's statement number 4 at 28 minutes says, quote, "Again, most of our customers are not local," end quote. We ask that you do the right thing and deny this appeal.
2.
My name is Ren Trudell. These are the words of Mr. Beard, not mine, not anybody else's. They were said honestly at the point in time before the definition of a convenience store mattered so much to the applicant. Do these statements sound like the facilities meet the Land Development Code's definition of a convenience store? A store serving the surrounding community? It most certainly does not meet that definition.
3.
Please turn to page 5 of the summation presentation. The applicants claim that merely connecting to existing infrastructure constitutes serving the local community is frankly absurd. Motorists who are simply passing through cannot, by any reasonable interpretation, be considered part of the neighborhood. The applicant completely ignored the very important part of the county's neighborhood definition, requiring shared characteristics, spatial perceptions, and common design themes. Nothing could be more incompatible and fundamentally out of character with Monument and the Tri-Lakes area than a Buc-ee's Travel Center.
Fact 1.
My name is Gary Baumgarten. Please turn to page 6 of the summation presentation. The applicant's assertion that the general public is actually the true target customer base of a convenience store, since its customers are not limited to only immediately adjacent residences, is flawed and inaccurate. This assertion is in direct conflict with the county's definition of a convenience store as an establishment for the purpose of serving the neighborhood. The proposed travel center is too big to serve the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant wrongly asserts that a lack of specific size limit in the Land Development Code means a convenience store can be any size. Lack of a specified size limit does not erase the requirement that it must intend to serve the local neighborhood.
2.
My name is Celia Canan. I'm a 30-year resident of Monument. Please turn to page 7 of the summation presentation. Buc-ee's primary purpose is to serve travelers. The applicant told Palmer Lake that 90 to 95% of their sales are to customers outside the zip code of the travel center itself. Buc-ee themselves repeatedly and consistently refer to their locations and proposed locations as travel centers. This is the case on their website, in the press, as well as in government planning documents, including during the 2024 early assistance process with El Paso County. Again, according to Mr. Stan Beard in December of 2024 in Palmer Lake, quote, "Back in the day, we were just a little convenience store. Now we have 32 travel centers," end of quote.
3.
My name is Dina Clayton. Please turn to page 8 of the summation presentation. Incidental fuel cells do not allow for a travel center. The definition of a convenience store before the C1 zone was made obsolete explicitly excluded the sale of fuel. With gas stations and truck stops not permitted in a C1 zone, the clear intent in 1991 was to prohibit all fuel sales. The current version of the LDC includes fuel sales as optional and small scale to remain consistent with the neighborhood market. A travel center with 120 filling stations can in no way be viewed as small scale, serving the neighborhood or incidental. The gas station part of the proposed travel center fails to meet the county's definition of a convenience store. Thank you.
1.
My name is Catherine Keeley. Please turn to page 9 of the summation presentation. The restaurant and food preparation within the proposed facility are not consistent with the convenience store definition. The county's definition of a convenience store does not include having a restaurant or allowing on-site food preparation. The definition only includes ready-to-eat foods. In addition, the Land Development Code specifically identifies restaurants and food processing as separate uses. Thus, a large part of the travel center would be dedicated to uses that exceed the scope of the county's definition and allowed uses of a convenience store. Thank you.
2.
My name is Janice Frazee. Please turn to page 10 of the summation presentation. Travel centers are not similar to convenience stores. A travel center does not meet criteria 1. It must be consistent with the purpose. The C1 zone was the more restrictive commercial zoning type before becoming obsolete. In terms of function, gas stations, food processing, fuel sales, and storage are not allowed in C1 zones, but they were allowed in C2 zones. The proposed travel center is a large-scale development and would serve regional travelers with the 120 filling stations, which was far more consistent with a C2 zone. The applicant's assertion that C1 zones were, in quotes, provide commercial activities, end of quote, that there is no limit to their size and scale, completely ignores the definition of C2 zones, which specifically permit large activities. The parts of the LDC cannot be viewed in isolation. Thank you.
3.
My name is Carol Gaskill. I've resided in Woodmore for 13 years. Please turn to page 11 of the summation. A travel center does not meet criteria 2. It must be compatible and similar in characteristics. A large travel center is not a compatible use with an established residential neighborhood. The applicant's traffic comparisons to other developments are all uses that are not even allowed in C1 zones. The applicant's own traffic analysis shows the average convenience store having 3,212 trips per day, while the proposed travel center would have 22,150 trips per day. This is 7 times the traffic, which is a much higher intensity, quote unquote, intensity of use and impacts. The applicant asserts that the travel center will not generate excessive vibration, smoke, fumes, or dust. However, the applicant provides no quantifiable assessment of these characteristics. The burden of showing similarity of characteristics is on the applicant, and they have completely failed to quantify these other vitally important characteristics. As a resident, it would be an inconvenience for me to go to Buc-ee's, quote unquote, convenience store.
Back to 1.
Hello, my name is Ed Hetler. Please turn to page 12 in your summation presentation. Speaking of intensity of impacts, there are many other impacts the proposed travel center would inflict on the citizens of Tri Lakes on a much greater scale than a truly compatible level use. Some of these examples are vehicular-related noise and air pollution on a much greater scale, traffic congestion on a much greater scale, health risks on a much greater scale, fire evacuation on a much greater scale, light pollution on a much greater scale, other noise pollution on a much greater scale, and blocked views in our beautiful area on a much greater scale. The impacts of the applicant's proposed facility can in no way be considered similar of characteristics to a C1 zoning use. Thank you.
2.
My name is Darren Fike. Please turn to page 13 in the summation presentation. In conclusion, the proposed Buc-ee's Travel Center would be a large-scale, high-intensity development that is inconsistent with the definition of a convenience store and allowable uses in a C1 zone. The applicant has failed to demonstrate that their project meets the criteria established for the BOCC to approve an administrative determination as a convenience store or other allowable use in a C1 zone. Analysis of the project, its impacts, and similar use criteria in the Land Development Code point to a lack of a clear answer in terms of how to actually define the proposed travel center. Travel centers in general, and specifically destination travel centers like Buc-ee's, should be categorized under commercial services, CS zoning, due to their large scale, high intensity, and high impact to the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Martha Higgins. Would you please turn to page 14 of the summation presentation? We, the concerned citizens of Tri-Lakes, have done our best to present you with the complete picture, including all of the information that you need to make a comprehensive, fact-based, completely legally defensible decision that the applicant's proposed Buc-ee's Travel Center does not meet the definition of or is similar to a convenience store. It is abundantly clear that the applicant has completely failed to meet the burden of proof required of them in this determination process. The applicant's obvious attempt to circumvent the rezoning requirements originally specified by the county's PCD department in May of 2024 is indisputable. The citizens of Tri-Lakes, thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your consideration. And most of all, thank you for your common sense. Thank you.
1.
My name is Morgan Mullins, lifetime resident of Monument. This appeal should be denied because of Buc-ee's own words and data, and because every other source of context confirms the same conclusion. The county's own master plan designates this corridor for limited neighborhood-scale commercial uses, not a regional destination. The Town of Monuments Council separately and unanimously opposed this classification. Palmer Lake's own planning commission rejected this same project as it is too big and incompatible with community character. Whatever economic benefits the project might offer are not relevant to this classification question, and the Land Development Code already provides the right process for a project of this scale, which is rezoning or planned unit development review, with full public hearing that process requires. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
2.
My name is Richard Kohler. I'm a 7-year resident of Monument. On September 3rd, 2025, the Palmer Lake Planning Commission voted 3-2 to recommend denial of the proposed planned development zoning for this project, notwithstanding the property's location within a designated commercial node. The Planning Commission's own written findings, adopted the same day, concluded that the proposed planned development is simply too big a development for the town of Palmer Lake, and it fails to maintain the small-town character of the town and is incompatible with surrounding areas. The body charged with administering that jurisdiction's own master plan and compatibility standards concluded that this regional travel center was inconsistent with neighborhoods serving expectations, even under a designation intended to permit commercial use. The same conclusion that the land development compatibility definition compels here. I believe that the oath and moral code is to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Question, can you believe an organization that stretches the truth is trustworthy? I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the determination undisturbed. Thank you.
3. Lisa Seymour. The applicant's representative started her presentation by describing how long the property has been C1. Over 60 years. Impressive. However, longevity does not change that C1 code does not allow a gas station, and Buc-ee's does not qualify as a neighborhood convenience store. Mr. Dunstan, one of the 2 speakers supporting the applicant, lamented at the struggle to get folks here to speak on behalf of Buc-ee's. Well, I can tell you one reason why. Because it's almost laughable to have to represent the slide presented by the applicant that purports that Buc-ee's is not a gas station or a travel center for that matter. The applicant's representative specifically said that Buc-ee's was not a gas station because it does not offer vehicle maintenance. However, I'll remind you that the very definition of gas station in the code does not list vehicle maintenance as a qualifier. It actually says it may include vehicle maintenance. May, not must. The same distinction we were asked to concentrate on by the applicant earlier in the definition of a neighborhood convenience store, may versus must. Simply offering a neighborhood sundry doesn't make you a neighborhood convenience store either. The definition's purpose clause is about selling to the neighborhood. And when pressed by the board, the applicant couldn't answer basic questions about the neighborhood it claims to serve. Lastly, I'll remind you the effects of El Paso County decisions do not stop at county line when this is a shared road with Douglas County. Thank you for your time.
Back to 1.
My name is Whitney Yeager. I'm a resident of Monument. Buc-ee's has placed interstate billboards advertising specific stores hundreds and sometimes thousands of miles away, including but not limited to a Wisconsin billboard marking the distance to a Kentucky location, a sign in California stating a Buc-ee's is 1,327 miles away, and a sign in Michigan stating a Buc-ee's is 444 miles away. From the 2026 CSP Daily News article titled, "What's Driving Buc-ee's Interstate Billboards?" Jeff Nadalo, General Counsel for Buc-ee's, confirmed this strategy is to notify highway travelers hundreds of miles in advance that a Buc-ee's location is in their path. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1st, 2026 determination undisturbed. Thank you.
2.
Rod Dorsey, Woodmore resident. The Land Development Code asks whether the establishment's purpose is to serve the neighborhood in which it's located. By applicant's own numbers and its own words, it does not. Applicant's own representative at a December 2024 public meeting described the project's purpose in these terms, quote, "We are stopping the car that is already on the freeway. Our purpose is to get them off and back on that freeway system as easily and comfortably as possible," unquote. No mention of the neighborhood. That same representative said 90% of customers come from outside El Paso County and more than 70% from outside Colorado. The applicant's own traffic study assigns roughly 93% of this site's model trips to Interstate 25. That leaves the remaining 7% of us who live and work and play in Monument, who are not mentioned in this study. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 26 determination undisturbed. Thank you very much for your patience.
3.
My name is Sonia Shu Ferreira, proud longtime resident of the west side of Monument. Our family enjoys a stunning, beautiful, and unobstructed view of Monument Hill. I want to invite all of you over to come to our property and see how beautiful it is, especially at night when the stars are out. The Land Development Code defines convenience store as an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located such items as groceries, ready-to-eat food, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. A convenience store may include retail sale of gasoline and other petroleum products. The definition imposes an express neighborhood serving requirement. Its permissive may include language regarding gasoline, but does not establish that a fueling operation of unlimited scale remains within the classification regardless of its effect on the establishment's overall function, intensity, customer orientation, and location requirements. The record shows the proposed facility satisfies neither the express requirement nor a fair reading of the permissive one. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and leave the planning director's July 1, 2026 determination undisturbed.
Act 1.
My name is Janice Murray. I live right off County Line Road, North Monument, 1 mile from where Buc-ee's is proposed to be. The Land Development Code does not define convenience store solely by the merchandise it sells. It defines the use as an establishment for the purpose of offering for sale to the neighborhood in which it is located groceries, ready-to-eat food, over-the-counter drugs, and sundries. For the purpose of focuses on the establishment's intended function. To the neighborhood identifies its intended market and service area. The listed merchandise describes what is sold, not the land use itself. Read together the term to the neighborhood. Performs a substantive limiting function that must be used in interpreting the definition. That limitation does not require the board to identify a precise mileage radius or to find that every customer must be a local resident. A neighborhood serving establishment may serve travelers and other non-residents without losing its character, nor does selling the listed merchandise by itself establish the required use. Supermarkets, pharmacies, and truck stops sell the same categories of goods without becoming a neighborhood convenience store. I respectfully request.
2.
My name is Evan Crowley. I'm a proud Tri-Lakes resident of 25 years. I'd like to echo the many comments of my fellow citizens in Tri-Lakes with a hearty ditto. If you bear with me for a few moments, I'll also share a few of my own comments. Let me remind you that Buc-ee's exists primarily for the traveler, as we've heard, not the local. Buc-ee's own stats have shown that the vast majority of its customers are not local. The applicant's own traffic materials for the project, prepared by Kimberly Horn and submitted as Exhibit D to the appeal, report that, quote, to other Buc-ee sites, user-specific sales transactions indicate that more than 85% of customers are not located local. End quote. The study applied an 85% diverted link rate and uses its own weighted average distribution, assigned approximately 93% of the project's stop-in trips to I-25, with only 3 assigned to West County Line Road. The 85% figure describes the share of customers who are not local to the applicant's other existing locations. The 93% figure is a separate calculation describing the model directional distribution of vehicle trips generated by the site, meaning that only 3% of the traffic will come from that local road in Monument Hill. So those numbers should actually be flipped. Both figures point to the same conclusion. The applicant itself designed and modeled the facility around an overwhelmingly non-local, non-neighborhood, intercent-oriented customer base. Please deny the appeal. Thank you.
3.
I'm Nancy Maring. The applicant has asserted that this project will provide excess capacity to assist surrounding properties and enhance neighborhood and regional life safety during fire events, and characterizing the proposed fire water improvements as having been coordinated with Monument Fire District. Applicant, however, identifies no supporting fire flow calculation, no approved fire district plan, no application to Monument Fire District, and no surrounding properties entitled to use that capacity, and no off-site connection, easement, or other mechanism by which such properties would receive service. The record therefore does not establish the asserted fire district coordination, does not establish the broader neighborhood utility benefit applicant asks the board to infer from it infrastructure necessary to serve applicant's own unusually intensive development cannot be treated as evidence of neighborhood orientation based solely on an unsupported assertion of unspecified excess capacity. Thank you.
Back to number 1, please.
Kat Gale for Integrity Matters. This is a question of legal authority. Table 5.1 allows gas stations in 5 districts. The C1 box is blank. Section 166 says listing a use in one district excludes it where it isn't listed. Section 536E says no interpretation may waive a standard this code establishes. This applies before you reach any question of similarity. Buc-ee's needs to claim this isn't a gas station. They claim the code defines a gas station as primarily oriented toward fueling. The word primarily is not in section 1.15. They also say the code expressly limits retail activity to the incidental sale of vehicle accessories. There's no such limitation. If the code is read literally, as section 1.6.1 commands, and as the applicants asked you to do in their presentation, a gas station is a property where retail fuel is sold for vehicles, whether it has 1 pump or 120. Their own engineer told the Federal Highway Administration this is a 120 fueling position Buc-ee's gas station. If your code is not read literally, they cannot.
Your time is complete. Thank you. 2.
I am Harold Larson speaking on behalf of NEPCO. El Paso County has a tested process, and as part of that process, our county staff reviewed the site plans, square footage, fuel pump count, code definitions, and many other factors to determine their decision on C1 eligibility. They didn't decide this in a vacuum, and nothing in this appeal has changed those factors. Buc-ee's marketing is built on one core central message. We are a travel center, and any incidental reference to them as a convenience store would undermine the very premise Buc-ee's has built into their brand. Buc-ee's is an interstate, intrastate destination with all those unique characteristics. We are simply asking the board to affirm their staff's determination and require Buc-ee's to pursue the appropriate rezoning with public participation that the Land Development Code provides for. We, as a county, we lose nothing by letting that process stand.
3.
Larry Wyora. I've been listening for this morning for hours that Buc-ee's is a convenience store and not a gas station. And I think we need to step back for a second and get real. Take a look at the spirit of the law here. When the original zoning code was written for this property, it was never intended, and everybody knows that here, even Buc-ee's, for 15 to 20,000 vehicles a day, the size of a Buc-ee's, 30 to 50,000 people a day to visit it, 120 plus gas pumps. The local neighborhood is not going to run to this supposedly convenience store. Can you see the mom sitting down for Sunday dinner with her grandkids, and her kids sends her husband down, quick, I forgot the hamburger buns, okay? And he happens to go to a Buc-ee's, and an hour later he's back with after all the traffic. I wouldn't want to be there, I'll just tell you that. If you walk outside Cascade and ask 100 people if Buc-ee's is a convenience store, 98 of the people would laugh at you for even asking the question. This is an absolute no-brainer. Everybody has, including even Buc-ee's, knows that Buc-ee's is not a convenience store. Why are we wasting our time here? Even the Buc-ee's CEO came out a few days ago and stated that their future expansion plans would no longer focus on blue political states. I guess Buc-ee's team here did not get...
Back to 1, please.
I'm Karen Duff, a Tri-Lakes resident for close to 40 years. I'm going to apologize in advance if I jumble my words. I have a brain injury that affects communication and my memory skills and everything. I'll probably forget I was here tomorrow. According to the C1 zoning codes, a convenience store is basically defined as a convenient, local neighborhood mart, small in size with basic food, snacks, and some everyday necessities like 7-Eleven, for instance. These marts have a speedy in and out access, limited parking. It's a place where most of us have little desire to loiter or hang around in. Travel centers like Little America and Buc-ee's are often thought of as a tourist type attraction where some people stop without even having a specific need to be there. In comparison, they have hundreds of parking lots, a substantial environmental impact, massive food prep services, a gas station with over 100 pumps, and vast retail sales, including t-shirts and stuffed beavers. Simply changing the language does not change the reality of what it actually is. A skunk is still a skunk, a beaver is still a beaver, and Buc-ee's is still a commercial travel center. It's a huge gas station. It is not a convenience store. I respectfully ask that all of you deny this appeal and keep our small historic community safe and beautiful.
2.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Calesti, a property owner and resident of Palmer Lake, Colorado, a fourth-generation native of Pueblo County. Buc-ee's has known since 2024, from the beginning, they must rezone. They know this. In other words, in the words of El Paso County planning staff Kylie Bagley, here is the EDARP recording.
Center. Okay, perfect. So you would need to rezone to one zoning district. So our C1 zone, which is that large purple swath on that larger parcel, is actually an obsolete zoning district. So we would just request that you rezone to CC to match that northern parcel and carry that all the way through.
Recording is from May 29th, 2024, minute mark 1355, labeled Beacon Light Road Travel Center. This is about preserving wilderness wildlife corridor and following the code you all established. Don't let them come through the back door. They already tried in my own town of Palmer Lake. I respectfully request that the board deny the appeal of this applicant. Thank you.
3, please.
My name is Sonia Bowden, and I'm a 25-year resident of Monument, Colorado. I urge you to uphold the planning director's decision and deny this appeal. Our land development code defines a neighborhood as a geographically localized area where people live, characterized by local serving facilities. Under our county's guidelines, a C1 zone is explicitly restricted to businesses that serve the immediate local neighborhood community, drawing customers from a local radius to meet our daily needs. The term neighborhood is a scale. It's not regional. Buc-ee's own representatives have admitted that their business model relies on pulling 80,000 regional vehicles a day off the I-25 corridor. A 74,000 square foot regional tourist destination with 120 fueling stations is by definition a regional transportation hub, not a local convenience store. Scale matters. Intended audience matters. Classifying a massive multi-state travel plaza as a simple neighborhood convenience store sets a dangerous, lawless precedent for all future zoning.
Back to F1, please.
My name is Dale Pittock. Could you guys take a look at the first page? Not you guys. Our question is one of scale. This three-dimensional visualization compares a typical 5,000 square foot convenience store with the 74,000 square foot Buc-ee's design developed during the early Palmer Lake process. We use that version of the Buc-ee's design because it is the closest documented site design available for this location. GIS data establish The surrounding terrain and the data taken from the Palmer Lake engineering drawings were used to set elevations and real-world dimensions. Google Maps was used as an independent check of those dimensions. Now, could you turn to page 2? Here is the typical convenience store has been placed directly on a portion of the Buc-ee's site development area. Both are sewn together at the same scale. Throughout these comparisons, the following pages will also show a 2D plan view, a true scale view, and the images on the right will show the same comparison in perspective. What you will see in the following pages is more than a difference in scale.
Please.
I'm Nora Swinick. Please turn to page 3. The bottom right slide that depicts a typical convenience store with 12 gas pumps. Directly above it is the Buc-ee's Palmer Lake design, showing 120 gas pumps, which is 10 times more than the convenience store. And as you look to the slide to the left, you can see the different footprints that are created by the Buc-ee's gas canopies 1 and 2 versus the gas canopy created by the convenience store. Now, if you'd please turn to page 4, the building comparisons. Again, look at the slide at the bottom right. It depicts a typical convenience store at 5,000 square feet. Right above it is the Buc-ee's Palmer Lake design with 74,000 square feet, which is 14 and 8/10 times bigger than the convenience store. Again, if you look to the slide to the left, you will see the footprint of the Buc-ee store compared to the footprint of the convenience store. These are not small differences. They demonstrate a very different scale and very different intensities of development. Thank you.
3.
Hello, my name is Randy Cowden. Please turn to page 5. We're going to move from the building to the development site itself. The typical convenience store, as has been discussed most of the day, convenience store site shown here on this is 1.4 acres. If you look, you'll see the Buc-ee's development area shown is approximately 19.5 acres. That's a 20-to-1 ratio, obviously. For another perspective, approximately 12 of these convenience store pads will fit on the surface area of the Buc-ee's development area. Again, scale. If I could ask you to turn to page 6. This comparison shows land disturbance. Disturbance, folks. Notice that the roads shown with the Buc-ee's development are included because that land must be disturbed to accommodate the project. A land use and the disturbance of that land is affected by any development. So in a comparison, again, the convenience store comparison does not require the same roadway and infrastructure footprint. The Buc-ee's design also requires extensive grading and earthwork, as we've seen.
Your time has expired. Thank you. 1.
My name is Roy Martinez. I will be providing a summary of the prior 3 speakers. Please continue to refer to the handout, and please turn to the last page, page 7. As was previously noted, the 3-dimensional drawings that are before you were based on the original engineered drawings of 25 acres, not the 35 acres that are currently submitted. Therefore, we took a very conservative approach in our analysis. These comparisons bring us back to the original question, a question of scale. 120 gas pumps for Buc-ee's versus 12 for a typical convenience store. 74,000 square foot building for Buc-ee's versus a 5,000 square foot building for a convenience store. But as we previously heard from our prior speaker, according to the National Association of Convenience Stores, the average convenience store size is 3,041 square feet. But we used 5,000 to be conservative, and the numbers are still staggering in regards to the differences in scale. More than 19 acres versus 1.4 acres. And beyond those numbers is the land itself, the grading, the massive earthwork, roads, detention basin, and the 30-foot retaining wall that you see there.
Thank you, sir. 2.
Paula Gordon, El Paso County. This hearing is about zoning and definitions. Zoning laws exist to allow communities to function efficiently and cohesively. Local government is the custodian of this process. People's lives can be a little bit better or a little bit worse, dependent upon the decisions that you all make in this room. Development that harms the daily lives of people and animals should be properly zoned to protect the community. You have an abundance of evidence submitted in this matter that documents the harm that Buc-ee's can and will cause to the community. There is considerable doubt about whether Buc-ee's should be allowed to do business under the zoning of a convenience store. Caitlin Quandry's submission to you on August 24th is an example. And you would even have to set precedent if you approved Buc-ee's zoning under C1, because a convenience store has not been approved under C1. There are many reasons to deny Buc-ee's application. If there's any doubt about this, please deny Buc-ee's application for C1 convenience store zoning. Please give the people the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I think that we moved to a different panel, so we're going to start back with 1. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Commission. My name's Eric Lindeman. I attended Lewis Palmer High School, graduated in '96. My 2 sons go to Palmer Lake Elementary School. Their school bus route will be directly affected by this development. I'm a 21-year practicing architect in the state of Colorado, California, and internationally. In my 21 years, I've never seen such an egregious definition of the word convenience store. In the state of California, with a much higher population, this is not a convenience store. Internationally, it's not a convenience store. I would like to reiterate all the testimony today. The public hearing, I'm presenter number 163, presenting in objection to this. I know numbers don't count. It does deserve a public hearing. There's plenty of public here that wants you to hear them. Yeah, it's not a convenience store. It has 120 gas pumps. I'll reiterate everything that someone else has said, but in my testimony, I'd like to provide my experience. In my 21 years, I've never seen such an egregious definition of the word convenience store. Thank you.
2, please.
Heidi Arbery, 35-year area resident. We ask the board today to deny that Buc-ee's is a convenience store. The question before you is called a logical syllogism. For the applicant to win this appeal, their facility must match the criteria of a convenience store. However, it fails on every metric. First, let's address the contradiction of scale. Our county's C1 commercial district is designed for local, neighborhood-serving businesses with a small, easily walkable footprint. To classify a structure larger than a football field as a neighborhood convenience store is a logical absurdity that makes a mockery of our zoning definitions. Second, look at the contradiction of intent and draw. Convenience stores serve immediate localized needs. Yet in marketing documents previously filed by the applicant, they explicitly bragged about being a regional destination attraction designed to pull thousands of travelers off I-25. A business cannot claim to be a quiet neighborhood amenity to bypass zoning while simultaneously planning a regional mega hub with massive fueling arrays. And finally, third, look at the inventory contradiction. We know what they sell. Don't permit the erosion of our land land development definitions. If the applicant wishes to build a regional travel resort, they must go through the appropriate transparent zoning process, not slip through a loophole meant for corner stores. Please deny this appeal.
3, please.
Thank you. Time in and time out, they have mischaracterized this as a convenience station. 120 gallons of fuel, or 120 fuel pumps and 240 gallons of storage is a gas station, huge. My brother went through Fort Carson. My niece was born there. He died for this country, got soaked with Agent Orange from the same kind of forever chemicals that we're talking about them supplying. The aquifer someone mentioned is going to, it's non-renewable. It's already polluted. Fountain Creek, Arkansas River, there's 80,000 down in the Whitefield aquifer. The EPA hasn't even settled. Big gas stations, they talk one side of their mouth about it being the world's largest. You're setting yourself up for a mini Nagasaki, Hiroshima thing. Think of the 240,000 gallons.
Thank you. Your time has expired, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I believe at this time we have come to the end of public input, and so we will be moving to the rebuttal period. I'm gonna check with commissioners quickly. Do we need to take a break before we move to rebuttal, or? Okay, so we are going to take we're going to be really fast on this. We're going to take a brief comfort break and we'll come back for the rebuttal. We are in recess. We're going to call this meeting back to order, and we are going to proceed with the rebuttal portion of the hearing. So I will call the applicant back up.
No? There we go. Okay. Thank you, Nina Dossi again. So first off, I just wanted to thank the commissioners and also thank all of the staff. This was one of the best meetings I think I've ever seen. I had no idea that you could get through things so efficiently. I also wanted to thank the opposition as well. I thought all of their presentations were put together very well, and I appreciated that everyone was so respectful of one another. So it's going to take me a little bit to get through everything. I've kind of got notes all over the place, so my apologies ahead of time if I don't go through things very quickly. I'm going to be careful not to miss anything. So first off, I wanted to address the question of the process and why we're not seeking a rezone today and why instead we're looking at an administrative determination request. So included within what you just got handed to you, there's a sheet that looks like this. So what you see on that sheet is the current zoning map. In the middle is the site configuration at the time of the early assistance meeting, and then on the right-hand side is the current site configuration. I've listened to this early assistance meeting several times, as recently as yesterday in preparation for this hearing, and I can tell you that the only reason why a rezone was being required was because at the time of the early assistance meeting, the property was split zoned. So that's the reason that at the beginning of that clip that you heard, Ms. Bagley indicated that you need to rezone to CC to make the entire property under the CC zone district. If it were a determination of the actual use, then the letter that Ms. Harrington wrote would have been written very differently. Instead of saying, I'm unable to make a determination at this time, it would have clearly said that the use is not allowed within this zone district. So I wanted to address that first. Next is the size. The size came up quite a few times. So I did cover this earlier, but I just wanted to go over it again, just as a reminder. Here we go. So again, within the Land Development Code definition, there is no standard for size for a convenience store. It's not in the definition. It's not within the principal uses footnotes. It's not within the use-specific standards. So the size of the structure is irrelevant when determining if this use satisfies the definition of a convenience store. Okay, so third, I wanted to address the many comments that indicated because Buc-ee's in the past has called themselves a travel center, they cannot be a convenience store. Marketing and branding is not equivalent to a code definition within really any jurisdiction, but certainly within El Paso County, you don't look at, well, how do they market themselves? How do they brand themselves? You look at the definition within the Land Development Code to determine what the use is. These are very, very different things. I'm sure you could see if you looked at the staff packet, jurisdictions have called Buc-ee's very different things depending on where they're located, and the reason for that is every jurisdiction has their own unique definition. Okay. So next I wanted to address the neighborhood issue. This came up several times. There's a lot here, so bear with me while I go through it. Just give me 1 second to look at my notes. Okay. So the board has already determined the measure of a neighborhood as it pertains to a convenience store. The board has already determined the specific elements and characteristics of a neighborhood when you're looking at it through the lens of a convenience store. The most recent action was in 2022 with that Fuel Bees. With that Fuel Bees, as I stated before, the customers that they are serving is almost entirely commuter. It's really very few residents within a mile because there are very few residents within a mile. In addition to the Fuel Bees, which represents the most recent example, if you look at the other examples provided, the board and El Paso County as a whole has looked at convenience store as including not just where you sleep, but it also includes where you work, it includes where you go to school, where you recreate, and where you spend your money. So the neighborhood includes those linkages, and it includes all of the stops along the way. And so when the board and when El Paso County has reviewed the two definitions, so the definition of a convenience store and the definition of a neighborhood, they have done that by including a convenience store as one of those stops along the way. In the public testimony, you probably heard the majority of those that testified say that they are from the Tri-Lakes community. The Tri-Lakes community represents 50 square miles. That's a very, very large area. So they themselves have identified that they're all part of the same community, even though that community is big. Within the Tri-Lakes community,
Ladies and gentlemen, please adhere to our rules of decorum. Thank you.
so within the Tri-Lakes community, there are many places that people might go to. There's a future Target that's anticipated, there's Walmart, there's a Costco, there's restaurants, schools, work, and so on. Well, how do all of the people within Tri-Lakes get to all of those locations? Well, it's from I-25. So it being adjacent to Interstate 25 in no way disqualifies the use as being a convenience store. There was much testimony as well regarding this particular site that the majority of the traffic is coming from I-25. Well, that's the same type of connection as other uses, other convenience store uses that the county has approved in the past. This is just one of those stops along the way as people are going to work, as they are going to the grocery store, or whatever it might be. So absolutely, Buc-ee's offers sale of convenience item goods to the neighborhood. I'll just see here. And I wanted to just specifically point out as well that the definition says offers for sale. I'll just go back to this earlier slide here, that it's only saying offering for sale. There are no specific percentages, no specific trip counts or criteria associated other than just offering for sale to the neighborhood. My apologies, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, and I was about to miss something. So Commissioner Applegate, you had asked the question about the foot traffic. And, you know, as I was sitting in my chair thinking about it more, I believe that I misunderstood your question. So my apologies for that. I think what you were really asking was how many trips are in close proximity? How many trips are you anticipating are going to be in close proximity? So, you know, Buc-ee's has a good understanding of where people come from. And so based upon looking at other stores that they have, the percentage of trips, which is not a specific criteria, but the percentage of trips is 15% would come from the same zip code, and that would be over 1,000 trips per day, or 1,000 vehicles per day. So not trips, but vehicles per day. We all know that within a vehicle, you can have more than one person. So that's more than 1,000 local residents per day would be served. I think that answers your question. I think that's what you were getting at. Okay. Okay, so next I'm going to cover those items that came up regarding the similar use analysis. So first off, you have two additional sheets here, actually 3 additional sheets. The first one is just about the obsolete zoning. We don't need to cover that. I think that's pretty clear. The next 2 are regarding the C1 versus the C2 zoning. This came up quite a few times. So the C1 zoning just simply says this district is established for the purposes of providing commercial activities, whereas the C2 says this district is established for the purposes of providing for large commercial activities. So if you look at the last one, I have a comparison of the 2 lists of permitted uses within the C1 and the C2 zone districts. I've bolded those uses that are allowed in the C2 zone district but are not allowed within the C1 zone district. So they include auction facilities, bottling works, food processing, gas stations, heavy equipment rental, sales or storage, home improvement centers, lumber yards, commercial vehicle repair garage, warehouses, and wholesale businesses. So if you look at those uses, you can see that when they provide the descriptor of large, it does not mean larger buildings. What they're talking about is all of these additional uses are more so oriented towards wholesale versus all of the uses within the C1 are more so oriented towards the individual customer. So that's an important distinction. Larger does not mean larger building. So again, it goes back to the first item, which the size doesn't matter. So it came up several times as well that this use should be categorized as either a gas station or a truck stop. So because those uses are not specifically allowed within the C1 zone district, it can't qualify as a similar permitted use within the zone district. So I wanted to cover each one of these. So first I wanted to cover a gas station. We talked about this previously, that the primary use is for the sale of gasoline. Commissioner Wysong, you pointed out that it's a may, so you don't have to have all of those additional uses, but less than 50% of the sales from Buc-ee's are from fuel. So their primary use is not fuel sales. I know people might believe that that's the case, but when you look at their books, it is not. Their primary purpose is actually providing convenience goods.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, we're all adults here. Let's follow the rules. Please don't call out and interrupt.
So along with this gas station definition, it was brought up several times that because in 2007, the definition of convenience store changed, and with those changes, they added in that may include gas, and they added in the neighborhood aspect that somehow disqualifies the use as being a convenience store versus a gas station. I think the question really should be, well, why did the authors of the code choose to add in gas station as a permitted aspect of a convenience store? And why did they choose to add in that neighborhood aspect? I still believe that if you look at the two definitions, you look at the definition of gas station and you look at the definition of a convenience store, one is very, very clearly oriented towards customers and convenience, and one is very clearly oriented towards vehicles. That goes along with the truck stop as well. The truck stop is oriented towards trucks. But in addition to that, they also allow for vehicle repair. So within the C1 zone district, there is not a single permitted use that includes vehicle repair. So I believe that the reason that the authors added that in was because things were changing. What we all thought of as being a gas station no longer was. Now a gas station really is a convenience store. People no longer typically go to a gas station and get their vehicles worked on. Usually now, you might, if you're filling up with gas, you might run into the store, or more commonly, you might just choose to go into a convenience store. So I believe that that's the reason why they changed the definition. And I think that that's important, and it's important to review those two definitions for what they are. So Buc-ee's is not a truck stop. I'll say it again, there are no 18-wheelers on site. And if you look at the purpose statement, it's an establishment that provides, first and foremost, the maintenance, repair, storage, and other services for commercial vehicles. They are not a truck stop. There were several questions that came up as well regarding the similar use, and there seems to be maybe a little bit of confusion on the similar use analysis. So I'm going to just go here. So when you look at the similar use and the way that the code requires you to make a specific finding, it's looking at the function, performance characteristics, and location requirements of the unlisted use, and that it has to be consistent with the purpose and description of the zone district where it's proposed. I've already covered that one. But the second item, the unlisted use is compatible with the uses specifically allowed in the district and similar in characteristic. There were several questions that came up because we didn't do an analysis on a convenience store being a similar permitted use. The reason for that is a convenience store is our first analysis. So it wouldn't make any sense for us to provide an analysis that it's a similar use because our first and foremost position is that it is a convenience store. There were also some comments regarding the traffic and that the trip generation provided really shouldn't be considered because the Buc-ee's traffic study doesn't utilize the standard ITE. They utilize their ITE based upon the knowledge of how their business operates throughout the country. This is actually no different than a Chick-fil-A or a Dutch Brothers or any other use that's popular and successful. So in those instances, the businesses realize, well, we might not operate exactly the same because we're popular, so we do attract more people. That doesn't mean that it's a different use, though. So in those instances, they typically provide an analysis of both what they truly are and then what the ITE accounts for. So in this case, I actually think that Buc-ee's is choosing to take a more fair approach than if they were to just look at the ITE for what the use would be under the ITE. They think that it's very important that as a convenience store, the interaction is convenient and people can get in and out of the store quickly. Let me see, I think I'm missing something here still, hold on. Oh, yes. Okay, so the last item that I wanted to address, there were several statements that our similar use represents uses that are not permitted within this zone district. So here on the screen, you have all of the uses that we analyzed. And then I want to go back to this slide here. And we have very clearly bulleted all of the uses that are included within our analysis. And as you can see, they're all listed as permitted uses within the C1 zone district. And again, within the C1 zone district, you are not limited to just one single use. You can have as many uses as you can reasonably accommodate on the property, with meeting all of the setback requirements and other engineering requirements that go along with that. Okay. Okay, so I have covered everything that I wrote down. Commissioners, are there any questions on items that I may have missed?
Okay, we've got a couple. I'm going to let you find your notes, and I'll ask one. One of the speakers, maybe more than one, and I think perhaps erroneously tried to make some of the connections between the two different arguments, but there was a question about, or a statement that, you know, 4 Chick-fil-A's, et cetera, could fit in this same size. So what you just said about the combined uses, so you're saying in theory a Chick-fil-A, a Taco Bell, like 4 could be there and that would be permitted.
That's
what you're saying.
correct. That's
Okay.
correct. So in the C1 zone district, unlike some other zones within the county, you can have as many principal uses as you can reasonably fit. So that's why those concept plans were so important, because we thought it was really important to demonstrate that physically you could fit all of the uses that we've included in our analysis.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Weissong, are you ready to proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you repeat that last answer to Commissioner Geithner's? Because I'm looking at the list here, and you said it was a complete list of items. So like you were saying, the restaurants, and I think Commissioner Geithner were making reference that you could have multiple you know, Chick-fil-A's or something like that, but just go ahead and tell me that your response again.
Sure, of course. So within the C1 zone district, you can have as many principal uses on a single piece of property that you can accommodate with meeting all of the other aspects of the land development code. So that does not mean that you're limited to one single use on a piece of property. So during my initial presentation, you had asked a question about the site plans. So that's why we thought it was so important to put together those conceptual site plans to demonstrate that you can physically accommodate all of the uses that we've provided an analysis of on the property with meeting all of the code requirements.
Okay. Now, on your page, maybe 3 of the recent handout, you were talking about home improvement center. If those are in C2, you kind of mentioned wholesale, but then on this slide here, you're making reference to general retail, Target, Costco, Bass Pro, IKEA. You know, you're not interpreting that code, but I see there might be a little bit of a difference there.
I think I can help you there.
Okay.
So within the code definition of retail, it would allow for a Costco. When you look at the definition of a home improvement center, that's a Home Depot or a Lowe's. So there are two different uses within the land development code.
Even though a Costco or IKEA could be much larger than a Home Depot?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because there's no size limitation. So you could have as large of a retail center or retail sales store as you would like.
Okay, now back to your slide 35, that the other question. I'm going to try to see if I can find it here real quick. In the packet, you don't, I'm not sure if you have it available. On slide 255, excuse me, 255 and 338, you're showing the site plan that was kind of submitted. As you said earlier, it's not necessarily a proposed, but it's in our packet of information, so it's something to talk about. And then on page 39 of 338, you're showing, as it relates to this slide up on the screen, there's a difference on the site plan in the sense that on 255, page 255, you've got a huge retention pond on the northwest corner of the property. And on page 39 of 338, there's no retention pond. And if you're looking at the property line, it's all impervious surfaces. Would you not need a retention pond for either, since it's still the same impervious surfaces?
Sure.
Which means the population or the daily trip count would be much lower because you can't pack the lot because you need the detention pond.
Yeah. So Commissioner, I would just point you to the bottom section of that same site plan. And in the bottom section of that same site plan, extending up along the far east side of that site plan is a hatched area that's identified as water, storm, and sanitary facilities. So the storm is where that detention pond would be located. So we have accounted for that.
Well, just so that I'm clear, you're showing the same thing on 255 in the crosshatch area for the water tank, et cetera, et cetera. It just kind of seemed interesting that there's a very large retention pond on the northwest corner. You've got the crosshatch area on the 39 on the south portion of the property, but nothing on the northwest.
So Commissioner, unfortunately, I don't have page 255 printed because I didn't print the whole packet because it's so big. Okay. That I didn't feel like I wanted to print the whole thing. But can I confirm, is page 255 our proposed site plan? Is that the page that's being referenced?
I'm gonna
say that again. Oh, never mind.
She's asking if that's their proposed site plan, but I think it's one of the other conceptual site plans. Do you want to take a moment and
so I could see what it is? If you don't mind, I don't
know. I think that's totally fair.
Okay.
If we're going to reference it, to give you a second to look at it and see what it is you're answering the question on. So I will do just we'll just do a quick 5-minute recess and I'll let you go and get the information so that you can come back and answer that question.
Thank you so much. I'll be really quick.
Okay, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We were able to get the printout, so I will let you proceed with answering.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to take a look at that really quickly. So page 255 is the proposed site plan, and so Commissioner Weissong, that's the proposed site plan, and so you can grade the site multiple different ways to get the drainage to flow either to the north end of the site or to the south end of the site, and so that's the reason for the differences, but it still provides an equivalent. So it's different site orientation. To answer your question, it's different site orientation. but it's still providing water quality.
It was just the total square footage of impervious surface. It seems to me whatever it is that's on the property would need the same amount of retention is what I'm driving at.
And you know, it may need the same amount, but detention ponds can be constructed in very different ways. I'm not an engineer, so I'll just be, you know, real general here. But detention ponds can be deeper, so you could choose to have a more shallow detention pond. So the area that you're detaining is wider but more shallow, or you could have a detention pond that is deeper.
That is true.
Okay. I'm going to ask commissioners if they have additional questions. Okay, Commissioner Williams.
Yes, can you, I know I'm looking at the slide 17 of your presentation about what a neighborhood is. So what are you defining as the neighborhood up here on this piece of property?
Sure. So here's a definition that you just asked about, but I think your more specific question is, how do you define a neighborhood for this particular piece of property? So again, you have to take a look at how El Paso County has defined the neighborhood in the past. But for this particular property, the neighborhood includes really all of the Tri-Lakes area. I think just the public testimony alone indicates that it includes all of the Tri-Lakes area. But in addition to that, we know that there's a lot of people that commute north that live further south. And so it also includes people that may live further south, but they would utilize this as one of their stops along the way to head to work up north. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, I'll ask again from commissioners. Are there, okay, Commissioner Weissong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if we have a real good definition of a neighborhood, but you mentioned, you know, the Tri-Lakes includes a pretty large area. They typically classify themselves the Tri-Lakes community, made up of multiple neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
Your definition of a neighborhood, basically, as I'm just looking at this map, incorporates a very, very large area.
That's true, Commissioner. And I would say that it's not necessarily my definition of a neighborhood, but it's El Paso County's definition of a neighborhood. And it's how El Paso County has utilized these definitions to determine what a convenience store is and what a convenience store is not. And with this Fuel Bees example, clearly it does not require that it serves only a specific radius, because in this instance, if they only served the people that were immediately adjacent, they would go out of business.
I think I may defer to planning. We don't have to do that right now, but I want to get that from our planning department, because I would have kind of a different opinion. I just want to get clarification.
Sure. And I think it's just important to note that your board actions and your prior board actions can be perceived as interpretations of the code. So if you make a specific land use action and you approve a zoning for the sole purpose of allowing for a convenience store, then you've determined that this meets that convenience store definition. And so it meets the neighborhood aspect of a definition.
If we could get clarification on that from our county attorney, please.
I think we will have some time for staff questions. We're going to continue on with questions for the applicant.
Okay. On one of the documents, then it seems to be there's a number of percentages that where this traffic for Buc-ee's is coming from. You know, it's anywhere from 80, 90, you know, whatever. And then looking at some of the traffic study data, I mean, are we, or the comments that have been made, is that accurate, that you've got 80 to 90% of the traffic for Buc-ee's is coming off the freeway?
So I actually confirmed this. We do have our traffic engineer here, and I confirmed that it's 85% of the traffic that's coming from I-25, with 15% coming from the other surrounding roadways.
Okay.
That's no different than this Fuel Bees that has 100% coming from the highway.
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner Weissang, I'm going to let you, we'll come back if you have more so that you can look through your notes, and Vice Chair Nelson flagged me, and then we'll go to Commissioner Williams.
I want to come back to, there were comments made about the need to rezone, and I didn't quite grasp what you were explaining as to why you did not rezone. And I also recognize that what is being asked from some of the comments made from the public input portion is essentially rezoning from commercial to commercial. So I'm not saying you needed to necessarily do that. I just want to understand when you had that conversation with staff and they brought that recommendation, and it, you know, staff can make a recommendation, but you are the property owner and you get to make that choice of how you want to pursue the path forward for your property. So if you could just cover that again.
Yeah, definitely. So let me just explain it again. So when the early assistance meeting was brought to the county, I wasn't a part of that meeting. That was prior to Vertex being a part of the team, but I have listened to that recording a few times, and I've also reviewed the documentation. So when the first early assistance meeting and first request of the county came, it included, I think you can see my arrow, so it included this property here, but it also included this CC that's off in the corner there. So in the county, they don't like to see you develop split zoned property. And so the reason for the rezone was because at that time, they were proposing to develop across that lot line. So the reason for the rezone was you can't develop across that zoning boundary. So if you wanted to develop in the configuration that was proposed at the time, you had to rezone the pink, which is the C1, to the orange, which is the CC. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then on this map, can you just point where exactly this property is? I'm pretty sure I know,
Today?
but the orange versus the pink.
Yeah, so the property today is this pink and this pink here.
Got it. Okay. Which has always been C1. You pulled out that orange CC out of your plan, and so therefore you did not need to rezone going forward.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
correct. Yeah.
I'm really glad I asked. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
That actually answered my question. So the CC is the property, because I was wondering why we settled on C1 and the CC property is pulled out of this, but that property is also owned by the same developer or the same person maybe, or someone, not here.
Yeah,
It's owned by
okay,
a
that's what I
different
thought.
entity.
So
Thank
since
you.
I know it has to be on the record, it's not under the same entity or ownership.
Okay, that was my question, is how we ended up with the C1 designation, but that answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, I think that we've answered all of those.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that. Thank you for all that clarification. Is there anything else that you wanted to add during the rebuttal?
There's not. I think we'll just end by just reminding the commissioners that this property has been zoned C1 for over 68 years. And really the question today is fundamental property rights. So what rights do they have under that zoning that they've had for over 68 years?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, please follow the rules of decorum and do not shout out. We've done a pretty good job today, and I'd like to keep moving forward in that way. Okay, so we have heard the rebuttal. Okay. So we have heard the rebuttal and asked those questions. I am going to just ask if there are any additional clarifications needed from staff at this time. I know Commissioner Weissong has one, so we'll go ahead and start there.
Good afternoon, Lori Sego, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Commissioner Weissong, could you repeat the question, please? It wasn't clear for me. Thank you.
I got my train of thought. It was the question in referencing that interpretation of neighborhood, that if we made a decision on a neighborhood in one area, is that the same when you've got different types of density of properties? So out east versus in a more dense is, I'm struggling with how that definition neighborhood works when you're dealing with larger densities or different densities, I guess would be the appropriate term.
So the board is the ultimate interpreter of its own code, and how it has applied certain definitions and certain provisions in the past can be informative, and you can choose to give that whatever weight you like, but it is not controlling.
It's not what again?
So how the board has chosen to apply certain definitions in the past on different properties and under different circumstances can be informative, but it's not controlling.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Vice Chair. Okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? I'm just wanting to, I know I'm just giving everybody a minute to finish their thoughts. There's a lot happening. So Commissioner Applegate.
So we have it on record in planning. Do commercial buildings have to apply to the 300-year water rule?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. The 300-year water rule is tied to subdivision. So a commercial building could potentially need to adhere to 300-year water if it is located on a piece of property that is a subdivision or has gone through the subdivision process. In this case, the property is a legal existing piece of property that is not required to go through subdivision in order to be built on.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Nelson.
Just, I love having the opportunity to educate. Can you just speak to the process? And I know like the site development plan was included just for our information. It's not actually part of the decision making today, but should there be an approval, what are the process? There were some comments about proof of water, infrastructure needs. I remember seeing in the packet mention about traffic requiring stoplights. So can you just explain process and procedure from a planning perspective on any development?
Yes, so the next step after this, if it is determined that the use is allowed within the C1 zone district, the property owner is required to submit a site development plan. That site development plan is an administrative review where your technical staff looks at lighting plans, landscaping plans, sign plans, location of the property in comparison to the design standards, setbacks of the land development code related to the C1 zone district. That is when we get a detailed traffic study where we're actually looking at the detailed traffic study for infrastructure needs. That could be, and again, I want to preface all of this with saying, my staff has not looked at the site development plan at this level yet. But we could look at a traffic study, determine if there's roadway improvements required, traffic signals. We're looking at intersections, drainage. We get a full drainage study. Does it meet the engineering criteria manual? Is it meeting the land development code? So that is the process that is next to ensure that the technical merits of the site are meeting the land development code, the engineering criteria manual, and the other county building requirements before they would go on to apply through the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department for a building permit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm thinking about some of the public comment input comments that we're just not there yet in the process. Should we approve this today or not? Like that there are procedures that take place for all applications. And so some of the concerns that were mentioned, it's not that we don't see them as important. We're just not there in the process. And so I also want to just recognize that in the county, we require new development to pay its own way. And so for any new infrastructure, road work, those sorts of things, new development has to pay its way for that. And that's across the board, across the county. If it's a housing development, current property owners or current residents are not the ones paying for the roads or stoplights out in eastern El Paso County. So just taking advantage of the room full of people and helping educate on county procedure with our planning and development procedures. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask for commissioners. Oh, Commissioner Weisman.
Oh, Megan, you turned around too quick.
I guess I'm fast when I want to be.
So I'm looking at the flyer that was handed out, C1 versus C2. Kind of the one word change between the 442A and the 441A is providing for, that large. So I'm not sure if that it's actually a legal description that you would agree to, but that's what was handed to us. So I'm just trying to understand, this was the document that was handed out by the applicant. And the reason I'm asking, I'm just trying to put some parameters around when does something become large? Or since we don't have an upper limit, we've got a convenience store with fueling station and then we have a gas station. But part of that is that, okay, we've got that element of a larger description. And so
I'm going to let the planning director answer whatever she feels is appropriate here, but I do want to be careful that we are not asking staff to do our job today, which is to interpret this code. That's why we're here today for an appeal. So I'll let you answer however you feel is appropriate, but if we're getting down to interpretations, that is the job of the board here today, and I don't want to muddy the waters.
Okay, yeah, and I'm good with that answer.
And I would say along those lines, that's where the gray and planning comes in, even within the department and amongst staff. We sometimes will make the internal joke that you could ask 4 different planners the same question and you may very well get 4 different answers because words like large can be subjective. I would say that I would look at this slide and say, well, the uses in the C2 are listed and those are the large uses. I would also add that there was some discussion up here about the C1 zoning and these purposes. The word small was removed from the C1 prior to 1991. So there was a point in time, and I'm only bringing this up because there had been some conversation about the previous history of the C1. And how it has progressed over time. Prior to 1991, the C1 said this was a small commercial, establishing for small commercial activities. And 1991, when it was made obsolete, that purpose changed to commercial activities. And so, again, that's why even the purpose is a bit subjective, and we go on the table of the specific uses and determining what uses are permitted in the zone.
Okay. Yeah, the reason too that I'm asking that my earlier question to the applicant was, okay, the Home Depot, Lowe's, whatever it is. The next, this is really a comment, since it is an opportune time, we are going through a land use rewrite. Would you like to explain what that is, or is this not appropriate?
I would suggest that might be a lengthy thing that is not related to the decision of the hearing today, and would ask that would ask that we do have lots of information out there about the LDC in general, and we would point people to that. But maybe this is not the best time today to spend a bunch of time on that. Yeah, thank
That's
you.
a good answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions before we proceed? Okay. All right, so I am going to, now that we have gotten through those pieces, declare the public hearing closed. And at this point, we are going to be prepared to move into discussion and decision making. But before we get into that, so we don't have any interruption, I am going to do another quick comfort break. So we'll be back again. We'll be in recess for about 10 to 15 minutes. We're in recess. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I'm just going to take a moment to say thank you all for your cooperation today. And I'm going to thank our staff for a tremendous job. As much as I would love to have that, we'll ask you to hold your applause because we do try to be consistent with our decorum rules here, but I do thank you for that. I know that they have received a lot of positive feedback from you all, and I think it means a lot to them. So thank you for your cooperation with them, and thank you to staff for your very hard work and really helping us have an efficient meeting and trying to help everyone get to where they needed to be efficiently. So thank you for that. So we are at the discussion and decision-making portion of the hearing. So I'm going to open this up for discussion or a motion. Vice Chair Nelson.
I have a list here, and staff, I've got a couple of things that I would request you pull up on the screen if possible out of the packet. Just kind of would like the visual of explaining where I'm landing and why. So as I'm speaking, you can maybe start getting that together. It's in memo 3 in the packet, and it's page 85 of 112. You don't have access to the packet? Oh. Like what's
to the agenda?
on
What's
agenda
posted
suite?
publicly on the
On
agenda?
agenda suite. So not the presentations, but what's on agenda suite. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was going to be a curveball. I would have given you more warning. And while you're doing that, I can share some other things. Okay.
I think if you just click on the little box that's right next to 5.
There you go. Not that one, box, the other one.
The box that's next to it looks like a little, there you go.
Okay, so memo 3, page 85 of 112, and then memo 1.
Maybe we'll do one at a time.
Okay, that sounds fine. Okay, so first, I also want to say thank you to everyone. I was very impressed by how hard everyone worked and putting together your thoughts and reasoning and the collaboration and some of the presentations. Thank you for providing hard copies. It was a lot of hard work. I just recognize that. I want to say thank you. Recognizing that this 30 acres has been zoned commercial for 68 years, I think it's really important we think about the role of government as respecting private property rights, and want to note that there are 2 pathways for approval. Does it meet the definition of a convenience store, or is it similar in function, or does it meet the criteria to listed uses in a C1 zoning district? And there was a lot of back and forth. I heard so many different names assigned to this application of whether it's a gas station, a convenience store, travel center, filling stations. It was noted that there are essentially are restaurants within this building. And so I'm going to focus more on the pathway of whether it meets similar use to listed allowed uses within the C1 zone district. And so that's why I wanted to bring up this chart. This is a copy out of our land development code. And Blake, if you could just kind of slowly scroll through here, that we see the C1 definition says it's for commercial use. So this lot has been zoned commercial for 68 years. There will be commercial built here. Some of the allowed uses are retail as part of a shopping center, a hotel, a restaurant. A special use would be a hospital. And so when I think about traffic and who this land would be serving, for example, hotel points to the intention of travelers being a permitted use. I also find that just based on the function of where it is located along Interstate 25, it would end up serving travelers if it were a restaurant, if it were a store. Can we now move to memo in the packet? So if you go back on your back arrow, I'm going to have you switch to a different memo, Blake. Memo 1, page 39 of 169. And these are some of the representations that the applicant put together for site plans and hypotheticals. I actually found this very helpful because it provided more of an apples to apples comparison of the acreage and what could be built on this amount of acreage. And so I wanted to have that visual representation. So this one, sorry, can you go back one page? So this is a general retail concept plan, and then scroll down so we can take a little time to explore all of the different things that could be located on this 30 acres. You could have retail, you could have a restaurant, you could have a strip mall or that shopping center language. And then if you scroll down to the next one, super center concept plan. Again, you can see it could be massive buildings with large amounts of parking in addition to some fast food restaurants. So all of that could be built here. It is within the C1 zoning. Can we go down to the next one? Then we also have this theater concept. So the theater,
Ladies and gentlemen,
again,
please do not call out and interrupt. You've done a nice job. Let's keep it that way, please.
so I just found this to be really helpful of the visualization that we have 30 acres here that is being requested to be built upon. And C1 zoning does not stipulate size requirements. And so I find that based on all of this criteria, and I'm just going to read it into the record, that the use is similar in function, performance characteristics, and location requirements of the unlisted use shall be consistent with the purpose and description of the zoning district where it is proposed. Also, the unlisted use is compatible with the uses specifically allowed in the district and similar in characteristics such as traffic and parking generation, noise, glare, vibration, and dust. So again, when I think about the allowed uses within this C1 zoning, a hotel, a restaurant, an indoor amusement center, a hospital, I find that this application is similar in use to what would be allowed in the C1 zoning. And I think it's fortunate that we have where government isn't so restrictive for people to use their property that we may not have a concept of a application such as this, 20, 30 years ago when this land development code was built. Just because we couldn't conceptualize that doesn't mean that we shouldn't allow it to exist today. And just appreciating that none of us wants government just putting us in a box and that we have to fit within that box of their definitions. And I think it's important that government serves its citizens and that we respect private property rights and that we recognize individual private property rights versus if we have rights to our neighbor's property or rights to a view. That is not in the Constitution, but it is in the Constitution that an individual can use their property as long as they're meeting the legal requirements, or in this case, El Paso County Land Development Code. So I recognize that there's going to be more discussion, but I do just want to make the motion for approval. I move to grant the appeal in APP 26-001 and adopt the proposed resolution approving the appeal based on the evidence on the record. And I further move that the board determine that the proposed use as described by the applicant in its appeal is an allowed use in the C1 zoning district, given that it is similar to permitted commercial use.
Okay, we have a motion. Again, ladies and gentlemen, come on, we can do this. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Applegate. We do have lots of time for discussion, so I want to make sure that all commissioners have the ability to speak before we do get to a vote. And so it looks like we'll begin with Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to wholeheartedly disagree. The burden of proof still remains on the applicant. I do not believe they met that burden of proof. They used a lot of comments about a hotel, Great Wolf Lodge. Remember, a C1 has a 30-foot maximum building height. So that automatically takes a whole bunch of these out of consideration. As I raised the question earlier, you know, there's kind of a site plan. It wasn't approved. It didn't have drainage. I'm still concerned that why there's, you know, one site plan, but that wasn't the purpose of today to review the site plan. It was a question of just understanding how they could create the maximum traffic load when the property looked identical and there was no delineation of comments about the impervious surfaces. But again, that was site plan type work. And because there's enough doubt about all that, that is again where, based on this motion, I'm not going to vote for that. And it's due to a preponderance of all the information that is presented and all the documentation, not only by you know, the opposition, but by the application or the applicant themselves. And I just wholeheartedly disagree at this point.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, please, you know the rules. You can do it. I know, I believe in you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Williams.
First of all, thank you both sides for your presentations. They were very fascinating. And I have gone both ways in this discussion. I think the key picture that probably leads me to vote yes is this cutout of the corner property. I would say it needs to be a full rezone if that corner wasn't pulled out of the property. As it is, the whole property itself is already a C1, and or the proposed plan that we're looking at here on the screen is a C1. We have never dealt with a store this big that is somewhat of a convenience store gas station. Commissioner Weissong made reference to the new land use code. Unfortunately, the new land use code would still leave this property as C1, because just because we adopt a new land use code would not change this designation. And so the applicant could still come in under an obsolete zoning code that is almost, well, I won't tell you my age, but it's almost as old as I am. Because in the new zoning code, we account for the fact that cars have progressed in the past 60 years, and cars can go further. More people travel in cars especially than they did 60 years ago. And so we account for the fact that a convenience store, yes, can be 75,000 square feet, which is really what I was struggling with, was the size of this. The only other thing I was struggling with, which I still would struggle with, is I'm having a hard time because I do not want traffic turning left onto Beacon Light Road. And I wanted to state that for the record coming out of here, because when a site plan is approved or further in the process, I may not be here anymore, but I don't want traffic going down through that neighborhood. I have no control over that at this point in time. I just know it's better to have the traffic go back up through the roundabout and be on their way to where they're going. And so, but the key picture for me was the picture that showed that this whole entire property is in the C1 designation and not a C1 and a CC. And so I would have gone for a rezone otherwise, but otherwise I'm going to have to support the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Applegate.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank our staff. I want to thank the men and women in blue. I want to thank everybody that came and presented today. So.
Okay, I'm going to add some comments since you've spoken, if that's okay, and we can come back to you. So I really appreciate everyone. I agree. Thank you, Vice Chair Nelson, for your comments on that as well, about the work that it took for everyone to come in and weigh in as part of this process. One of the things I was thinking as I was listening to presentations is an exercise that a friend of mine shared with me once, and I thought was a really great illustration of how we all think differently. And that was, they said, think of a dog. And when they said that to me, I thought of my dog. And if you have a dog, you probably thought of your dog. And the reality is, they all come in lots of different shapes and sizes. And we all have in our head this concept. And this is where definitions become important and words become important, so that when we are creating expectations of what we are talking about, that we all know what we're talking about, that we're not using our own internal belief system or ideas or experiences. And that is really important in law. It's really important when we have our codes and things of that nature. It's so disappointing that people are not willing to actually hear the discussion, but I wish you all well. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still rules of decorum in this room. So that's why those words are incredibly important, and it's why I think that our code says it is to be interpreted literally. Because we all use words colloquially as well. One of the things that is important is that we can't change the rules mid-game if we're not getting our desired outcome, and that can be incredibly difficult, and I understand that. But the reality for me is that I sit here in this quasi-judicial capacity, and I take it incredibly seriously. It's very important to me to weigh all of the decisions carefully. There will always be special interests all the way around, and that is everybody from someone who wants something to someone who doesn't want something. And my job is to sort those things out, to look at the information, the evidence presented on the record, and to fairly judge that evidence. So there was so much that was said today, and one of the things that I find is that this is a complicated process. Understanding these rules, definitions, the entire process, and this board has, I think, tried through our website as much as possible to share information to help people understand. I would venture to say many people in this room didn't understand what a quasi-judicial hearing was before they got involved in this. I would also think that most people had never heard of a C1 zoning district before they got involved in this. And my guess is also based on many of the comments that people decided they didn't want a Buc-ee's, and then they heard what a C1 was, and then decided it didn't fit. Because there were a lot of comments that are about, we don't want this. So I heard lots of things. They're not welcome. We don't want it. If you want to know if this is a convenience store, ask Google, but that's not what we do here. That is literally, would not be the lawful way of viewing this application. And so as I continue to look at this, I agree, the applicant presented very compelling evidence that there is not an intent to limit the size. It doesn't say, even if there was an intent, I think that our code says to read it literally, but it does not make a size restriction here. In fact, I will say, I appreciate the question from Commissioner Wysong and the information from staff that the word small was removed from this the last time they did the code. So if there was any doubt that that was the intent, and again, I still believe we are directed to read this literally, they took that word out. And if they had wanted those words to literally say small use, they would have left that in. But I heard things like common sense tells you, but that tells me not to look at the words, which is what the code lawfully requires of me. And again, just a lot of confusion around the process. So those of you who took the time to still be here, and I appreciate it, and I know that you're still not happy, but I will say this. There was a lot of, though I think a lot of time was put into the presentations, I could count so many times when the actual way that this code is supposed to work and what we were deciding was just not accurately represented. So whether it was, and that was addressed in the rebuttal, whether it was confusing that these were two different pathways, or confusing, and I will say on the fuel bees, because I was a commissioner at that time, Commissioner Williams and I both voted on that, and the definition of a convenience store in that situation, several of the ones that were listed in the staff presentation, I drive by and use. I don't live close to it, but I use them. And if that saying that people who drive by makes it not a convenience store is true, I don't see how that could be the case when we have consistently interpreted that over time, that it can be coming from there. And I think any logical person says, yes, if you build a convenience store or a restaurant or a fast food, you're going to advertise on the highway for it because that's what businesses do. They bring in as many customers as possible. I will be honest with you, it saddens me that some think that I'm not welcome in their neighborhood if I don't live there and I shouldn't go to a store there, because I certainly have spent quite a bit of time in Monument over the years. But nevertheless, the objections, I think, also were handled very well. The explanation of the rezone at the early assistance that Commissioner Williams mentioned, that was kind of a hang-up that she was working through, and that was clearly met the burden of proof in my mind. There is no standard for size, period. Even if you know, again, we're mixing things up and saying comparisons on the second pathway, but we're trying to put that comparison on the first pathway. Those are two different independent pathways, and we cannot cross those over. That would not be appropriate in the reasoning for what the code requires. I'm just scanning my notes here. So Commissioner Nelson mentioned a few things about just because government can't perceive it doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist. I can't echo that any more strongly. Government does not exist to control and plan everything. We are a free nation. We are a free economy. And that means that we expect the economy and the entrepreneurs and the innovators to constantly be moving. And I am grateful that when this code was written, a previous board recognized that, and they created a pathway to get to a similar, because they knew that they didn't know everything. I think you'd all probably agree government doesn't know everything. At least I'd hope so. And so they created that pathway. I'll be frank, I think that it meets both of these. It meets a convenience store because there is no size. I think that the burden of proof has been met here. I think that the convenience stores that we have looked at that have already been improved in this area, I can't argue with the fact that we define them as neighborhood serving, and yet I know I don't live in the neighborhood and I'm still using them. And that there isn't a residential area around Fuel Bees, and yet it was approved as a convenience store under this same definition. So again, I think it's met both pathways, and I think that there is ample evidence on the record that shows that. I understand that people will be disappointed by that, but I believe that that we have weighed this very carefully, and our requirement is to come to these hearings neutrally. We get all of this information and we process it and we do our very best. So while I understand that many of you may be disappointed that I agree that the applicant has met that burden of proof, I'll just say I believe you all came here in good faith, and I came here today in good faith as well. So with that, I think Commissioner Wysong has a few additional comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Williams, it was really kind of a shameless plug for, we're doing a new land use code, so participate. It's out for public comment, so I'll leave it at that. As our county legal told us that there's no hard and fast rule on what's a neighborhood. By this definition, and again, this is why I believe the burden of proof has not been met, that I live in Mountain Shadows and Corey lives in Fountain, we're neighbors. I don't agree with that. Neighborhood is, if you think about it, usually revolves around the elementary school. Now, granted, there's a lot of people that permit in and it changes and all that kind of stuff, but that pretty much, to me, defines a neighborhood, is that it's a small area of people that have that common interest, whether it be a school, and sometimes a neighborhood might even include a middle school, but it does not traverse miles. And so this is the fun part and also the frustrating part, that we all have our different opinion, and you've heard a number of them and you're hearing mine. And I'll follow up because this is another point of difference between some of the board members, is property rights. Property rights is from Jefferson, that it was really construed as you don't want to have the lordship. You don't want to have property that is given to you by the king or the whomever, that, okay, you can purchase it. It is available for trading, for selling, whatever the case may be. But when one person infringes on others, that is kind of that line for me. And there's compromise sometimes. But in this case, I feel that the people in this neighborhood have been infringed upon. That's, again, my opinion. And that's why I vote pretty much the way I vote. And I just believe that since there is that interpretation, well, I will just change my focus now, but I too am going to thank everyone. The staff, I think, did a phenomenal job. Whether it's the planning staff, the staff that put on the event for us, there was a lot of work behind the scenes that, you know, chair and vice chair did a tremendous amount of work trying to make it flow smoothly, get through the process as quickly as possible, but at the same time, make it as fair as possible. Some people may not think that's the case, but the people that presented the documentation in opposition and even the applicant, very clear, succinct, and it was appreciated. So with that, thank you.
I'll just say thank you for the kind words and acknowledging the work that's been done by everyone. And I hope we can be a good example for our entire community that we don't always agree, but nevertheless, we work together and we try and do so for the good of our community. So thank you for those comments. Okay, I'm gonna ask for if there are any final comments from commissioners. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and proceed to the vote. We'll begin with Commissioner Wysong.
Can we get clarification?
On the motion, so
Yes.
the motion is,
What we're, yes and no, what it means?
yes. So this, did you wanna clarify? Okay, so the motion is to approve the appeal. So a yes is to approve the appeal, a no is to not approve the appeal.
Okay, thank you. No.
Vice Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-0. Okay. Oh, sorry, 4-1. Wow. Gosh, guys. Guys. Tough critics. Sorry about that. I did not forget you, Commissioner Wysong.